everyone. I hope everyone is doing good and they are hale and hearty. So, my name is Rishul and I will be your host for today. So, we're going to talk about programmatic advertising. Before we jump into the video and start off, let me introduce myself. So this is me. I am ex programmatic specialist. I have been working in programmatic advertising for quite some time. To be precise, I have been in the industry for past 7 years. I've worked with big brands and companies wherein I worked as a team leader, I worked as an analyst, grew myself to become a Google Ad senior analyst. Then I worked with Google, wherein I worked for different clients, big clients like Nestle, BMW, and promoted to be a YouTube account manager, wherein I was handling advertisements for Google itself. So I have quite some experience working in the industry, and this is the best video if you're just starting up and giving interviews for programmatic advertising, because it's a bit challenging field wherein you might not understand the basics. And if you have already appeared for certain interviews, you know the level of questions they ask in programmatic advertising. They're looking for someone who just does not know the definitions but understand the working of programmatic advertising. So this video will give you basic gist of it and will explain you how it works. So let's right get into it. Okay. So what is programmatic advertising? Okay. So firstly, we need to know what exactly we are talking about here. Programmatic means using certain programs, you're advertising. Okay. So in advertisement, there are two players involved. One who wants to advertise, and second who is advertising for that client. So you will be working on the second front, wherein you would be working to advertise ads for certain clients on different platforms. Okay. Zero point 0.1 seconds. Okay, that's how long it takes for an invisible auction to decide which ad you see right now. Every ad that you see on internet is designed using programmatic advertising. 90% of ads on internet are used by programmatic advertisers, through which you see any kind of ad. Let's say you're on a website called TOI and you're just reading through an article and you scroll down and you see an advertisement of a shoe that you were searching for. How did that ad appear on that exact article that you were reading? That's what programmatic advertising is all about. You get to see, you target the exact people who are looking for the exact thing in the real time. So this real time basis auction is happening all the time, and that's what programmatic advertising is if you talk in layman terms. Now, how these advertisements reach out to you? Okay, so this is just basics. We'll cover the advanced level in future videos, but this is just the basics of it. So let's say there are three advertisers. You searched for a Nike shoe, you searched for a Puma shoe, and you searched for a Lotto shoe. Okay, why a certain brand is a winner of that auction, the ad that you're seeing, why only a certain brand is visible on that TOI article that you were reading? Let's say these three are those brands. A is Nike, B is Puma, and C is Lotto. So Nike bid $4.20 on that particular advertisement and was the winner of the auction. So that's why that particular advertiser's ad was visible to you, and advertiser B and C could not win in that particular auction for TOI. Those brands' ads were not visible to you. So that's how auctions work, and you get to see only particular advertisements at particular channels. Because advertiser A won the auction for TOI, the website that you visited, that's why advertiser A's ad was visible to you. All right. Let's get to the next slide. How old system worked. Okay. So earlier, the brand or the advertiser used to directly connect to the publisher. Now, who is a publisher? Publisher are thousands of websites that are available on the internet, and the brand, which is Nike, they used to connect to those publishers using phone calls or emails and directly used to buy the ad spaces. Okay, this was the old way through which advertisements used to work. What were the main challenges because of which the new programmatic way came into the picture? The challenges were this particular process was very slow. It used weeks to launch this process. It was very expensive, high minimums. Okay, and there was no audience data. It was pure guesswork. Nike used to buy some ad spaces on TOI because they knew that many people would visit timesofindia.com. But it was pure guesswork. Maybe that particular person is not visiting toi.com, they are visiting indianexpress.com, right? So their ad space gets wasted. Now, to avoid all this wasted ad space and this slow process, programmatic advertising came into the picture. Everything is automated now. Okay. So, how it particularly works? This is the main format which you need to understand if you're giving interviews or if you just want to start off in programmatic advertising, because this framework is the basic framework in how programmatic advertising works. Okay, first of all, there is a DSP. There are various DSPs like the Trade Desk, Google's DV360. Earlier it used to be Double Click Bid Manager, and now it's called DV360. There is Teads, there is Amazon platform. So there are various DSPs through which you can buy ad spaces automatically and showcase them to particular audience on particular websites. These DSPs on real time basis reach out to ad exchanges. There are various ad exchanges also. The most famous and the most used ad exchange is Google AdX. Okay, so now from DV360 you don't reach out using a phone call or using any email. It's available in the platform itself. You buy through different ad exchanges. Okay, so using DV360 you reached out to Google AdX, and from Google AdX, the marketplace where bids are happening on real time basis, they reached out to supplier side platform like OpenX. OpenX is one of the biggest supply side platform. Now, these supply side platforms are mainly used by the publishers who want to sell ad spaces on their website. Let's say there is a person who runs a particular website. They publish news on daily basis. How will they earn money? They register themselves on different supply side platforms like Magnite, Open Exchange. On Open Exchange, this ad space is available. Okay, using Google Ad X, like this particular Open Exchange ad space is purchased, and the DSP on which advertiser was there, let's say the advertiser is Nike. Okay, Nike wants to buy ad space on TOI. TOI registered themselves on SSP. Nike registered themselves on DSP. Using Google Ad Exchange, Nike reached out to TOI and they purchased the exact ad space they wanted to showcase their ad on. That's how programmatic advertising works. It might sound a bit heavy, but it's simple. You just have to understand the basics. DSP is used by advertiser, SSP is used by publisher. Ad exchange is the medium which is used by both DSP and SSP. So simple. From DSP, ad reaches to ad exchange buys the ad space from SSP, and your ad is showcased. So this is in simple terms. You can explain it like this. You can take some example of, you can take similar example of Nike and TOI if you are giving an interview, because this is how you explain that you understand the basics of programmatic advertising. What happens in that zero point 0.1 second? Okay, the auction nobody sees but everyone experiences. All of this happens before the page finishes loading. So even before toi.com is opened completely, you already are able to see the advertisements that are being advertised there. In 0 milliseconds, you open a website. In 5 milliseconds, the network reaches out to the DSPs who receive the bid request. And then in 60 milliseconds, advertisers place their bids. In 90 milliseconds, highest bidder wins the auction. Now, this bidding is the first slide that I showed you uh, here, where the Nike was winner, right? They bid the highest, so they won the auction, and their ad was shown. Because there are various advertisers on internet who want to show their ad to you, to the right audience. And in 100 millisecond, the ad appears on your screen. This is important but not as important, like the timing is not as important. You just have to understand that all of this is happening in milliseconds. Okay, the below given text is very important to understand how this framework is basically working. You open a web page, publisher, SSP, they send out a signal. The signal is received by the DSP. They receive the bid request. The advertiser places their bids. It's not like the advertiser sitting on the internet right away they are bidding. It is happening automatically. That's why it's called programmatic advertising. Programs are doing all this. You're just setting up the programs in a way that all this is happening automatically. Now, highest bidder wins the auction and the ad appears on your screen. So why this beats the old way? Okay, now we will differentiate what the old way was and what the new way is, and how the programmatic way is better than directly contacting the websites and buying ad spaces. The old way showed ads on a website. Okay, you don't know who that ad is gonna be shown to. Anybody who is visiting TOI, no matter if they are interested in buying a Nike shoe or not, they'll get to see that ad. Maybe it's some person who already bought out a shoe and is not no more interested in buying a shoe, but they'll still get to see that Nike ad. So it's a waste of ad space, it's a waste of money for that particular advertiser. In programmatic, you can target specific people because you have the right to target certain audiences, so you can target those specific people whom you want to target these ads to. The old way hoped the right person sees it. As I explained, they just hoped. It was pure guesswork. Maybe the ad is shown to a person who is interested in buying the Nike shoe. But in programmatic, you can specifically target the age, the location, the interest, and even the behavior of that particular person and target those ads to the right people at the right time. As I already explained, in the old way, no idea who's watching. The advertisers had no idea. It was pure guesswork. Maybe the ad reaches out to the correct audiences, like you see on TV. If a Eid festival is going on and you want to target your basmati biryani rice to the right people, now if you advertise it on TV on a prime time show, let's say KBC, okay, now everybody who is watching that show on that day will get to see that ad. Maybe they are not even celebrating Eid, okay, and maybe they are not even eating rice, so still they'll get to see that ad. It's a wastage of money. But if you know exactly whom to target, then your ad reaches the right people, you save a lot of money, and your ROI increases because you're targeting the right people. So you're increasing brand awareness in the exact audience who wants to see these ads. You do not pay for wasted impressions in the programmatic way. Earlier you used to pay for wasted impressions. So that's the main differences in programmatic versus the old way. Now you have already experienced this. We're going to talk about programmatic retargeting in action. Okay? You search for a phone, you're looking for a new phone. You Google best smartphones 2026. The system takes a note, a cookie, or a pixel fires. You're now in an audience. So all the websites that you visit, they have certain cookies on them. Whatever you Google, it gets stored in form of a cookie because Google stores your data. You've allowed the permissions. So it stores your data on what you're looking for, and the right ad is delivered to you using these cookies. Because every time you make a search on Google, every time you make a search on any internet website, you visit any website, some sort of data is stored in form of a cookie. It gets fired and you're stored in a particular audience. Let's say you're searching for Nike shoe. Now you will be in an audience which is searching for Nike shoe, and you will be shown that particular ad. So system is always taking notes, and you are always being added in one or the other audience segments. Now ads follow you everywhere. That phone brand bids to show you ads automatically using programmatic advertising. When you searched for the best smartphone 2026, you got saved in a particular audience that is looking for a new smartphone in 2026. Now, the phone brands are the advertisers, and they bought out these audiences using DSPs, and now they will show their ads to you everywhere on each website that you visit, or Instagram, or the Google searches also, because you will get to see these ads everywhere on each websites or Google search that you do. This is called retargeting. It's powered entirely by programmatic advertising. You were being targeted, and now you're being retargeted because you are interested in a particular purchase. So that's called retargeting. So to recap what we did today, we discussed what programmatic advertising is. It is automated buying and selling of digital ads. We understood the framework, how programmatic works, from DSP, that is the advertiser, to ad exchange, to SSP, that is the publisher. We discussed every web page load triggers a real time auction in milliseconds, and the advertiser who wins these auctions get to show their ad to you. We got to know the advertiser target real people, not just websites, because advertiser want to target real people who are actually interested in their product. We understood what retargeting is, how retargeting follows you based on your online behavior. So whatever you do using this retargeting, all this is happening, wherein we are discussing about different programmatic platforms. So let's get into it. Okay, so here we are. We're gonna discuss on what different platforms are there for programmatic, which are DV360, Trade Desk, and Amazon DSP. There are other platforms as well, but these are the major three used by most of the agencies. And mostly, if you give any interviews for programmatic, these are the three platforms that the people would ask you about. And before that, many of you must be already using Google Ads. So, what are the differences between Google Ads and DV360? It's one of the most asked questions for beginners. Like, when should you use Google Ads and when should you move to DV360? So, we will be discussing about that. Okay, so let's get into it right away. All right. So, Google Ads. Google Ads is self-serve, simple, and fast. And DV360 is enterprisal DSP. You can have full control of your advertisements using DV360. One is for everyone, the other is for professionals. Google Ads is mostly used by people who just started up in who has just started up in digital advertising, because Google Ads is set up easily. It's mostly automated. You don't have to do much in Google Ads. You just do basics of targeting. Like if you're running search ads, you set up some keywords. If you're running a display ad, you provide the creatives for those displays. You let the algorithm know about the audience you want to target. So you cannot do a very detailed basis targeting in Google Ads, whereas in DV360 you have full control of who sees your ad and where your ad is shown and when your ad is shown and to whom exactly, right? So a segmentation of audiences can be done in DV360, which is not possible in Google Ads at that targeting level. So let's read the slide first. Google Ads is set up in 20 minutes, whereas DV360 needs setup time plus expertise. Of course, because DV360 account cannot be opened by anyone, you need to have either a MCC account. If you're already familiar with Google Ads, you must be knowing there is a merchant's account, there is a MCC account for Google Ads. Either you need that or you need at least $100,000 spent in last 3 months to open a DV360 account. It can be only opened by referrals or agency account. So you need some sort of expertise to go into opening a DV360 account. Google Ads is great for search, for YouTube, for shopping ads, whereas if you are opening an account in DV360, it gives you access to all Google inventory plus open web. A report says that 80% of internet is Google. So if you want to target most of the websites that are available on internet, you need to open a DV360 account. And it's, as the name suggests, it's display video 360. If you are opting for just brand awareness campaigns wherein you want to target video ads or display ads, you should opt for DV360. You can target keywords and audiences using Google Ads, okay, because it also contains search ads, so you can target on basis of keywords on different audiences. Whereas in DV360, you control every detail of buying. Here, buying means buying the ad spaces and showing your ad there, right? So you can control every detail using DV360. In Google Ads, automated bidding does most of the work because, as I already told you, Google Ads is a mostly automated platform. You just have to give basic details to Google Ads and it runs your ad on its own. Whereas in DV360, you can do advanced level bidding. You do bidding on first party audiences, on third party audiences that you purchase from a different audience. Like if you have some sort of retargeting audience that you have built yourself, or you're purchasing some audiences that is third party audiences. If you're targeting connected TV, you can do all these biddings as well. And you can manually add bids for DV360, whereas Google Ads does automated bidding most of the time. Google Ads is mainly built for SMBs, which are small and medium businesses. It's mainly built for e-commerce websites. If you're a small watch store that you're running using, you just created a website for a watch company, right? You're just starting up, you want your ads to be shown in India or let's say Africa, and you are just a beginner. You can do it by yourself using Google Ads. You can just run a automated campaign in Google Ads and you can run those ads for your website. It's as simple as that. And it's also meant for small teams. As I already told you, if you're a small level business or a agency, you can definitely run or start off with Google Ads. It's a very powerful platform for these small and medium businesses. Whereas DV360 is a bit advanced. It's mostly used for large advertisers. If you're a big advertiser launching a car in a new country, let's say you're Volkswagen and Volkswagen wants to launch a car in Italy now. Okay, so they would be targeting different regions of Italy, and you cannot do that just by using Google Ads. You need a powerful platform which targets different cities. You will have a different marketing setup, a different complete marketing team sitting who would be targeting these ads for Volkswagen. So you need a powerful platform like DV360 for that, wherein you will be running display ads, video ads, and it's not just DV360 being used by these enterprises. They also use platforms like SA360, which is Search Ad 360, which is also a programmatic platform for search ads. CM360 is something which is used across programmatic platforms to run your creatives. We'll come to CM360 later. So, yeah, DV360 is built for agencies and large advertisers. Google Ads. Okay, Google Ads provides you limited control over where your ad shows up. You have a very limited control on which website your ad is being shown to. You can just target some sort of audiences or website, or you can just target specific websites where you want your ads to be shown, which comes under the Google inventory. Whereas when we come to DV360, it has a lot of advanced level targeting settings available. So you can show your ad to X number, let's say 2000 websites which are just gaming websites. You just want your new app to be shown on a particular gaming website, a particular set of 2000 websites. You can do that using DV360. So you have advanced level targetings which are not available in Google Ads. The reporting and transparency is also at its full depth. Okay, so wherever your ad is shown, you can see how many impressions were coming out of a particular website where my ad was being shown, how many people converted, what was the CTR, what was the number of conversions that we were getting. So that's the major difference. In gist, if I tell you, Google Ads is used by small and medium businesses, and for advanced level marketers, you can use DV360. Now, we'll do a head to head comparison of Google Ads versus DV360. And firstly, we'll come to who uses it. Any business can use Google Ads. Small to medium sized business to mid sized business can use Google Ads, and big agencies and large brands can use DV360. The setup time for Google Ads is within minutes. You just set up an automated campaign right away. It starts performing and you start getting impressions on Google Ads. Whereas in DV360, it needs certain days and it needs some sort of training and advanced level targeting when you are setting it up. Because if we go by the Google articles, it requires 7 to 10 days of training period wherein the campaign is in learning phase when you set it up, because it is being shown to a large number of people, so it needs some training time. The inventory for Google Ads is just Google network, whereas for DV360, all major exchanges like Index, PubMatic, these are included along with the Google inventory. So it's bit advanced in terms of inventory. You can target a lot of inventory using DV360, which is not possible in Google Ads. You can buy inventory from different third party inventory sellers or exchanges. Google owns Google Open Exchange, but there are a lot of other exchanges like I told you about PubMatic and Index. These are just two examples, and there are a lot of other exchanges as well which can be used to buy inventory from. Inventory means a place which sells you the ad spaces across different websites. So Google Ads only provides you ad spaces which are available on Google network, whereas in DV360, along with those Google network websites, you can target a lot of major exchanges. The ad formats which can be targeted using Google Ads are search, display, YouTube, and shopping ads. DV360, as the name suggests, mainly targets display and video ads. So, display, video, CTV means connected TV, the ads that you see on connected TV, either on Amazon Prime or Hotstar or Hulu TV. So, a lot of these apps are running ads through programmatic platforms which can be run through DV360 as well. Also, you can run audio ads either on Spotify or any other audio running network. There are native ads. Native is also a different format of ads. We'll discuss when we discuss all the ad formats later. So, yeah, different display and video formats. Native is also a sort of format. So, yeah, Display and video 360 does not cover search ads, of course, because as the name says, DV360, if you want to go for search ads, you will have to, through programmatic, you'll have to log into search ad 360 and create an account there. But mostly big advertisers use display and video 360. So, yeah, these are the display and video ad formats being targeted using DV360. And if you're just starting up and you just want to target search ads, you can go with Google Ads. The audience control in Google Ads is limited. It only has Google Auto Targets. DV360 has some deep integration for audiences. As I already told you, you can buy audiences also. You can retargeted audiences if you have created your own. So first party audiences, third party audiences, and custom segments like affinity audiences or in market audiences, different sort of audiences, deep integration is provided within DV360. If you are someone who just wants to target people who are in market for a particular product, you can do that. If you want to see people who have affinity to buy a certain product, you can do that. So yeah, advanced level audience segmentation is available in TV360. Then we come to bidding. Google Ads is mostly automated bidding. It runs on smart bidding campaigns. Whereas in DV360, we do a manual plus algorithmic. You have full control on what amount you bid, for what ad, for what creative you are bidding this particular amount, for what audiences you are bidding this amount. So, yeah, there is this advanced level targeting that can be done, which is not possible in Google Ads. Transparency is limited placement reports in Google Ads, whereas in DV360 you get full log level data available. I'll explain you what it means. So when we come to transparency, there are a lot of companies these days who are wanting a transparent sort of data available to them when they are targeting their advertisements. If you just like limited placement reports are available in Google Ads means when you run your ads and you're just going through the data to see where my ad was shown, there is limited data available to you. But when we talk about DV360, it has advanced level reporting options available, so you get to see where your ad was shown, at what time it was shown, to whom it was shown, and other data like what is earlier we even used to have this data wherein we used to see what was the income scale of that person who was seeing your ad. I think it's removed by in DV360 now. Comment down below if it's removed or not if you're already using DV360. And this full log level data is only available in TV360. It mainly means what level of reporting can be done. And of course, in DV360, advanced level of reporting can be done. You can see detailed data of where your ad was shown, whereas that is not possible in Google Ads. There is no minimum spend requirement for Google Ads. You can run as low as $100 per month also for Google Ads, whereas in DV360, it is expected you need to spend at least $10,000 per month, and higher budgets are expected. There is a minimum spend requirement to open a DV360 account. If you're aware of that, go and search that DV360 search article. It's available in Google support. So comment down below what is the minimum amount required to open a DV360 account. So Google Ads is basically best used for leads, for e-commerce, for brand awareness. Okay. And DV360, as we discussed, is used by large campaigns needing precision based targeting. After discussing who should use Google Ads and who should use DV360, we will discuss different programmatic platforms. I'll be taking up these three platforms today: DV360, Trade Desk, and Amazon DSP. They are majorly used across all agencies and big clients. There are other programmatic platforms as well with their own unique powers, but mostly advertisers use these three, so we'll be discussing about them first. They are three very powerful platforms and their strengths are different. That's why people opt for different platforms in different needs. Think of DV360 as the pro version of Google Ads. It plugs directly into Google's entire ecosystem: YouTube, Gmail, Maps, Search Partner Network, plus the Open Exchange, of course. And if your client lives in the Google world, if you already have GA4 properties, Google Analytics property, if you're already using Google Ads from quite some time, you have good ad spend, you're already using CM360, Search Ad 360, DV360 would be a natural home for you. So if you want, the advertiser wants to opt into Google Home, they are already very familiar with the Google network and they want to advertise on the Google ecosystem itself, DV360 is the best platform to use. Trade Desk is one of the biggest independent DSP. It's not owned by any media company like Google. It means that there would be no conflict of interest. It connects to virtually every ad exchange. It has best in class identity tools like UID 2.0. Now, UID 2.0 has been in news from quite some time. Many companies are moving to cookieless targeting. They want rid of third party cookies, which records our data, our emails, and then shows us ads. They retarget us. Our data is basically our data basically goes to these advertisers and they can use it however they want. Whereas companies who are more concerned about that do not want their customers' data to be leaked like that. Leaked wouldn't be the right word. I would say provided to big agencies like that. So Trade Desk works on a very unique feature called UID 2.0, which goes with this hash encrypted data, which does not send your information to the advertiser unless you allow it to. So it is a futuristic ad platform and it is go-to platform for CTV advertisements, which is connected TV advertisements, streaming TV advertisements. It's best in class for that. Agencies love it for its transparency. As I told you, it was the first DSP to launch this UID 2.0 feature, and later on, Google also tried to use that, but they haven't completely gone cookieless yet. In future, they might, because every company is trying to go cookieless now. They don't want less of customers' data because many people are concerned about their privacy nowadays. So Trade Desk is used mostly by agencies for advertisers who are concerned about their customers' privacy. We will come to Amazon DSP now. So Amazon's USP mainly is its data that it's having from around the world, customers who search for various things on Amazon. You search for a Nike shoe on Amazon, Amazon already has its data. So when Nike comes to Amazon DSP to run its ad, they can easily target people who were already searching for that Nike shoe on Amazon. So that's its strength, the data that Amazon has, the retail data. So as I already said, Amazon DSP is built on one of the superpower shopping data, right? If someone searched for running shoes on Amazon, you can retarget them on the open web easily. Not just Amazon. If you go to any website and if that advertiser is running ads to Amazon DSP, they can show you their ad on any website that you visit. No other platform has this purchase intent signals available. It's perfect for product led brands, be it FMCG or be it any brand which runs on conversion basis, which wants the purchase to be their end goal. It's best for those advertisers. Okay, let's do a comparison of these three now. DV360 is owned by Google, Trade Desk is an independent DSP, and Amazon is owned by Amazon. The best inventory for DV360 is Google plus Open Web. Trade Desk has Open Web, it has best in class CTV, it also runs audio ads. Amazon DSP has Amazon plus Open Web. The killer feature. Okay. This is asked in many interviews. What is the main feature for which advertisers should opt for DV360 or Trade Desk or Amazon? So you can take note of this. Like, what is the killer feature of DV360? It has Google audiences, it has YouTube audiences. So this Google ecosystem is the killer feature of DV360. The Trade Desk killer feature is firstly UID 2.0 for privacy concerned customers and the best in class CTV buying. If you want to target connected TV advertisements, Trade Desk is the go to platform. And for Amazon, the Amazon shopper data, as we already discussed, it has a best in class data for shopping. If shopping or purchase intent is the goal of customer or advertiser, then Amazon DSP has its, like, that's the killer feature for Amazon DSP. The cookies, Google targets or integrates best with first party signals. Trade Desk uses UID 2.0, which is future proof, which we have already discussed. And Amazon DSP has cookies of Amazon shopper IDs, which we already discussed. It has data of Amazon people who visited Amazon and they already know what their shopping intent was. So, yeah, Amazon shopper IDs is the identity of Amazon DSP. How integration of CTV or streaming TV works with different DSPs, let's discuss that. It works good with DV360. It works best in class with Trade Desk, be it Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu TV, everything. And Amazon TSP is also good because they have their own product called Fire TV and Amazon Prime. So it works good with that. But if you are planning to target connected TV ads or streaming TV ads, Trade Desk is the go to place. Even for Amazon Prime videos, the Trade Desk works best, even better than Amazon DSP. Okay, the retail data. It has limited retail data because DV360 is not built on shopping data. Only Amazon has that killer feature, right? For Trade Desk, you can do partnerships for retail data, and Amazon DSP, as I said, it's the retail data is unmatched. If the funnel is, like, if the campaign is targeted towards lower funnel, and if you just want conversions out of your campaigns, then Amazon DSP is the go-to place, especially if you're a FMCG company or a product-based company who just want conversions and sell their products. Amazon DSP is the best DSP to opt for. Transparency. DV360 has moderate level of transparency. Even Amazon DSP has moderate level of transparency because of UID 2.0 and cookieless targeting. Trade Desk has best log level data and transparency available. Independence. Okay, TV360 is runs on Google ecosystem. It integrates best with the Google ecosystem, be it Google Ads or all the audiences that Google provides, Google in-market audiences, affinity audience, or first-party audiences that you target. It works in the independence is dependent on Google ecosystem. Trade Desk is neutral in that form. It is platform neutral, and Amazon DSP has its own Amazon ecosystem. A learning curve, which is easy to learn, medium to learn, or a bit difficult to learn. So DV360 and Amazon are medium to learn because of ease of understanding and the UI they have, whereas Trade Desk can be considered a medium to high learning curve DSP because there is some advanced level targetings that are not even available in DV360 and Amazon, which the Trade Desk provides. So there is a lot to learn in the Trade Desk. DV360, which DSP is best for whom? DV360 is best for Google first clients. Trade Desk is best for agencies uh, and independent agencies and connected TV advertisers. Amazon DSP is best for e-commerce clients, CPG clients, the brands, FMCG clients, consumer product goods, and fast moving consumer goods. Okay. Now we'll discuss when to use which platform. Okay. Match the platform to job, not the other way around. Google Ads. You need to use Google Ads when you need quick results with a small team. when your search intent is your main channel, when your budget is under $10,000 per month, when you sell on Google Shopping. When to use DV360? When you already have Google Analytics for property available to you, when you are already using CM360 or Search Ad 360, when you need to YouTube plus display in one view, because in DV360 you get to see in the UI itself what are the views on your YouTube plus display. So you get to see within one platform how different formats are doing. You don't have to create different campaigns like you need to do in Google Ads. We'll discuss the UI of DV360 later, and you'll get to understand this slide even better in coming fourth or fifth video. When your agency runs Google heavy buys, you need to use DV360. When you want full programmatic access via Google ecosystem, you need to use DV360. When to use the trade desk? When connected TV or streaming TV is the key channel for your ads, you need to use the trade desk. When you want platform neutral buying, you need to use the trade desk. When you need future proof identity, this is for advertisers who are concerned about privacy of their customers, they should opt for the trade desk. This is important. You can take note of this. This can be asked in many interviews as well. What is UID 2.0 and who should use the trade desk? So you can say advertisers who are concerned about their privacy, who need future proof identity, and who want to opt for UID 2.0 should just use the trade desk platform first, and then they can opt for DV360 or Amazon. When you need transparency and log level reporting matters. Log level reporting is available across all the platforms, so that's not a very unique thing that the trade desk provides. Amazon DSP. When you sell products on Amazon, of course, Amazon would be the best DSP to run your ads on. When your audiences shops on Amazon, when you are in CPG or consumer product board, when you are in retail or fast moving consumer goods, when you're selling a product in the lower funnel of marketing, and the goal of your campaign is to sell the product directly, when you want people to click on buy now, you should target Amazon DSP. You want purchase intent targeting, right? We will come to the quick decision guide. Answer these three questions to pick your platform. Firstly, what is your budget, right? If your budget is under $10,000 per month, you can just opt for Google Ads. You don't have to go to advanced level marketing right now. If your budget is between $10,000 to $50,000 per month, you can opt in for either Trade Desk or DV360, depending upon the channels. We'll discuss about the channels next. And if your budget is $50,000 per plus per month, if you're a retail advertiser, you should opt for first Amazon DSP. Then you can also opt for Trade Desk or DV360. And what channels matters most? If search and YouTube matters most, you should opt for Google Ads or DV360. If connected TV or streaming TV matters most, you should opt for the Trade Desk. And if retail or e-commerce matters most, you should opt for Amazon DSP. Are you tied to a specific ecosystem? Then also you can decide on basis of what ecosystem you are mostly comfortable with or you're tied to. If you're already having Google Stack like Google Analytic 4 property via Google Ads, you have been running Google Ads from quite some time, and you already have created some sort of audiences, and you are already stacked up with GA4 properties, CM360, DV360 is the next go-to platform. If you have no preferences, you're really independent, you're a big advertiser, you can opt for the Trade Desk. And if you're an Amazon seller or a retail brand, your products are already available on Amazon, you can opt for Amazon DSP then. Now we'll discuss all that has been done today. So firstly, we'll discuss what is Google Ads. It's for small budget, quick result search first. You need to start with Google Ads. Then we discuss the differences between Google Ads and DV360. DV360 is used for large brands. people integrated with Google ecosystem. It has full programmatic control. When you upgrade from Google Ads, you upgrade to here. And when you upgrade from DV360, you go to the trade desk. You have connected TV integration, great brand safety features, no walled gardens, like no Google ecosystem. It's free open internet. It's future proof identity, UID 2.0. When you are privacy concern, you have privacy concern advertiser, you go for the trade desk. And if you're a retail advertiser, you already sell on Amazon, you have a e-commerce audience is built up, your product is available on Amazon, you go to Amazon DSP. We will be discussing and navigating through the UI of DV360. I haven't seen any video. There are a few paid videos for this kind of stuff on YouTube. So this is one of the very unique videos and very helpful videos to crack interviews for DV360 to understand the basics. Sometimes people who are advanced marketers also do not know the basics because they are just doing some sort of regular work on just one level of DV360. So today we will be navigating through the UI and we will be seeing how UI of DV360 looks like. So let's get right into it. My name is Rishul and let's start. All right. So we will be navigating the DV360 interface. We'll understand the hierarchy first and then we'll find our way around. Okay, we are discussing Google's platform for which was earlier known as double click bid manager. It's called as DV360 or display and video 360. This is the programmatic advertising series, video 3 of it. Okay, so what is DV360? DV360 is Google's enterprise DSP. It's the demand side platform used by agencies and advertisers to plan, buy, and measure programmatic advertising across open web. You can buy across display, video, audio, CTV, and native inventory. It's part of Google's marketing platform. It was formerly known as Double Click Bid Manager. Here is the hierarchy. Okay, so you have to understand the hierarchy first so that it's easier for you to navigate through the UI of DV360. At first, we have the partner level. At top, there is a partner level, and right now you just listen to me once. This is a very short video. It's just navigating through the hierarchy and the UI itself, because sometimes people ask question like why are there so many levels in this programmatic DSPs. So you might not understand it at first, but as you keep on working on these platforms, you'll understand, okay, at different levels different sort of targeting is required, and that's how you understand it. As you keep on working on platform, you get to know, okay, now I get it, why there is advertiser level, why there is a campaign level. So you just listen to me once. It's easier to understand. If you are new to DV360, if planning to give interviews for same, just ratify it, just gulp it up, just try to learn it once for once. And as you start working on the platform, because it's designed very carefully, as you start working on the platform, you'll know why exactly each level is designed in the way it is. At top, there is partner level. Under partner level, we have different advertisers. Okay, there can be multiple advertisers under a partner. There can be only one partner. So under partner, there are different advertisers. Under different advertisers, we have various campaigns which we set up. So the top level represents the agency or trading desk. All advertisers live under the partner. And advertiser, what is advertiser? It's a brand or client. It holds campaigns, creatives, audience, and budgets. Okay, so whatever budgets are decided, you set them up at advertiser level. You set up all the creatives which are later on assigned to different campaigns or line items. You set them up, you upload them at advertiser level. You set up different audiences, whatever audiences you would be targeting at advertiser level. Then comes campaign level. Now, campaign level groups insertion orders around a common goal or a flight period. So, campaign has different IOs or insertion orders. Now, insertion orders have a common goal. It could be click through rate. Okay, we have various insertion orders which are targeting towards click through rate. We have a common goal of click through rate, so those insertion orders are grouped and assigned in a campaign. Now, what is the IO or insertion order? IO controls budget, pacing, delivery settings for a group of line items. And on various IOs itself, you control what, let's say you have a $2,000 budget and you're a shoe company, okay? So you create different IOs for running shoes. There is a different IO for casual shoes. There's a different IO, or it could be on basis of different targetings. Like you have a IO for retargeting, you have a IO for brand awareness, you have a IO for conversions. So that's how you segment out different IOs, and you assign different budgets, which like the major chunk was assigned at advertiser level, and then smaller chunks are designed at IO level. Now the pacing is also assigned at IO level. The delivery settings are also assigned at IO level, and within those IOs are contained different line items. Okay, after line item also, if you are running a YouTube campaign, there is a ad group level, but majorly line item is the last level where the creatives are assigned, and finally your ad is running through these programmatic platforms. So line items is where targeting, bidding and creative assignment happens. So that's the hierarchy. At top we have partner, then we have a advertiser. Under advertiser lives different campaigns. Under campaigns live different IOs, and under IOs live different line items. I'm showing you the UI, how it looks when you log into DV360. This is the UI, how it looks. So this is the partner level, which is the first level, and we have different partners over here. You can log into a partner and then see the advertisers which are within that partner. Okay, what is a partner? It represents an agency, a trading desk, or a large independent advertiser. Think of it as the top folder of DV360. It's the topmost hierarchical range. Who has access? Typically set up by Google, agencies get their own partner ID. Each partner have multiple advertisers underneath. Okay, so when an agency reaches out to Google, a partner is assigned to a particular agency for a client. Let's say you are BMW. For BMW, you will have a particular partner. It's provided to you by Google, and then you go to that BMW. Whenever you are working on your campaigns, you just go to that particular level of BMW, and then you log into your different advertisers, whatever line item you want to work on, whatever changes you want to do. What you will find here, okay, it gives you overview metrics, a list of all advertisers, partner level settings, and shared resources like audiences and creatives. We'll discuss the detailed settings at each level in upcoming videos. It's not highly required right now. You just need to understand the different levels. You just need to see through how the UI looks, because it's important for you to understand that first. The URL pattern. Okay, how do you log in into DV360? You type in displayvideo.google.com, and the home page shows all partners your account has access to. This does not mean somebody who is sitting at home right now can log into this particular website and see the partners, because first of all you'll have to create an account in DV360, which can be done by the Google partners themselves. So when an agency or a big MCC account reaches out to Google partners, they create a DV360 account for that particular agency or advertiser. The second level, So here it's blurred out because of the client information, but after partner level, there is a advertiser level. And that's how the advertiser level looks like. It has insertion order, it has line items which are within that insertion order, and it has campaigns. So here you can see the different campaigns which are there. What is an advertiser? So advertiser is the brand or client whose ads are being run. Everything, campaign, creative, audience, pixels, everything lives under the advertiser. What are the key settings here? The key settings are the brand name, currency, time zone, CM360 floodlight links, through which you track the activities of the end user, the domain verification, and the billing setup. Everything is done under advertiser level. Audience list, custom affinities, creatives, pixels, and channels all are managed at advertiser level. So this is the advertiser level. It is under the partner level. Now, multiple advertisers, one partner can house dozens of advertisers, perfect for agencies managing multiple clients from one seat. So, let's say you have one partner seat and you have multiple clients. So, you can name your agency as the partner, XYZ would be the partner, and under that, you have different a book which is running, a car brand which is running. So, those would be different advertisers. Okay, we'll come to the campaign level, which is the next level. So here, let's say Cardinal Path LLC is your advertiser, and under that advertiser, we see this campaign and click on it. So we are at campaign level now. Cardinal Path is the campaign level, Cardinal Path LLC is the advertiser level. Under campaign level, a campaign is an organizational container that groups different IOs together. It usually works around a shared goal, brief, or a flight window. So, whenever we have a common goal, we can group all those IOs under one campaign. So, we have different hierarchies. This is the third level of hierarchy, which is the campaign level. And there are different settings which you can access at different levels. What settings live here? Campaign name, start and end date, like the flight date, how long your ads would be running. Campaign goal, whether it's a brand awareness campaign or a reach campaign or a conversion campaign, can be set up at campaign level. And what are the frequency settings? How often your ad would be shown can be set up at campaign level. Does budget live here? No. Budget is set at IO level. Okay. The campaign is just grouping layer. This is different from Google Ads. In Google Ads, you do not see this layer, but it's just a grouping layer. So budgets are set at IO level or the insertion order level. Now name campaign clearly. If you name them clearly, you can understand why this is grouped at different levels, like the brand, what quarter it's running for, and the objective it's running for, be it brand awareness, conversions, or reach. It keeps things clean when you're managing dozens of IOs. This is a very important pro tip, and you can use this whenever you're giving interviews. That's how you set up campaigns, by clear nomenclature or naming them clearly to understand how grouping has been done at campaign level. We'll come to insertion order or IO level now. So an important level where very important settings live. This is how it looks. The Tradewell Talking Boots is the IO level. Tradewell Industries is the advertiser level, and then it has various partners. Okay. The insertion order is where you set budget, pacing strategy, flight dates, and performance goals. Think of it as the budget controller. The budget is controlled at IO level, of course, as we discussed at the campaign level. So this is the budget controller where different insertion orders have different budgets assigned. Okay, these all green lights which you see shows active signal, and these all are different insertion orders. You just click on them and then you reach out to the UI of DV360's ads, and then you see different line items assigned on them. We'll come to that next. Okay, what are type of IOs? We have standard IO, we have OTT IOs, and we have programmatic guaranteed IOs. We'll discuss what different type of insertion orders and deals are, what is open exchange, what is a private marketplace, what is a PG deal. That would be coming in upcoming videos, so do not worry about that. You just have to see how the UI looks. This is an old screenshot. It says double click bid manager, but in DV360 also it hasn't changed much, so the UI is pretty much same, just the logo is different. Now what are the key fields? The budget amount, daily, weekly, total pacing, bid strategy, be it maximize viewability, target CPA, which means cost per acquisition. What cost per acquisition is, you will know it. I know a lot of things haven't been discussed right now, but I'm just trying to give you a brief of how different things work here. So let's see it here. What is the difference between IO and campaign? One campaign can have multiple IOs, but one IO can have just different line items. Okay, campaign is basically just a grouping layer, as we discussed. See, the campaign is just a grouping layer. The main settings are done at IO. Okay, at campaign level, what settings you can do? You can set up the name, so that easier to understand how different campaigns have been set up, to understand campaign you're looking at and what setting you're looking at. So IO is where line items live, which is the last layer. This is the level 5, and that's how different line you see on the left hand side panel just below insertion orders. It says line items. So either you can click on one insertion order and see all the line items, or you can directly see all the line items that particular campaign is having by clicking on this left hand side line item panel. What is a line item? It's the execution layer where the main execution is happening. This is where targeting is done, be it audience, geo means what location you're targeting at, what device you're targeting, be it mobile, computer, and or connected TV, and contextual targeting, and bidding, and creative assignment. All this is happening at line item level. What are different types of line items? We have display line item, we have video line item, we have audio, YouTube and partners, and true view. Each unlocks different targeting and creative formats. Now what are you configuring? Bid price or strategy, creative assignment, targeting signals, frequency cap, and conversion tracking pixels. The last mile. When a bid is sent into an auction, it's at the line item level. This is where the actual buying decision executes. So you set up what are you willing to pay for an impression, right? So that is done at line item level. So this is the last layer, and now we'll see where the creatives live. So now we'll see where do creatives live. Creatives in DV360. Now creatives are stored at advertiser level, as we already discussed that when we were discussing the advertiser level. Not the campaign or line item. You upload once and reuse across multiple line items. So you upload it at advertiser level, and then you can select at line item level what creative you want, which has been already assigned at advertiser level. What are the supported format of creatives? HTML5, images, videos, which could be MP4, VAST, audios, native, and rich media via Studio. Each creative has an exchange review status, be it approved, pending, or rejected. We will discuss the exchange status later. Approved, what is approved creative, what is pending or rejected, because when you upload them, it needs to follow certain guidelines that Google adheres to. And if you're not adhering to those guidelines, if your creative is somewhat not applicable or adhering to the guidelines set by Google, then it could get rejected. Before it gets rejected, it's in pending state. When you upload a creative, it goes into pending state. Either it's approved or rejected as per SSP. Okay, check this before launching. This is quick tour of the left navigation window, which we see here. What all settings are here, we'll discuss it. So as we discussed, there is campaign level, which is the top level view of all your campaigns and their performance. Then there is insertion order level, where you can view and manage all IOs under the current advertiser, which you're working on. Then there are line items, which is the last layer, level 5. Flat list of all line items, great for bulk editing. If you want to edit all the settings together for all line items, you can do that at line item level. And then there is creative section, okay, where you can upload the creatives, select the creatives, delete them. We have audience section on the left hand panel, where you can build and manage first party lists. You can build lookalike and combined segments for different audiences that you would be targeting at line item level. We have insights. Insights means different reports and scheduling exports, so you can see what how your campaigns are doing by downloading these reports at insight level. We have inventory. We can manage what inventory we are targeting to, be it PMP, programmatic guaranteed deal, or open auction. And then we have advertiser settings, brand safety, viewability, billing, integration settings, all that is available. A quick recap to what we discussed today. So we discussed the hierarchy of DV360. We saw through some screenshots on how DV360 UI looks like. At top, there is partner level, then there is advertiser level, then there is campaign level, then there is IO level, and at last, there is line item level. And if you're running YouTube campaigns, then after line item level, there is another layer of ad group level. So we'll make a separate video about the YouTube ads, because it cannot be summed up with the general display ads over here, because it requires some specific set of informations. This was just the basic hierarchy from top to bottom of DV360. We will be discussing tags in programmatic advertising. So what these tags are and how to use these tags. So this is a very important video to understand the process of different tags which are used in programmatic advertising. Before starting the video, let me introduce myself. My name is Rishul. I have over 7 to 8 years of experience in programmatic advertising and digital marketing. I've worked in various fields like Google Ads, working as a programmatic specialist, and now currently I'm also working in one of the big four agencies as a programmatic analyst. Tags is really important because tags is how you track the ads. You know the data that you get using which you make the performance or pacing better are the tags. So we'll discuss that further in this video. If you're starting up in programmatic, this is an important video, even if you are already aware of how the programmatic landscape works. Then also this video could be helpful for you for refreshing your knowledge. You could watch previous videos if you are just starting up. This is the fourth video in the programmatic basic series. So let's start. All right. So what are tags in advertising? Now, tags are small pieces of code that are added to a website. They help track user action. Anything that the end user who sees your ad is doing on the website that he or she is visiting, or with your ad, are known as tags. It could be they are either clicking on the ad, they are visiting the website, they are purchasing something. So it is all tracked through these tags. Think of tags like trackers that collect the data. Now, without tags, you cannot measure campaign performance. As I already told you, the major use of these tags is to measure the performance. What are different type of tags? Especially we are focusing on programmatic advertising first. Upcoming videos come over different type of platforms like Meta and Google. Then we'll be discussing their specific tags today. And in this particular series, we are discussing the tags which are more relevant to programmatic advertising. So the four major type of tags for programmatic advertising are Google Global Site Tag, which are also known as G tags. Then there are floodlight tags, majorly used in DV360, managed through Campaign Manager. Then there are universal tag manager parameters, and there are third party tracking tags. Let's discuss them further. What are Google Global Site tags or G tags? So as it says .js, that means it's a JavaScript tag, and it helps you track conversions like form fills, purchases. It helps you measure campaign performance, which is the basic use of tags. It enables remarketing to show the ads again to the users when you collect the data and for example, somebody is trying to buy a Adidas shoe. They put that particular shoe that they like in the cart but do not purchase it. So using these tags, which user put that particular product in the cart. You can remarket your products again to them so that they are they become your customer and they purchase that product. Okay, now this is how G tags work in Google Ad. Let's see how they work in DV360. So G tag is not the primary tag which is used in DV360. It's the floodlight tag which is used in DV360. However, G tag can still be present on the website. Floodlight tags work alongside the G tags. The simple difference is Google Ads uses gtag.javascript directly for tracking, and in DV360 it uses floodlight tags majorly and mainly, which is more advanced level of tracking. What are these floodlight tags? Floodlight tags are the tracking codes. Of course, they are used in DV360 like G tags are used in Google Ads, and they are set up using Campaign Manager or CM360, which is used to measure user action on a website. So if you want to know the simple definition of floodlight tags or FL tags, it is it is a tracking code which is used in DV360 to measure the user action. End users action are measured through these tags. Helps tracking conversions like purchases, sign-ups or page visits. There are two main types of floodlight tags. One is a counter tag which measures the actions, and one is a sales tag which measures the revenue tracking if somebody makes a purchase. So these are two major type of floodlight tags, counter and sales. This is important and it's often asked in interviews of programmatic also. They enable better campaign optimization and retargeting in advertising. Of course, for optimization, these tags are used because henceforth you can track up the data and use the data to retarget your advertisements to the particular people. Floodlight tags provide detailed reporting, making them important for performance analysis. Now, detailed reporting like who visited which page of your website and spent how much time on a particular, let's say you are a car company and you have five different models of cars in your website, so you can track the users who spent most of the time on car A versus somebody who spent time on car B. So that's how you can do this analysis and performance analysis using floodlight tags. So it's that's why it is considered a more advanced version of tracking. What are UTM or Universal Tag Manager parameters? UTM parameters are small piece of text added to URLs to track where website traffic is coming from. Now this is important to understand not just from perspective of programmatic advertising but digital advertising in general. Not necessarily you would be using all UTM parameters. They would be set up already if you are using an existing campaign. And it's not necessary to use these UTM parameters if you are using floodlight tags in DV360 or other programmatic DSPs. So, but still, it's good to know information. Now, what does these universal tag manager parameters do? Unlike tags, UTMs don't require any code installation on website. They are tags which track user action on website, while UTM tracks how user reached the website. Now, they are the trackers which tell you if the user came from either Facebook ads or organic traffic or by searching it on Google through SEO, through Geo. How did they end up on your website? So that's how UTM parameters are used. They are universally set up when somebody creates a website. They generally create these UTM parameters on their own. Both are important. UTMs are for traffic tracking. Okay, now how the traffic is coming to your website, and tags are for conversion and behavior tracking of how your end user is behaving with your particular advertisements. Let's come to the last type of tags, which are third party tracking tags. Okay, these third party tracking tags are codes provided by external. Okay, these third party tracking tags are codes provided by external vendors like IAS, Double Verify, or Moat. These are third party vendors which provide you services like brand safety, viewability to avoid ad fraud. So these are third party tracking tags. Most of the bigger companies use them to ensure the brand safety of their particular brand. The common vendors are like IAS, the full form is Integral Ad Science, or Double Verify, which is a Google purchased company, or Moat. These tags are usually added to ad creatives through ad servers. They give advertisers an unbiased, independent view of campaign performance. How your campaign is performing, they wouldn't be biased about it because they are already third party vendors. So, just to ensure and double verify how tracking is being done or performance is being done, you can implement these third party tracking tags. We will be discussing how targetings work in programmatic advertising. We can understand the basics of programmatic advertising targetings. These are not all the targetings that we use in programmatic advertising, but these are the basic ones, okay? And they are somewhat used in all the campaigns that are run through DV360 or let's say Amazon DSP. So we will try to understand that. Before we get into the video, if you are new to this channel, we are doing a basics of programmatic advertising. This is video 5 of that. If you want to know more about me, you can search me on LinkedIn. My LinkedIn would be there in the description below. So without wasting any time, let's directly get into the video. All right. Okay, so we are discussing types of targeting in programmatic advertising. Today we would be discussing about audience targeting, what is frequency and what is day parting targeting, what are geographical targetings, and we will also be discussing about devices, what devices can be targeted and more. Six types of targeting you must be knowing. The first one is audience targeting. I'm just telling the basics. We'll discuss this further in our slide. So, how to reach the right people is what audience targeting basically means. Frequency capping. It basically means what should be the frequency of the ads that are shown to the people, how many times your ad can be shown to different people. What is day parting or time basis targeting? At what time or what days your ad should be shown to different people. Contextual targeting, which matches the content relevance. I'll tell you more about it in the coming slides. Geo targeting, basis of geographical location. You can target certain people who are based in a particular location. Device targeting, even like if you want to reach out to someone, you want to show your ad to someone on your phone, on your desktop. So that is what device targeting is. We are discussing audience targeting now. So who are you talking to? Think of it like a billboard that only appears to people who would actually buy your product. How amazing it would be if companies could target the people who are actually willing to buy their product. That would make life so much easier, right? And that's why this shift into programmatic advertising actually happened. So we can actually target the correct audience which are interested in our advertisements. Now, in audience we can do certain type of targetings, like you can create an audience on basis of the demographic. Let's start with audience targeting. Who are you talking to? Okay, think of it like a billboard which only appears to people who are actually interested in buying your product. How amazing life would be for companies who could target people exactly who are willing to buy their product, right? And that's how programmatic advertising actually came into the picture. You can create certain audiences on basis of their demographic, on their basis of their behavior, how other people who are really looking like your audiences, or on basis of retargeting. Let me explain all of these four bases of audience targeting. So first, demographic. Now let's imagine you are targeting a particular product which is only available in region A. If your ad is shown in the entire country, which is A to Z, and you just want to target people who are in region A, the rest of B to Z, all those people will be seeing your ad knowing that they cannot buy your product. So it's a lot of wastage of money and impressions as well. So that is why demographic targeting plays an important role. You can see exactly who should be seeing your ad, right? So that's what demographic targeting basically means. You can create an audience on basis of their demographic. It could be their age, like you can target certain age groups. It could be basis of their gender. Let's say you are selling sanitary pads and you want to target only women who are of certain age, right? So there is no point of targeting a 45-year-old man showing ad of a sanitary pad. So what's the point of that, right? So that's why audience targeting matters so much. This is just a real life example. Many multiple examples can be used for same. On the basis of income, although this option has been removed now from DV360, you cannot target on basis of somebody's income, but on basis of their geographical location you can identify who is willing and who can afford a home at a certain geographical location, and then you can do these targeting. So of course income plays an important role. You wouldn't be targeting somebody with 15,000 rupees salary a Lamborghini ad, right? Okay, on basis of education, what is their education? If somebody wants to pursue masters in digital marketing, only people who have done bachelors in computer science or who have already been working in digital marketing would be shown that sort of ad, right? There is no point of showing a carpenter or somebody who is in a medical profession who has done an MBBS masters to digital marketing ad. There's no point in that. So you can target based on who they are. That is what demographic targeting basically means. Next is behavioral targeting. On basis of their browsing history, their past purchases and their interest, you can do this sort of behavioral targeting. So if somebody has already searched for a certain product or a service, you can reach out to them using this behavioral targeting, because algorithm moves those particular people using the cookies that we accept on each and every website. We are moved to a certain audience list, and then you are targeted on basis of your browsing history, on basis of your past purchases. So if you have already purchased a car insurance, whenever your renewal date is near, all the insurance companies would start to reach out to you. That is because you are part of a behavioral audience and you are being targeted through those campaigns. What is lookalike audience now? So lookalike audience is new users who look best like your existing customers. So if you're already an existing customer of a car insurance company and somebody who has just purchased a car, so that somebody who has just purchased a car would be moved into a lookalike audience list, and they would be targeted the same ads as the person who already had the car and was being shown the car insurance advertisement. What is retargeting? Retargeting is for people who have engaged with your website or your app or your ad, but they were not the purchasers, or even if they were, they want to purchase it again, right? So you are moved into a retargeting list after you make a purchase or after you put a product in the cart but you do not buy it. So we can combine multiple audiences layers for precision. This is called audience stacking. So this is a very important step in performance marketing, in programmatic advertising, wherein we can do multiple layers of these audiences and create a particular audience stack for our product or service. Now let's discuss how often should one person see your ad. We are talking about frequency capping here. Frequency capping basically means cap that limits how many times one user sees your ad in a given time window. It could be per hour, per day, per week, or a campaign basis. Example, maximum 3 impressions per user per day. We can target how many times a ad must be shown to a particular person. Now, let's say you're calling a friend once or twice is fine. If you start calling them 10 times a day, they'll surely block you, right? So that's how ads also work. They do not want to stack you the same person with same ad. Even if that person is interested in buying that product or service or not, they won't stack you up like that. So there is a certain frequency which is set, which is called as frequency capping. It can be done on the basis of past behavior of that person, how that person interacted with your ad or website or app, or it can be done on basis of strategy that a company has decided that I'm going to show my ad to this particular group only this number of times. Frequency levels can be set at different levels like campaign level, IO level, even at line item level. What these levels are, I have discussed in video 4 and 3. You can go back and watch these videos first and then come back to frequency capping to understand it better. And apart from that, we can also do this frequency capping on hourly basis. It is great for time sensitive promos on, like, if there is an ad running for like just a day or so, like let's say Black Friday sale or something. So hourly frequency is there wherein a ad is shown every 2 hours to a person who is really interested in buying that product or service. It can be shown on daily basis. It is most commonly used level wherein an ad is shown once a day to a single person. It can be done for weekly basis. It is good for brand awareness campaigns who are just bring out awareness about their product or service, a new brand especially. If your frequency is too low, users forgets the brand. So low recall value. Sweet spot is awareness plus recall without annoyance. And if your frequency is too high, ad fatigue would be there, like wastage of impressions, money, banner blindness, negative sentiment, like this particular company is stacking me up with ads. I don't want to see these ads. So that's how frequency works. We're coming to day parting now. What is day and time targeting? So we should show ads when your audience is most active. So if you're showing an ad of some product that is used in breakfast and you're only targeting it at times of 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., there's no point. Your most of the audience is sleeping at that particular time. So you should show your ad when your audience is most active. Like a restaurant running lunch specials at noon, not at midnight, similar to the example I gave you. Early morning 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. is the time when commuters are checking their phone. People who are reaching out to their office, who are going to their work, they're checking their phones. So the products who are targeted to those particular people should be targeted at this particular time. Now this can differ from company to company and what your strategy is, but this is like just a basic example of how day parting and time targeting works in programmatic advertising. Now, working hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. B2B audiences best reached. If you are a B2B company, you want to reach out to people who must be working right now. This is the best time because at this particular time, it's their working hours and it's best time to reach out to them. The next slot is evenings 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. This is peak browsing, highest traffic time, and then comes the late night 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. So most of the entertainment ads that you see come during this time, the streaming ads of Netflix, Prime Video, etc. All the new movies coming up, Warner Brothers, etc. Whatever the trailers come up, they show their ad during this particular time. It's not hard and fast rule. It can be flexible, but this is just an example to understand how basically day parting, day and time targeting works. Okay, you can target on basis of what day of week it is. So why it matters? Now, Monday to Friday is ideal for B2B businesses, financial products, career focused campaigns. Of course, because of the simple reason that Monday to Friday they are working and they're mostly interested in these seeing these type of ads, and most probably would become a conversion if shown the correct ad at correct time. And Saturday Sunday is best for e-commerce when people are doing grocery shopping, when they're buying products for their home, they're doing food delivery, they're at home. So you'll see most of the Swiggy ads, Zomato ads on weekends when people are at home. Entertainment like movie trailers and new show trailers are shown during Saturday, Sunday the most. And lifestyle brands who are mostly focused on shopping, etc., are showing their ads on Saturday, Sunday. As I said, this is not a hard and fast rule that only this would be the targeting done by these brands, but most of the times that's how it works. We have come to more targeting types like geographic, contextual, and device targeting. So I'll just explain you in basic what these targetings are and how they work. So geo targeting are where they are. Okay, where they means the audiences that you're trying to reach out to, the probable impressions and your customers. So whether they are in a certain country, you want to target the entire country, you can do that. You can target a city, you can target certain zip codes also. If you are only available in certain zip codes, your service or product is available only on certain zip codes, you can target that. Even you can exclude them, like if you are a pan India company, you're targeting entire India, but there are certain zip codes and locations where you are not available right now, you can exclude them, so that there is no ad fatigue, there is no wastage of impressions and money showing your ad to people who are not actually are able to buy the product, unless it's brand awareness, because it's possible that even if you're not selling your product, you want them to be aware, because in future you would be selling your products there. So yeah, it all depends upon the strategy, but that's how it works. Now you can do it on basis of radius targeting. Like example, if you are doing a store, if you are a grocery store running your ad in LA, a particular region of LA, you can do a 5 kilometer radius targeting. People who are around 5 kilometer of that store radius can only see this ad. You can do a use case, local restaurant running citywide awareness. As I told you, it could be on basis of strategy. If a local restaurant is running citywide awareness campaign, people are willing to move a lot of distance to just to go to this restaurant, then also this restaurant can do such sort of targeting on basis of geography. Next is contextual targeting. What are they reading, right? Ads shown based on the content of web page. If you are on timesofindia.com and you are shown ad of, like let's say you are on economic page of certain newspaper website, right, news website, and then only your ad which is related to some stock market or some app which sells you stocks would be shown. So such targetings can also be done. If you're on entertainment page of a news website, then only the trailer of a new show or movie would be shown to you. So no cookies needed, it is privacy safe targeting. It's not on basis of what you were engaging with before, it's about which web page you are visiting right now. That's why we are showing you this ad. So it is a very safe side targeting. It is used by many companies because it does not require cookies. It complies with their policies. You'll learn about how these policies and strategies work in coming videos. So use case, a running shoe ad on a fitness article. As I told you, if you are already reading a fitness article, it's most probable you would be buying that shoe or you would be interested in that running shoe. Or, and awareness to that particular audiences who is into fitness is more probable, because like that particular person would be more probable customer in future. So that's how this contextual targeting works. What is device targeting? Device targeting, which device you are seeing this ad on, either on desktop, mobile, either on tablet or a CTV like a smart TV. So that can be done using device targeting. You can also target on basis of if you are using an application or a browser. And on basis of that, creative is also designed, like different creative is designed for different screen sizes. Reels, different videos are made for YouTube's landscape format. So yeah, on basis of this device targeting, different creatives are also targeted. Use case, a game app ad is only on mobile devices. Of course, there is no point of showing a app like a gaming ad to a person who is watching a show on YouTube on their connected TV, right? How would they be able to download that game? Because it is only available on mobile phones. So the point is, if you're on the right device, then only that particular ad makes sense to you. The pro tip would be, we can layer geography, device, plus time targeting together for a hyper precise campaign delivery. But make sure that we do not do multiple layers of targeting, because then we have narrowed down our targeting a lot, and we might not be able to serve our ad at all, because we won't be able to pay a lot. We have narrowed down, like I want to target certain people in certain geo who are only using mobile, who only belong to certain audience category, who have a certain income group, who have done education in this. So if we do a lot of narrow based targeting, only a bunch of people would be left, and that would lead to underpacing of our campaigns. We'll discuss how pacing and performance works in coming videos. As of now, you can understand we can layer up these different targeting types to narrow down to people whom we want to target. And that's the one of the most important aspect in programmatic advertising and performance marketing, wherein we decide the strategy on basis, after discussion with the clients and all, we can narrow down to exact people whom we want to show our ad. Key takeaways from today's video would be: audience targeting ensures your ad reaches the right people based on who they are and what they do. Correct. Frequency capping prevents ad fatigue. Find the sweet spot between recall and annoyance. Correct. Frequency is like a very important aspect. You cannot burden a customer with showing your ad again and again, even if they are not interested in your ad. Day parting lets you serve ads when your audience is most active. Timing is everything. Geo, contextual, and device targeting add precision layers to your campaign strategy. Stack these targeting types together to create a laser focused, high performing campaign. We will be discussing about bidding strategies and how auction works, as we decided on the last video. And I'm really happy to see everyone back in this channel. If you have reached this far, that means you're learning about programmatic advertising more and more. And without wasting any time, let's get into the video right away. All right. So we are in the programmatic basics series. If you want to know more about me, you can see the previous videos. I've given my intro there. You can visit my LinkedIn. It's Rishul Sethi. So you'll understand me, where I come from, how I am capable enough to tell you more about this programmatic advertising, right? Today we are discussing bidding strategies and auction mechanics, how advertisers compete, how they bid smart and win the right impressions. So bidding strategy is a very important topic to understand in programmatic advertising, as it comprises of how the automated advertisements actually work. And what we will be covering today would be a structured journey from auction basics to the bidding mastery. We'll learn about auction mechanics, how real-time bidding auction works in milliseconds. We'll learn about first versus second price bidding models. What is manual bidding? How you can set the bid, how you can take the full control and full responsibility of how much you bid or how much you pay for the impressions. We'll learn about automated bidding, in which the algorithm optimize towards your goals. Then we'll move to strategy selection, wherein you can match the right strategy for the right campaign. And lastly, we'll do a quick recap to see what are the key takeaways and what to remember. All right. So first is auction mechanics, how real time bidding works. Real time bidding is a 100 millisecond race, and a lot of advertisers are competing in this race to win against each other. Every ad impression triggers a lightning fast auction behind the scene. When you see any ad on any website, or let's say you are watching Amazon Prime and you see advertisement, so how does it actually work? Why you're seeing a particular ad and why not the competitor's ad? So firstly, the user visits the website, the supply side platform or SSP sends a bid request. This bid request is received by the DSP or demand side platform like DV360, Amazon DSP, the trade desk, and the ad server picks up the winner, that who wins this auction and which advertiser's ad will be shown to you. Then the ad is served and all this happens within 100 milliseconds, not even a second. So total elapsed time is less than 100 milliseconds, which is faster than a human blink. So before you blink your eye, a ad is shown, advertiser wins an auction and ad is shown to you. The three major key players in this particular real-time bidding are the firstly publisher or supply side platform, which sells you ad inventory and sends bid requests to the DSPs. Second is the DSP, which evaluates the bid request and places bids on advertisers' behalf. And the third is ad exchange, which are the marketplaces which are connecting buyers and sellers in real time basis. Then comes first price versus second price auction. You need to understand this, although you do not have control of how much you're gonna pay. Like you cannot choose if you are willing to pay on first price basis or second price basis auction, but you need to understand how actually this particular algorithm of DSPs work and how in programmatic we are moving towards first price auction now. Earlier Google used to use second price auctions. So what these auctions are, let me explain it to you. These rules determine who the winner would be and what they are willing to pay. So first price auction. Now let's say there are three advertisers, advertiser A, advertiser B and C. The first advertiser decided that I am willing to pay $5 CPM. CPM means cost per mil, which is cost per 1000 impressions. So advertiser A decided I am willing to pay $5 for every 1000 impressions. Advertiser B, unaware of what advertiser A has decided on paying 1000 impressions, decided that I will be paying $3.5. And advertiser C decided $2. So of course the winner would be advertiser A, because advertiser A is bidding the highest amount, which is $5 for 1000 impressions, and the winner pays $5, which is what they decided, right? It seems fair that they are paying $5. However, you'll know what second price auction can do and how that was even better option to opt for when we used to have second price auction in Google. There is a risk of overpaying, right? In advertiser A decided $5 and they are paying $5. However, in second price auction, the same bids have been decided by advertiser A, B and C, which is $5, 3.5 and 2. And advertiser A is winning the auction, but they are not paying $5 here. They are just paying 1 cent more than advertiser B to win that auction, which makes even more sense, right? Because if the second bidder was paying $3.5, then it makes sense to just pay 3.51 and win the auction, right? So that's how second price auction works, and that's how Google used to charge you. That was earlier. Now Google's DSP DV360 and AdX have moved to first price auction models. So you pay what you decide. So if you have historical data, you can still take leverage of that. However, in my opinion, second price auction is a better way of doing biddings. It's a dominant strategy. You can bid your true value. You rarely overpay in second price auction. And most open exchanges today run first price auctions. Google's DV360 and Trade Desk use unified auction models. Let's start with the bidding strategy landscape now. We'll cover how fully manual control to fully automated AI driven optimizations can be done on your campaigns. So manual is like you having full control of your campaigns, and automated is where algorithm decides for you. It's algorithm driven strategy. The first strategy would be manual CPM. You set a fixed CPM bid. It is best for branding campaigns whereas no auto optimization is done. You pay what you decide. You decide I am gonna pay $5 for 1000 impressions. So you set a manual CPM of $5 and you pay just $5 for 1000 impressions. Whatever impressions come within that price amount, you just pay for that. Second is manual CPC, wherein you just pay manually for cost per click. It is fixed cost per click. You control maximum spend per click. Then comes target CPA. Herein algorithm finds conversion at your target cost per acquisition. So if you set a target CPA of $5, whatever impressions or conversions can be done, whatever acquisitions can be done within $5, only those probable impressions would be shown your ad. And if you win within those particular impressions, if you win any bid or auction within those probable impressions, you win that particular auction, and the price that you pay for that particular auction would be $5, because you decided I'm gonna just pay $5. Their target was fixed, which is $5, and you'll just pay $5. Then comes target ROAS, or return on ad spend. It is maximize revenue while hitting a target return on ad spend. Just like CPA, you decide my return on ad spend. If I spend $5 on every 1000 impression, I want return of at least $3. So the target ROAS would be $3. So you decide that, and that's how impressions are shown. If any impressions which come within that particular price range, algorithm will show your ad to those particular people only. Then comes maximize conversions. It spends your full budget to get as many conversions as possible. All these strategies are always reliant on what your strategy or like client strategy is, and that's how these bidding strategies are decided. And it also depends upon various other factors, like what sort of campaign you're running. Either it's a conversion based campaign, it's a brand awareness campaign. So all those pointers have to be kept in your mind before deciding a bidding strategy. So I'm telling you what all bidding strategies are there and what all options are available to you. You and your client can decide which strategy suits best for you. The last one would be maximize clicks. Here you get as many clicks as possible within your daily budget. It is best to get more traffic. Max conversion is best if you are scaling your campaigns. If revenue is the thing that you are aiming for, then target ROAS. Awareness is your thing, manual CPM, best strategy, because you manually decide I'm willing to pay this much for 1000 impressions. Manual CPC is best for traffic, and target CPA, as the name suggests, cost per acquisition, it is best for conversions. Okay, now let's discuss manual bidding. Manual bidding, you are in the driver's seat. You have full control over what you pay. It is ideal for experienced advertisers who already have the benchmark data. So if you have decided on a strategy like manual CPM or manual CPC, there are certain pros and cons included in those particular strategies. The pros would be you have full transparency on bid prices. It is ideal for brand awareness campaigns. No reliance on algorithm learning. You do not wait that algorithm will learn and tell me what the best CPM price or CPC price is. You decide on your own basis, I am willing to pay this much CPM or CPC. It is great when you already have benchmark data. When you have already run your campaigns for a while, you are already aware, okay, for my particular product or service, we generally pay this much CPM, so I'll maximum increase it by $1 or 50 cents, whatever you decide. Now, disadvantages or cons of manual CPM or manual CPC are, it has no auto optimizations. It is labor intensive at scale. Sometimes you have to manually go and change. You have to download reports and see what the running CPMs or CPCs are, and then you can reduce it down or increase it depending upon how the performance is doing. There is risk of under or overbidding. Sometimes you can underbid and you can lose out on auctions. You start to underpace, you're not able to spend your full budget. And sometimes you are overbidding, right? You are paying more than what is required, because now most of the algorithms work on first price auction models. It misses real-time signal patterns. So that's also a con, because you don't know in real time what a bid price is going on for a particular product or service. Whereas in automated bidding strategies, it's always reliant on it, because algorithm already knows what others are paying, so it's always reliant on the algorithm. I'll give you an example. Let's say you have a car which is of manual transmission. So manual bidding is like driving a manual transmission car, where you decide when to shift gears. So there is more effort, but you are in full control of the performance. When should you use manual bidding? When you are a new campaign with no conversion history, so you decide what your CPM or CPC should be. When strict CPM floors or price caps are needed, your client tells you, I am not willing to pay more than $5 CPM. You go for manual bidding then. When niche audience with known value is there, and when you are testing creative performance, so you have a controlled spend. Let's discuss automated bidding now, where the algorithm wins for you. The algorithm decides how and what targeting strategies are being used by other advertisers. On basis of that, algorithm decides what is the best bid for you, and they win out the auctions for you. Machine learning evaluates thousands of signals to place the optimal bid in real time. It signals the algorithm uses in less than 100 milliseconds. You have already set up certain targeting settings at the DSP, like you have decided what your device type would be, what time of day you are targeting, what location you are targeting, what browser you are targeting, audience segment, creative, historical CTR data, and search intent. Everything has been put up in the targeting settings of DSP. Now you have put up automated bidding. So automated bidding algorithm evaluates all these signals that you have set up and places optimal bid for you. Four major automated bidding strategies are target CPA, which is target cost per acquisition. It hits a desired cost per acquisition. Target ROAS, or return on ad spend, it achieves a target return on ad spend. Maximize conversion, it gets the most conversions within a budget. Maximize conversion value, so it optimizes for highest value auction. These are the four major type of automated bidding strategies majorly used. Planning to give any programmatic interviews, it's a very important video for you. You need to understand all these bidding algorithms and all these bidding strategies, because this would be your day-to-day work in digital marketing, in programmatic advertising. You will be deciding with other players what the bidding strategy earlier was and how we have to optimize it better. Automated bidding needs data, right? So if you're moving from manual to automated bidding, you should at least have 30 to 50 conversion per month before switching. We'll discuss target CPA versus target return on ad spend. Performance bidding, right? I'm gonna explain you how the performance bidding works. These are two of the most powerful automated strategies for conversion driven campaigns. Target CPA, or cost per acquisition, where you tell the algorithm, I want one lead per sale for X dollars. So your goal is maximize conversion at target cost, wherein when you go to target ROAS, or return on ad spend, you say for every 1 rupee spent, I want return of X rupees in revenue, which could be 0.5 or 2. So the goal here is maximize conversion value at target ROAS. Target CPA is best for lead generation campaigns, app installs, and sign-ups. Of course, you are acquiring a product or service, so you, like, the campaigns which are best suited for this particular strategy are lead generation campaigns, where you want more and more leads. The app install campaigns, where you want app should be installed within a particular price range, and you want more sign-ups. The target ROAS strategy is more suited for e-commerce, wherein there is a product which is of X rupees, and then you are putting X rupees in marketing, so you want some certain amount to be returned to you as well. So it is best suited for e-commerce, wherein you are more suited towards return on ad spend. For high value product sales, so where money is involved and it's not basically awareness campaign or sign up campaign, then return on ad spend is more suited. The input for target CPA is target CPA. Example, you can set what your target is, which example rupees 300 per lead. You are willing to pay rupees 300 per lead, so you can set a target of rupees 300. And for return on ad spend, there is a percentage. Like, I want 400% return on what I am spending on the marketing campaigns. For target CPA, the output is algorithm auto adjust bid per auction, and the output for ROAS is higher bids for high value conversion. You need to watch out 30 plus conversion per month to stabilize. If you have opted for target CPA, you need 30 plus conversion per month to stabilize. Formula for CPA is total spend divided by total conversions. Important for interview, you can note it down. And output for ROAS is higher bid for high value conversion. You need to watch out needs value tracking plus sufficient data. First you have some certain data, then only you can aim for ROAS. Formula for ROAS is revenue divided by ad spend into 100. Equally important for interviews, you can note it down. Which bidding strategy should you use? Match your campaign goal to the right bidding strategies every time. Okay, so if your campaign goal is brand awareness, the recommended strategy is manual CPM. And the stage. Now we are also discussing what stage your campaign is at. If your campaign is new, you're right now creating awareness of your product or service. So you should opt for manual CPM. If your goal is driving website traffic, then manual CPC or max clicks should be the strategy. You are still at new stage. Now everything will make sense to you. See, if you are a brand awareness campaign, of course manual CPM is best suited for you, right? Because you don't have the data right now. You do not know what if you overpay, because most of the DSPs are using first price auction model. What if you overpay? What if you are paying $5 or $10 for something worth $1? So manual CPM is best. Discuss with your client and strategy how much you are willing to pay for 1000 impression. On basis of that, decide what you are willing to pay for brand awareness and website driving traffic. Now the third goal could be generating leads. If you want to generate more leads, target CPA. See, the full form of CPA is cost per acquisition. If you want to acquire customers, generation leads is the strategy, like the goal. If your goal is generate leads, the strategy is target CPA. It makes sense, right? You want to acquire more customers, target CPA, because now you are at scaling level. You're not a new campaign now. Now you're scaling up. If you want to boost app installs, target CPA again, because now you're deciding what I am willing to pay per acquisition. So again, you're at scaling stage. If you want to increase sales revenue, target ROAS. Now you already have leads, you already have certain data, so you can increase sales revenue by setting up. I am paying X amount in my marketing or digital marketing. I want 10% or 20 or 100% return on my ad spend. So now you're a mature stage. Then comes max conversions in budget. You're maximizing conversions, so you are at scaling stage, and the strategy should be maximize conversions. So you should start with manual CPM for new campaigns. You should switch to smart bidding once you have enough conversion data. What we discussed today is these 5 things. RTB happens within 100 milliseconds. Every ad impression is an auction. It starts when a user loads a page and it ends before they see it. First versus second price model. Who you pay? In first price you pay your bid, in second price you pay the next highest bidder. Most exchanges now use first price model. Manual bidding, wherein you are in control. Automated bidding, wherein you are scaling your campaigns. You are not in control, it's algorithm deciding for you. So use manual when you are new or testing. Switch to automated bidding once you have enough conversion data. Fourth thing that we discussed today was matching strategy to goal. If awareness is the goal, CPM should be the strategy. Traffic is the goal, CPC should be the strategy. Leads is the goal, target CPA. Revenue, target ROAS. Don't use target ROAS for a brand campaign. You are just starting up, you don't have that conversion data, no point of using target ROAS. You'll either end up underspending or overspending. Data is the fuel. Automated bidding fails without sufficient data. Target 30 to 50 conversions per month before going to smart bidding. We're going to discuss the audience strategies. So without wasting any time, let's get into the video right away. All right. So we are discussing audience targeting strategies today. And we're going to discuss how programmatic ads find exactly the right person at the right moment, because that's what programmatic advertising is meant for, right? We will be discussing 6 targeting strategies with the real world analogies, and I'll give you some quick startup tips and some tips on cracking the interview. This is the programmatic basic series, and in the audience targeting, let's discuss what exactly audience targeting means, why it matters for every programmatic campaign. Let's start by thinking of it like fishing. Instead of casting a huge net hoping to catch anything, audience targeting lets you use the exact right bait in the right exact lake at the right exact time. So you know there is less waste and more results. You'll catch the exact fish you are targeting towards. It gives you 3 times more higher CTR with targeted ads versus generic. 50% less budget is wasted on irrelevant impressions, and 72% of consumers only engage with personalized ads. This is all data coming from years of experience of programmatic. You can search it up on Google as well. So that's what audience targeting means. It means that you are targeting the exact audience which is interested in buying your service or product, so that you don't waste impressions or money on showing your ads to people who are not actually interested in buying that service or ad. Now, six core targeting strategies for audience targeting are demographic, behavioral, contextual, retargeting, lookalike, and first party. We'll discuss each of them in detail. Now, each strategy answers a different question about your ideal user. Like the demographic answers, who are they? Like what age they belong to, what location they belong to. So that's what demographic means. Behavioral means, as the name suggests, what have they done? What are their behaviors? What are their behavior patterns? Using that data, you can narrow down people who are actually interested in that service or product that you're offering. Contextual means, what are they reading? What kind of context you have? What kind of text they are referring to? What kind of context they are interested in. Retargeting, as the name suggests, when you have already shown some sort of interest in their product or service and now you are retargeting them. Like, have they visited before? Have they visited your website before? Lookalike means, who resembles my buyers. Lookalike audience is similar to your existing customers, purchasers, or web visitors. So you can retarget lookalike audiences which looks more like your existing customers. And first party data, which is very essential for most of the advertisers, is, do I already know them? You might be having some sort of email list, some CRM data of your own, data of your own customers. You can use that first party data to address the users who are interested in buying the service or product. Let's discuss each of the strategies in detail now. The first one would be demographic targeting. So you need to reach people based on who they are. It's like a TV channel buying ads during cartoons to reach kids. So of course, if you're selling a kid's biscuit, you will be targeting Cartoon Network first, right? In same way, in demographic targeting, you can target the exact age, gender, location, language, income, education that the customer belongs to. You can target a person who is 25 to 34 years old. You can decide their gender, if they're male, female. You can decide the location, what city, state, or country they belong to. You can target the language, if they speak Hindi or English or French. You can target the income. It's an important metric. However, it's not relevant for all DSPs. Many DSPs have removed the income based targeting now. You can also target on basis of what education they have. If they are college graduates, if they have done masters, if they are just 12th pass outs, so you can target on basis of that. Second one would be behavioral targeting. We can reach people based on what they have done online, what their behavior is, online behavior is. Like Amazon showing you ads for running shoes because you searched for marathon training plan last week. So that's more of a behavioral targeting. Like you searched for a marathon week and now you're being shown new running shoes. So the journey is like the user journey, whatever you have searched, whatever your behaviors have been online, the data signals are sent to the DSPs, to the ad networks, and then your ad is served. So all this data is stored by algorithm using cookies, and on basis of your behavior these cookies then target, like they create an audience list, and many advertisers purchase this list or use them from the DSPs and then do the behavioral targeting. So the example, as the marathon example was there, you search for the best running shoes, you read 3 product review articles. Now you are showing a behavior to the algorithm that I am interested in buying running shoes. Now data platforms bucket user, you're put in a bucket of people who are interested in buying running shoes, and then Nike, which is the advertiser, they show you the ad of those running shoes that you're interested in. So that's what behavioral targeting is. Third would be contextual targeting. So you can match your ad to the content being viewed. It does not need any cookies. So it's, most of the advertisers are now moving towards contextual targeting because it does not require cookies and it's future proof. People are becoming more aware of they do not want to share their data, and cookie-less targeting is the future. So contextual targeting is very important and mostly used by many big advertisers. It's like a sports magazine placing a Gatorade ad. The content attracts the right audience naturally. So if you are reading a sports page, of course you will be shown ads related to those sports equipments. Or if you are reading economic article, then you might be shown ad of a stockbroker or a big stock app. So that's how the contextual targeting works. Basically, AI reads the page content, it identifies the topics and keywords, it matches to the relevant ads which are relevant to that particular page that you are reading. So no user tracking is required, no behavioral targeting is required. That's why I told you that it's future proof. And why it's big right now? Because cookies are going away, privacy laws are getting stricter, it works without any user data, and it also complies with brand safety, so it's brand safe and transparent data. Next one would be retargeting or remarketing. So you can win back users who have already shown interest in your ads. It's like a shopkeeper who runs after you saying, hey, you left something in my store, gently via ads. The retargeting journey works in this way. When a user visits your website, Pixel fires and tags the user. You can see a small cookie here. It means you have stored some data on that website, that you visited that website. Now, the owner of that website has your data. Now, user browses other sites. You're browsing other sites now. Your ad follows them around. But the first website that you visited of a product or a service that you were interested in, the ad of that product or service would follow you now on each website that you visit. And then you return back and convert as a customer. It's important to set a frequency cap so you don't show the same ad 50 times. It annoys the users. It's a pro tip that if you're running retargeting, you have to apply some sort of frequency cap on those ads because you don't want to annoy the customers by showing the ads again and again. Next one up is lookalike audiences, which means you can find new people who just look like your best existing customers. It's like telling your best employee, find me 10,000 more people exactly like our top 100 customers. That is possible via algorithm and lookalike audiences. The seed audiences, the audience that you already provided of your customers, it's your existing buyer list, website visitors who converted, it could be your email subscriber list or your CRM customer data. Using AI, platform finds similar people to those lists and who have same interest in browsing habits, who have similar purchase behaviors, or matching the demographics of your existing customers. It's up to 1 to 10% lookalike scale. Next one up is first party data and custom audiences. It's the most powerful and most private targeting signal that you own. It's your own data of your own customers. So that is a very important data for any kind of advertiser, especially new advertisers. It's like your own contact book. You already know these people, so you can speak directly to them. You know what their interests are. So what is first party data? It's your CRM or customer based data. It comes through email and newsletter list. It comes through website visitor history or app usage. If you're targeting an app or if you have an app alongside your website, you know who people who downloaded your app or visited your app. How to activate this? You can upload a CSV file to DV360 or Trade Desk directly of this first party data that you own. It matches to the platform IDs. It creates a custom audience segment of first party, and then you can target or suppress those users. Either you can target the first party audiences or you can suppress them if they have already purchased it and you know your service or product is like such, which does not require a rebuying, so you do not want to waste that money, so you can even suppress those audience lists, like I do not want to show my ad to these people now. Why this is a winner? Because no third party cost. Third party audience list of course costs more than the first party data. It's your own data, so you won't be costed much. Highest intent signal. The intent is highest here because you know they are interested in this service. It's your own data. It's your own website visitors or CRM data. It survives cookie depreciation, right? So it's also cookieless targeting. It's your own data. You don't have to store, like, algorithm is not storing any cookies and showing this data to you. They themselves subscribe to your newsletters to get these advertisements, and you own it forever. It's your own data, you own it. Now, which strategy should you use? We can match the right tactic to as per your campaign goal. If the strategy is demographic, the best goal would be brand awareness. Budget level is low to medium and complexity is pretty easy. The strategy is behavioral. The goal is mid funnel intent and the budget level is mid. The complexity is medium. Contextual goes best with brand safety or PR because cookie-less targeting, of course, as I already told you, budget level is low in this cookie-less targeting. Complexity is pretty easy. You just have to select these audiences. Retargeting is best suited for conversions when you know somebody has already visited your website. Now they are already about to get converted and budget level is considerably low and complexity is medium in retargeting. Strategy, if lookalike is your strategy, it goes best with the prospecting sort of campaigns. Budget level is pretty high here and complexity is medium. If the strategy is first party, it's best suited for the loyalty customers. Budget level is low because this is your own data and complexity is advanced because you should be able to store this data, the CRM data, or your website visitors list. So the complexity is pretty advanced. Key takeaways from today's video would be that targeting shows your ad to the right person, not everyone. That's why targeting is important and a very important thing why people generally use programmatic ads. Demographics tells you who, behavioral tells you what. Contextual targeting works without cookies, so it's future proof. Retargeting wins back warm users. You can set the frequency cap so that you do not annoy the users by showing your ad again and again. Lookalike audiences helps you find new customers at scale. First party data is your most valuable long term asset because that's your own data of your website visitors or CRM data. So it's an important asset for you. The programmatic basic series, which will explain you how to use programmatic advertising. Even if you're trying to crack a interview, which is upcoming for you in programmatic advertising. If you're new to digital advertising, this is a very great field to understand programmatic, which is future proof, AI ready field, and one can build a great career in it. So without any ado, I'll straight away get to the video. Here it is. Alright, today we are going to discuss bidding strategies and how real-time bidding works. I've already discussed this in video 6, but this is the extended version because in upcoming video, the topics that we are going to discuss require somewhat recap of the bidding strategies and real-time bidding. This is a very important topic because it's the basic and gist of programmatic advertising. Even if you just understand the real-time bidding and bidding strategies, if you are a fresher, you can crack any interview. You can understand how programmatic advertising works, how DV360, Amazon DSP, all these DSPs work, because on this topic itself entire programmatic advertising is based. So what is real time bidding? Real time bidding is in real time when you show your ad, being an advertiser, how a ad is displayed on a particular website and is shown to exact people who are interested in that service or product. So your ad win in millisecond, and strategies that drive those results are bidding strategies. You will be learning today what is real-time bidding, how does real-time bidding auction flow works, what are the type of bidding strategies, what is target CPA, ROAS and more. These are the bidding strategies and choosing the right strategy. So what is real-time bidding? If we go by definition, think of it like eBay. Except the entire auction happens in under 100 milliseconds before the page even finishes loading, right? Every time you open a web page, an invisible bidding war breaks out for the ad space on it. So within 100 millisecond, entire auction is happened. More than 8.4 billion impressions are being shown, real-time bidding impressions per day globally. More than 8.4 billion, okay? There are three major parties involved. Number one is buyer, number two is exchange, and number three is seller. Buyer is the person who will show your ad. Ad exchange, which will act as a medium between buyer and seller is the person who wants to show their ad. Real time bidding is type of programmatic advertising where ad impressions are bought and sold through instantaneous automated auctions. You are not doing it manually. This is all happening through algorithm automatically, one impression at a time, with each bid tailored to that specific user. This is a very important point, that you are not buying ad placements, you are just bidding for the right to show an ad space to a specific person at a specific moment. And that's what programmatic advertising is all about. How the real time bidding auction flow works. All of this happens under 100 milliseconds, which I've already explained to you. So, first, when a user visits a page, a user opens a website with an ad slot available. Whenever somebody creates a website, how do they earn? They earn through the spaces that they provide on right or left side or on the top of the page, where advertisers can showcase their ad. It's just like a newspaper. How does newspapers earn money? Right? You get a newspaper for under $1 or like 4 to 5 rupees. But does it actually cost that much? It costs much higher than that. A newspaper must be costing around 15 to 20 rupees, even if you go by the printing and the cost of pages and paper, etc. But they just give you for 4 or 5 rupees. How? Like purchasing the newspaper. They are earning through the advertisers. So even in websites earn when there are ad spaces available and advertisers advertise on those ad spaces. So that's how, when a user visits a page, the users open a website which has multiple ad spaces available. Now bid request is sent. This is happening automatically because the ad space was available. So bid request is being sent by a SSP or a supply side platform. This bid goes to multiple DSPs like DV360, Amazon Ads, and the Trade Desk. Multiple DSPs are there. They have some user data. They have already set the targeting. Whenever user who is into this particular behavior or belongs to such particular demographics visit this website, our ad should be shown to this particular persons. So DSPs evaluate and bid. Each DSP checks if the user matches the campaign targeting. Now auction runs on ad exchange. There is an ad exchange between DSPs and SSPs. For example, AdX, which is owned by Google, is one of the biggest ad exchange. There are multiple ad exchanges like that. So they give the bid, they give the ad space to the highest bidder. Highest bidder wins, often second prize auction rules. We have already discussed what are first prize auction and what are second priced auctions. You can see it behind in the playlist. I have already made a video over it. Now your ad is served. Whoever bids highest, they win the ad space and their advertiser's ad is served. Winner's creative is loaded, page finishes rendering. So the total time is under 100 millisecond. It's faster than a blink of an eye. And second prize auction, the winner pays $0.01 more than the second highest bid. So the first, if let's say you are advertising for a shoe and like you are advertiser A. Now you decided I am ready to pay $5 as a bid price. Okay, I am ready to pay whenever somebody makes a purchase. I'll pay $5 for it. And the advertisers B, who is also selling a running shoe along with you, they decided I'll pay $3 for a bid. So you won't be paying $5. You would be paying $3.1. Okay, because the second person after you decided that he will be paying $3. So you just pay 1 cent more than him and you win that auction. Your ad is shown to that particular person. This encourages honest bidding. What is manual versus smart bidding? These are two school of thoughts. Both have their own place in programmatic advertising. The first one is manual bidding. You set the bid always. You decide what you are ready to pay. Okay, the pros are full control over every bid. You are in grade for testing and learning. It's a predictable spend because you have decided this spend. Okay, I'm ready to pay this much as a bid. And the cons are it's much more time consuming than smart bidding. You miss the real time signals and it requires deep expertise to understand how much you can manually pay. You require a lot of data for this. I have already made the video in video 6. I have explained this. We are just revising it for the next video because you need to understand what manual bidding is, what smart bidding is, what real time biddings are. And in smart bidding, as we already discussed, the algorithm bids based on real time signals. So It reacts to real time signals. It scales without manual effort. You don't have to manually put in $3, $3.5, whatever. It optimizes towards your goal. You just set the goal that this is my goal. I want CPA of this amount, or I want CPM or a ROAS of this amount. And then algorithm automatically optimizes towards your goal because you are on smart bidding model. And the cons are, you need conversion data first. Of course, first you will need conversion data because algorithm needs some relevance of how your customers behave with your advertisements. It is less transparent because you don't know what you're paying, right? Sometimes you might be paying $5 for something which costs $3 because you are in an auction which cost you $5. You can overspend while learning. In learning phase, you might overspend, as I already told you. So the pro tip is start with manual bidding and then collect the data and then switch to smart bidding once you have 30 to 50 conversions per month. Now, the smart bidding strategies. What are the smart bidding strategies? Google's algorithm does the heavy lifting. You just pick the goal. There are multiple smart bidding strategies which you can choose after you have certain data. You can go with these particular bidding strategies. You just have to manually select them on the DSP and everything works on its own. You don't have to manually check what is the ongoing bid or how much should I pay for this particular ad. You just choose the right strategy as per your own goal. Let's say your goal is to get conversions at a specific cost. You go with target CPA. It's the full form is target cost per acquisition. So let's say the target CPA is 500 rupees. The algorithm optimizes every bid to hit that particular average. Okay, you are not doing it manually, algorithm does it. Now let's say your goal is to maximize revenue relative to spend, that how much you are spending on your ads, you want a particular revenue back from that. So you can select target ROAS. It's best when e-commerce with variable order values. It's best for the e-commerce businesses. And let's say you set a target ROAS of 400%. So for every 100 rupees spent on a particular ad, you will get 400 rupees in revenue. That's how target ROAS works. It's very simple. I am trying to explain it to you in as simple terms as possible. And that's how these things work, right? Next would be maximize conversions. Somebody who is trying to spend their full budget on conversions itself, they should optimize for maximize conversions. As the name suggests, it maximizes your conversions. You get the most conversions within the budget allocated. So it's best when new campaigns with limited data, brand awareness with action. You are trying to get the brand awareness done and there is some action involved in it, so you can opt in for these maximize conversion strategies. If your budget is, let's say, $5,000 per day and the algorithm spends it to maximize the total number of conversions, that's when you opt in for the maximize conversion strategy. The next one would be maximize clicks. You can drive as much traffic as possible. If the goal is to get the highest volume of clicks, you opt in for this strategy. It's best for the top of funnel marketing channels, and when you are a traffic based campaign, there is a new site launch, you can opt in for maximize clicks. It's best for awareness campaign, not ideal if you're paying per conversion. How to choose the right strategy? If your goal is to drive traffic to my website, the recommended strategy would be maximize clicks because it gives you volume over quality. It's great for top of the funnel campaigns. If your goal is get sign-ups at a fixed cost, the recommended strategy is target CPA. You define the acceptable cost per lead. Same goes for each and every goal that is shown in this screen. I'll just read it out for you. You can take a screenshot if you want because this is important. This is often asked question in basic interviews, like which strategy do you use for which kind of campaigns and why. So if your goal is maximizing e-commerce revenue, you should go for target ROAS because algorithm prioritizes high value bidders. If your goal is spend full budget on actions, go for maximize conversions because it's best when you have data but no CPA target. A new campaign, zero data, what should you opt for? Either manual CPC or I'll go with maximize clicks because it builds data before switching to smart bidding. Very important for new campaigns. If somebody asks you what would be your recommended strategy for somebody who's just starting up in DV360 and doesn't have much data, so I would suggest Either go with manual CPC if you have some sort of data as per your marketing team, or go with maximize clicks if you are trying to opt in for some smart bidding strategy and you have no other data sources at all, because it builds your data before switching to smart bidding. Later on you can switch to smart bidding, but it will build up your data if you start with maximize clicks. Now your goal is brand awareness, no conversion involved. So you can opt in for CPM or cost per mil, which is 1000 impressions, or VCPM. These are almost similar strategies. There is a bit difference in VCPM, ECPM, ECPA, and CPA. I'll explain it to you in coming videos what these strategies means. As of now, you can understand CPM is cost per 1000 impressions, and you pay per 1000 impressions, not actions. That's best for brand awareness where no conversions are involved. Smart bidding needs data. Without enough conversions, the algorithm starts on guessing, and guesses can be wrong. Key takeaways from today's videos are: RTB is speed. Okay, the entire auction is happening within 100 milliseconds. You're bidding for a specific person, not just placement. 5 steps flow: user visits, bid request, DSP's bid, exchange is auctioned, ad is served. So know this cold. This should be on top of your mind before appearing for an interview. What is the 5 step process of programmatic advertising? This is how the ecosystem works, right? And manual first. Start with manual to collect the data or maximize clicks, and switch to smart bidding only after 30 to 50 conversions per month data. Strategy is equal to goal. What your goal are, your strategy should be, bid strategy should be aligned with that, right? If the target CPA for a fixed cost, target ROAS for revenue, maximize conversions for value volume. And data is the foundation. Without data, it's nothing. No advertising can give you results if you don't have enough data. So smart bidding without conversion data is like giving Google your credit card without any spending limit, which you don't want, right? That's a wrap for video 8. We'll be discussing about campaign measurement and attribution, how to track what actually works, and how we optimize for performance and pacing in these programmatic campaigns. It's a bit advanced level video. We're done with the basics now, so we will move to a bit advanced level. It will be coming very soon, and if you understand how real-time bidding ecosystem works from auction to ad, how to pick the right strategy for any goal using this video, please do not hesitate to drop a like, comment, and subscribe to these videos, because it takes a lot of effort coming out of my job and making these videos for you guys, because I know how it feels when you're not able to crack these interviews, not knowing where to how to move ahead in this particular field, because it's a bit challenging field. I understand if you do not have hands-on experience, you might not be able to understand everything goes above your head, but I am trying to explain it to you in as layman terms as possible, how programmatic advertising works. And I want a lot of people moving into this particular industry because it's growing at a fast pace, and it's a future proof industry of digital marketing. You do not need much of AI skills. Everything is being done by algorithm itself. You're just handling these algorithms, and there are multiple roles involved in this programmatic industry, which we will be discussing later. I'll make a separate video on how programmatic advertising roles are, what is AM, what is analyst, who are media buyers, who are media traders, who are media planners, because there are multiple roles involved in this particular industry, multiple tools involved. And if you work for a big client or a big advertising agency, there are particular teams which are devoted to particular works. You don't have to do anything. But for people who just do working in a startup or a company which handles a one person digital marketer system, these particular strategy videos are best for you if you're just starting up, because they'll give you some idea on how you should opt in for your campaign strategies, how you should decide your strategies, if you should move to smart bidding or manual, and stuff like that. Today we will be talking about click attribution models and attribution models in general, not just the click attribution models. So what does the attribution model basically means? As the name suggests, what attributed for someone to become your customer or get your service. So we will be talking about all that. Let's get into the video right away. All right. So The topic for today is programmatic attribution because we will be focusing mainly on programmatic advertising as this is programmatic advertising basic series, and we'll talk about tracking what actually works. So this is video 9 in the series, and we'll be talking about the campaign measurement skills. The first challenge, a non-linear journey. So do you see this picture on the right side of the screen where there are multiple roads connecting to some path or the other, and they are in a like a non-linear journey. The journey is not straight path. So there are in similar way digital marketing works. You never know what actually made a customer buy your product because the journey is such non-linear. Maybe a customer who purchased your product subconsciously had this thing saved in his mind from his childhood, like he used to see the ad on TV and always thought I'll one day buy this product. For example, I'll give you my own example. When we were children, we used to see a Shah Rukh Khan ad promoting a particular watch brand. Okay, that was a very expensive watch at that point of time for me. And I used to think, okay, one day when I start earning, I'll definitely own this watch. So later on, much year later, when we started earning, or I started earning, uh, I searched for that watch one day, and I used to see certain advertisements, certain offers that watch company started to give me. But does that mean that the particular watch that I purchased was the we can give the attribution to the last ad that I saw? No, right? Because it's something which came from my childhood. I always used to admire that watch and I wanted to buy it from a long, long time. So, in a similar way, in digital marketing, it's a non linear journey where you never know what actually attributed for somebody to buy that product or service. We will be talking about how this non-linear journey actually gives us the right to understand where exactly those touch points are which lead us to understand the customer journey. So the example that I gave you, we cannot actually track the advertisement because it's a old brand, right? But in today's digital age, we can track down somebody's journey if we have the right attribution model set. We can track down what exactly led to a conversion or somebody becoming a customer. So let's understand that. So multiple touch points involved. A consumers interact with many ads across platform before converting. The path is rarely straight. So as I already told you, maybe you search for a Omega watch and you see the ad on Facebook, and then you go to Instagram, you see the ad there. Then you visit a website, let's say you are reading a newspaper online and you see the same watch ad on that newspaper as well, right? So already three times you have seen this ad, and for the fourth time when you see the ad on another website that you're just scrolling, or some application or some game that you're playing, and you see the ad and you click on it, you directly are redirected to Amazon web page, or let's say just the watches landing page, and you end up buying that product. So there were multiple touch points. The ad was being shown to you, right? Like starting from Facebook to Instagram to newspaper that you read. So we cannot attribute the complete credit to the last game or the app that you used where you saw the ad and became a customer. It has multiple touch points. So that's what this particular point is talking about. The next point is last click blindness. So traditional last click models miss the full picture, over rewarding the final step and ignoring earlier influence, right? So if we give just the credit to the last app that you used where you saw the Omega ad and you ended up buying it, then it would be not correct, right? Because the ad was actually being shown to you from, like, the first time you saw the ad was on Facebook, then on Instagram, then on the website where you were reading some article, and then on an application where you ended up buying it. But if we give the full credit to the app itself, then it would not be right. So, last click blindness is the myth that this particular attribution model breaks if we set it right. So, last click is also an attribution model where we give the entire credit to the last click where the customer, like the last ad that the customer saw, the complete credit is given to that, which is not fair in my right mindset, because it depends upon product to product and service to service. For this particular e-commerce product, a watch, this does not make sense. So today we'll be talking about the entire journey using a Omega watch. And the journey is something like you saw the ad first time on Facebook, then on Instagram, then you were reading some article, and then you saw the ad there. And the last video ad that you saw was on a gaming app that from where you ended up buying that Omega watch. The next point is programmatic complexity. So, cross device tracking and viewability gaps make accurate credit assignment genuinely difficult, right? Because programmatic is such a huge field and shows your ad on multiple platforms, let's say connected TV, on your tablet, on your phone, even the podcast that you're hearing on Spotify. So when you have multiple touch points involved, it becomes really difficult to exactly track where this particular credit can be allotted to. Like you saw this ad on multiple platforms, so the right tracking and tagging should be done before even jumping onto a perfect attribution model. Now, what is attribution? The basic question. Attribution is a process of assigning credit to each touch point a customer encounters on their journey to conversion. So, before becoming a customer, what were the touch points involved, right? That is what attribution is. To understand attribution, we have to identify what works. So, we will pinpoint which channels, creatives, and interactions are driving real results. And then we have to justify ROI. So, we provide the evidence needed to defend and optimize ad spend decisions. Because using these touch points only, we can justify the ROI to the end advertiser, right? That the person did, like we cannot give the credit entirely to the last application from where we buy that Omega watch. We have to, in order to justify the ROI, we have to give equal credit to the first ad that the person saw on Facebook, then on Instagram, and then on the website where he or she was reading that article. So, in order to justify ROI, we need to provide the evidence that this person's journey started from Facebook, then to Instagram, then to a web page, and at last from where he converted was a application, a gaming application. So why programmatic needs accurate attribution? Because the audience, number one point is because the audience is fragmented. Now, user identifies split across devices and environments, making unified tracking a constant challenge. So, if you imagine it's a unified tracking and with one tag itself, I can track every platform, that's not possible, right? So, it's a challenge. The audience is fragmented on different platforms, on different devices. So it's a challenge for programmatic advertisers to actually understand where the customer came from, what were the exact touch points that the customer touched. Now, the second one is attribution loss. Privacy restrictions and limited cross device tracking erode the data needed for accurate measurement. Because there are so many privacy restrictions coming up, like you are already aware that people are getting aware and they do not want to share their data, right? And many of the times people do not even allow apps to track their data. So it becomes in such situations really difficult that cross device tracking is even possible. There could be chances that a person actually saw the advertisement on multiple channels before even becoming a customer, but he or she did not give permissions to that particular application to save their data, to get their data. So we just ended up getting data from one last application that we saw, the gaming app, and we give the entire credit to that gaming app. So that is also a challenge over here. Now the third one would be viewability gaps. Ad served does not always equals ad seen. An impression without attention skews your result. So of course it's not necessary that the every ad that you see you end up becoming a customer of that particular ad, right? Or that particular product service. So viewability gaps are there, and it's also important to understand that it's not necessary that every ad that gets on a particular web page is actually even seen by the customer. So it's not necessary that you're reading an article on a particular web page, or you are just playing a game on an app and then you see a ad. It's not necessary that you are actually paying attention to that. Like skip the ad to play the game again or to read your article again. So your attention is the main thing that the companies are actually. The last point in this journey would be campaign complexity. Because numerous creatives, audience segments, and platforms compound measurement across every campaign. So we have already discussed this. Now there are numerous creatives lying in a programmatic campaign. There are various audience segments that you are targeting, and of course there are various platforms. There is CTV, there is a tablet, there is mobile phone, there is desktop. So the compound measurement across every campaign is actually complex to understand, because like you need exact tags and tracking templates to track these particular ads and touch points. Let's talk about post click attribution. This is like a very important topic to understand, because if you're already in programmatic, you must have heard this name somewhere. Even if you are not working on the attribution models right away, you must have seen it on your like the platform. Like there is a post click attribution model, there is a validity set to it, like how many days and how many times ad will be shown. So that's what post click attribution is. Let's discuss this in detail. So the direct action, credit flows directly to the ad that earned the click, a clear measurable signal tied to deliberate user intent. How post click attribution works? It measures users who interact with an ad or a click and subsequently convert. The full credit is assigned to that click event. For example, a user clicks a banner ad and immediately purchases a product. The banner receives 100% of the ad credit. The strength for this particular model is it directly tied to quantifiable, high intent user actions, easy to track and optimize against. So this is a simplest attribution model. This is the model, let's say the journey that we were discussing, in which the person purchased a Omega watch. So if we go by the post click attribution model, if that was set on that particular Omega advertiser, then the entire credit would go to the last application from where the person ended up being a customer. Like the last gaming application that the customer was playing the game on, and he saw the ad and then converted into customer, so complete credit would go to that particular application. Now we will talk about post view attribution. It's the influencer. Why I'm saying that? Because impressions that shape intent even without a click. In the last model that we discussed, we like the customer ended up clicking on that particular ad and then the credit was given to the last ad. Here in post view attribution, impressions that shape intent even without a click deserve credit for conversions they quietly inspire. So let's say the model or the journey that we discussed there, the first view of the ad was seen on Facebook, and then Instagram, and then the newspaper website that the person was reading article on. So he gave view on multiple channels. How this particular model works? It measures users who view an ad without clicking, yet convert within a defined window afterwards. So example would be a user sees a display ad on Monday, doesn't click, but returns directly to the website on Thursday and purchases. Credit is attributed to the impression. Now, I believe that many models should go by post view attribution, because it's not necessary that the person who became your customer actually became your customer by seeing the last ad. There must be some credit given to the initial ads which the person also saw, right? Now, why it matters? Because it is essential for valuing brand awareness and upper funnel activity that primes audience for conversion. Now, by using this post view attribution model, that the brand awareness campaigns that you ran in starting actually worked. It's not just the conversion based ads that the person are like, if people are getting converted from just the conversion based models, then what's the point of brand awareness, right? The people see this ad at multiple channels on multiple funnel stages and then end up being a customer. So this is an important model. In our case, if the person did not see the ad on Instagram and Facebook and the website of newspaper, then he might not have ended up buying the product from the app also. Now, beyond last click, a more holistic view. So the first touch point where a first click gives full credit to the ad that sparked initial awareness. These are the multiple attribution models. They are majorly used, like the namings that I have allotted are majorly used in DV360, but they are almost similar in Amazon and Trade Desk also. So the first touch point model, time decay model, position based model, and data driven model. These are four majorly used DV360 attribution models that you need to understand. This is an important slide. If you haven't worked on attribution models yet, this will give you a holistic view of how these attribution models and which model should you opt for. The first model is first touchpoint model. Here the full credit goes to the initial sparking awareness ad. So the first ad that is seen by the customer, the full credit goes to that particular ad, no matter if the customer is purchasing later on by seeing fourth or fifth ad which might have more awareness. So I do not believe completely in this model as well. But for some people who are just running awareness campaigns, and also as per your marketing strategy, you need to give these attribution models. So you need to discuss this with your client first. You cannot blindly agree on whatever I am saying, because these are models. Each model is also necessary for some point or the other. Like, your marketing strategy might be different, your advertisers marketing strategy might be different. So I'm just giving you a holistic view. It completely depends upon product to product and service to service, which one should you opt for. So the first touchpoint model is where the first click gives full credit to the ad that sparked initial awareness. Second is time decay model. It distributes more credit to touch points closer to the moment of conversion, right? So if we go in our own journey of Omega ad, we would have selected time decay model, then it would have given credit to the TOI article because it's near to the point of conversion. So it's time decay model. Third is position based model. It assigns 40% to the first, 40% to the last, and 20% across middle. So this is self-explanatory that in a position-based model, credit is divided equally amongst the journey or the touch points that the customer has been seen. In our own journey, if we would have selected position-based model, then the 40% credit would have gone to Facebook and Instagram, 20% been given to the article that the person read, the website that the person visited on which he was reading the article and saw the Omega ad, and the rest of 20% would have been given to the last application from where he became the customer or ended up buying the Omega watch. So that's the position based model. It gives attribute equally. Now, what is data driven model? This is the last model, and many people use this data driven model. So it's a algorithmic credit based on actual contribution of each interaction. It's best for advanced level optimization. So many people have such tracking models in place where they can see the ad, like the user behavior on the website, right? They can see on the first time the person saw the ad, how many times, how much seconds did he spend, ended up seeing our ad, how viewable our ad was, right? Was it 70% viewable, like the 70% of ad was visible on the screen that the person saw this ad? If it was a CTV, how many seconds did the person see this ad for? So it's a very important, and I think it's a model. If you have advanced level tracking set, you should always go by data driven model because it gives credit actually to the ad which deserves the most, right? Because algorithm decides on basis of user behavior that what level of contribution each interaction had. It's best for advanced level optimization as well. You can allot different users on different audience list later on using these tracking models. So data driven attribution is the gold standard. It uses your campaign's own data to calculate each touchpoint's true contribution, removing guesswork entirely. Now, believe it or not, somewhere in position based, time decay, and first touchpoint, there is some sort of guesswork involved. But if we go by data driven models, then it mostly gives you data as per the uh, the data that we have. What are the tools required for tracking success? Now, reliable measurement depends on the right stack working in concert. These three tools form the backbone of any robust attribution setup, right? The first one is Google Analytics. I'll make an entire playlist on Google Analytics. It's very important for you to understand Google Analytics, even if you are in paid advertising, programmatic advertising, whatever you are working on. Google Analytics give you the actual analysis and the analytics being run on the paid ads, even on programmatic. So it offers multiple attribution models, including data driven and last click across paid and organic channels. Second is tag management system. Tools like Google Tag Manager centralize and streamline the deployment of tracking pixel and tags, right? It's the basics. Like tag management is a very simple tool, so I'll try to make the video on it as soon as possible, and it's somewhere connected with Google Analytics as well, so you'll find a video in the Google Analytics playlist as well. So you need to understand the Google Tag Manager and how to place these tags, what these tags should be actually tracking. Very important. Third is Universal Tracking Manager parameters. So URL tags that identify the exact source, medium, and campaign driving each visit and conversion. So what these UTM parameters do is, so each campaign is having some universal tags attached to it. They are pasted along with other tags. So these universal tags give you data of which campaign is driving this result, right? So you need to understand UTM parameters, and I'm soon gonna make a video on these three important topics because they are tools for tracking success. Without these tools, you cannot understand what you are tracking. Many of the times when you are starting to work on programmatic channels, you are already given these tags provided in your campaigns. But if you are setting it up from the basic, when you are starting up, how to set up these tags and why these tags are important, it's very important because initially in my job life, when I started out working with CTS, I used to work on Google Tag Manager team, and I understood that even the basic customers need to understand their, like, a holistic and a longer view approach on what all they want tracking for. Even if you're a brand awareness campaign, you should have tags placed for conversions, because you never know which customer ends up buying your product, even if you are doing a brand awareness campaign, right? So these tags are very important for you to understand. You should set them up. The first thing should be the tagging. Without even starting the campaign, the tags should be set first. Mapping the true customer journey. Every conversion is a result of many interactions. Accurate attribution connects the dots across channels, devices, and movements, revealing the full story behind every sale. That's what we have been discussing even in our Omega Watch example. So the first, we have already discussed what are the different levels of funnels. If you haven't seen that video, I'll attach it in the description, where we have discussed tofu, mofu, bofu, and the different funnel stages, in which the first one is awareness, where display and video impressions spark initial interest. Then the customer goes to the consideration stage, where retargeting happens, search ads nurture intent, and the final stage is conversion or decision, which is the final touch point closing the conversion. Important for you, I've already made a video on this exact slide, an entire video dedicated to different funnel stages. You need to watch that before watching this video. Now the payoff: smarter spend, better results. With using these collect attribution models, a confident budget allocation can be done, because accurate attribution tells you exactly where to invest and where to pull back your money, with data to back every decision. Now continuous optimization: with using the correct attribution models, you can do the correct optimizations. Ongoing measurement enables iterative improvements across creatives, channels, and audience segments. We will be talking about how optimizations, brand safety reporting, and such things are done in DV360 and other programmatic DSPs. We are starting with our first video, which is and viewability, how to protect your brand in programmatic ecosystem with a deep focus majorly on DV360. And thank you so much for writing me on comments on my LinkedIn as well. You reached out to me, it means a lot to me. I have started this intermediate series for people who are applying for interviews right away. This particular video will help you understand how brand safety works and how you can control a lot of money which gets wasted on impressions that no advertiser wants. So, you will be learning today what brand safety fundamentals are, viewability standards or MRC, IAS, double verify, and more such third party brand safety services. I'll talk about them. We'll talk about DV360 controls and settings. We'll talk about verification tag setup and reporting and optimization. It's gonna be a bit long video, but a very important one. Initially, when I used to give interviews, I also faced a lot of rejections because I was not aware of how brand safety and viewability actually works in DV360. And trust me, once I got to know it, it was a gold standard for me because it was a game changer. I not only improved the performance and pacing of my campaigns, but also met the goals as per advertisers' needs. So this is a very important video. This is the first video of intermediate series. So watch it till the end, and if you have any questions, you can rewind the video and play it again. But this is an important video. I would suggest you to not miss it for anything. Let's get into it. So what we will cover today, you will be learning roadmap for this episode, which would be brand safety basics, what it is, why brand got burnt, and viewability standards like MRC definition, benchmarks and metrics, what verification partners are like IAS, double verify mode, who does what. We'll talk about viewability in DV360. We'll talk about DV360 controls like content labels, sensitive categories, and then at the end, we will talk about reporting and optimization like pulling insights, pulling the reports, actioning on the data. Let's start with the first thing, which is the important thing for today. What is brand safety? So, as the name suggests, brand safety means ensuring your ads do not appear next to content that could harm your brand's reputation, values, or public perception. So, you can think of it as a shield. You want your ad next to a great content, not controversy. So, what is safe? Premium news sites, sports highlights, cooking videos, financial content. This is considered generally safe content where you can show your ads. What is risky? Unverified blogs, opinion pieces, sensational headlines, or uncurated UGC. What UGC is, it would be coming in upcoming slides. So do not worry if you do not understand any term. I have tried to cover everything that a basic layman can also understand, right? So if any term comes up which you do not understand, you can comment it down below, but ensure to watch the video till the end because mostly I have covered everything. And what is unsafe content? Unsafe content means content which contains hate speech, violent content, adult sites, fake news or misinformation. So, avoiding such content is what brand safety is meant for. What is the cost of getting it wrong? If brand safety wasn't an optional, then how come estimated $27 billion were annual loss to a brand safety incidents in digital advertising? This is the data for 2025. As per 2025 data, advertisers lost $27 billion to brand safety incidents in digital advertising. So the real consequences for brands are stock prices drops after ad controversy goes viral. If any ad controversy comes up, in recent times we saw some ad controversies like I won't name them, but you can remember it, right? If you remember them, please comment down below, in which we saw that certain advertisers were advertising on a war article. Now, because of that, their brand reputation went down. We do not want that, right? That's why brand safety is important. So, negative press coverage and media backlash can be there. Social media pylons and consumer boycotts can be there. We do not want all that. And partnership deals are withdrawn by other brands. If other brands get to know that you do not have certain brand safety measures set up and you are being shown on some controversial data, they take away the brand deals that you already have. Campaigns are paused mid-flight, which means like your budget is entirely wasted. Whatever you spent on the impressions is entirely wasted. A real world example is in 2017, the YouTube adpocalypse scandal saw major brands like AT&T, Verizon, PepsiCo pull millions in ad spent overnight after their ads were found running against extremist content. This triggered the industry's biggest brand safety overhaul and directly led to the tools we use in DV360. So this thing also happened where brands like AT&T, Verizon and PepsiCo pulled up their money because their ad was being shown in extremist content. So brands generally try to avoid such content because they want the measures to be in place. First of all, before even setting up a campaign, they already give you brand safety measures in their media plans, that we want to show our ads on content which does not contain certain categories. So this is very important. Brand safety is a major issue for most of the advertisers. Let's talk about brand safety versus brand suitability. These are two terms the industry often confuses. Now, what is brand safety? It's industry wide hard limits, universal never run here rules. It is universally. Brand safety is, like the name suggests, is safety measures. It's universal for never run here, never run on this content. It includes content like hate speech, violence, and adult content. Generally, advertisers avoid these categories. Illegal activity or terrorism, we want to avoid showing our ads there. Same rules apply to all brands, and it's a non negotiable floor level setting. For example, a luxury brand and a fast food brand both block terror related content, right? Because even a luxury brand or a fast food brand both do not want to show their ad on a terror based article or a content, right? Which is spreading some sort of hate speech or terror. Let's talk about brand suitability. It is brand specific preferences, customized rules per brand, because certain brands have certain rules. It does not just mean that you are not showing your ad on hate speech, violence and adult content. That is non-negotiable. After that, each brand has its own set of rules, like you do not want to show your ads on your competitors website. Such rules also apply. So customized rules per brand, tone, sentiment and topic fit, right? It should be topic fit. There are multiple brands I know of which do not want to show their ad on finance website or a stock related website because maybe their brand topic or suitability does not suit that. So it goes with customized rules as per brand's own needs. A children's brands avoid alcohol. Of course, there are brands like if you are a children's garment advertiser, you want to avoid articles which are talking about alcohol or videos which are discussing about certain alcohol content. A beer brands want to avoid wellness content. Of course, if you're watching a doctor's recommendation on YouTube, beer brand would not like to show the ad on such content. So that's what brand suitability is. Your brand should be suited to the content where you're showing your ad. It goes beyond safety, it's about the market fit.
For example, a pharma brand may also block competitor health articles, right? You are a pharma brand, you do not want to show your ad on your competitors' websites which are talking about their own product. Now let's talk about viewability. What is viewability? An ad impression is viewable only if it had the opportunity to actually be seen by a real human user, not just loaded in a browser tab. So, how viewable your advertisement is, that's what matters. You want your ad to be actually seen by the users, and that's what viewability means. Now, MRC or Media Rating Council has given some viewability standards. Let's see what these standards are. And this is important because I remember the first interview that I gave for Google. They asked me these standards, and at that point of time, I was not aware of them. However, I still cleared the interview, but this is something which gets asked often. So, you should be aware of MRC standards. And the fun fact is, about 56% of display ads are never actually seen by a user. Viewability tracking was built to fix exactly that, so that ads actually get seen by the users. So for display, 50% of pixels, if visible for one continuous second, is considered as a viewable impression. In video ads, if 50% of pixels are viewable for 2 continuous seconds, then it's considered a viewable impression that the user has actually seen the ad. And in a large display, which is more than or equal to 242500 pixel, and in large display, if 30% of pixels are visible for one continuous second, then it's considered a viewable impression. Next topic, I'm going pretty fast today about very different topics because they all come under brand safety and viewability measures. Now each of these topic is very important, so I can understand if you are not able to grasp all the information altogether, but if you watch this video twice or thrice and you do your own research alongside, you'll get to know what I am talking about. These are very important topics. Verification partner, so there are some third party verification partners like IAS, double verify and more, which many advertisers opt for their brand safety. The first one and the most used one, integral ad signs or IAS, used for brand safety, fraud detection, contextual targeting, and for viewability measures. So, what it does is pre-bid and post-bid safety segments are introduced here. Total visibility score is given. It detects invalid traffic. Context control is done in using IAS, like it avoids certain topics or targets certain topics. It is directly integrated with DV360. So native integration via brand safety targeting is done. In upcoming slides, I'll tell you how exactly that integration is done. The second most used third party tool is double verify or DV, used for brand safety, viewability, attention, and CTV. It is authentic brand suitability or ABS. It is for authentic viewability metrics, and connected TV or CTV verification is also done using double verify. DV authentic attention product. Now this third party verification tag in ad serving. Okay, let's start with double verify now. Double verify is used for brand safety, viewability, attention, and CTV. So how it works and what its major components are. It's used for authentic brand suitability. We just talk about what brand suitability and brand safety are. This is for meant for brand suitability majorly. Authentic viewability metrics are provided using double verify. You can see the viewability metrics which we just talked about using double verify. Shibit's AI powered optimizations are given. Connected TV verification is done using double verify because many advertisers these days opt for CTV ads. Very important to opt for double verify brand safety measures. And DV authentic attention product like double verify authentic attention product. A third party verification tag is used in ad serving for double verify. The third important tool is Oracle or known as Oracle Moat. used for attention, viewability, and analytics. The major use for Oracle is attention analytics, focus, human and viewability verification, hover interaction signals like which end users hovered over my ad and how he behaved with my ad. So all those analytics are generated using this Oracle tool. Video completion and audibility. One can measure how viewable my video was. If it's a video ad, you can see video completion rate and how audible, like what was the audio level that the end user was listening to my ad or just viewing my ad on mute. So such detailed metrics can be measured if you opt in for Oracle mode. Primarily measurement focused, so it's basically used to measure the results or analytics. So verification pixel is required, tag based integration is done with DV360. What are brand safety controls in DV360? Where to find and set them? Okay, there are three levels where you can set the brand safety measures. The first one, of course, is advertiser level. It's a global default for all campaigns. Since all campaigns live under advertiser, if you apply any brand safety setting over advertiser, then it's automatically applied to line item and campaign level. If you do not understand what these levels are, I have made a video in Programmatic Basic series. It's second or third video in which we are talking about what the levels of DV360 management are, what is advertiser level, campaign level, and line item level. You can watch that video, I'll pin it above. So at advertiser level, you can set digital content labels like DLG, DLPG, DLT, DLMA. I'll discuss each of these labels in upcoming slides, so do not worry about that. What sensitive category blocks are? You can block sensitive categories at advertiser level itself so that they do not come across in campaign or line item level. And then brand verification partner setup with IAS or double verify is done at advertiser level. How you can do that? You need to go to advertiser, then you need to go to resources and brand safety, campaign level. So we can set frequency caps, we can set targeting adjustments, and then we can do brand safety alignment per campaign goal. Maybe advertiser level we set a major chunk over there, but within our campaigns maybe there are different products. So maybe a big company which is also making pharmaceutical products alongside some breakfast products. So in breakfast product they do not mind showing their ad to their competitors pharma website. So such, this is just an example. So such things can be done at campaign level so that we do a brand safety alignment per campaign goal. How do we do that? You need to go to campaign, then you need to go to settings and brand safety. The most granular per flight control is done at line item level, where inventory source are selected, let's say open auction or private marketplace. Viewability targeting is done, what active view percentage we want to target. And we can bid on viewable impressions only. Very important point, because majorly we, like many advertisers, waste their money on impressions which are not even viewable to the end user. So we can do a bidding on viewable impressions which were only viewable. Let's say advertiser has set a limit of 70% or above. So if their ad is shown, I'll give you an example. Let's say slide number 8 is a ad. Okay, so now it's 70% viewable. Now only an advertiser will pay. If it was, now look at slide 8, it is just 25% visible. The advertisers won't even pay if it's just this much visible, right? Next up would be content labels and sensitive categories in DV360. The two core levers for brand safety. What are content labels? We just discussed about them, right? So I'll give you a definition of each content label. DLG, it is general audience. You might have seen this in movies as well. When a movie comes up, there is a certification which appears after the production house, which shows you If the movie is PG, it's an adult movie or it's a general audience movie. In the same way, the content is categorized in these categories so that advertisers are aware where they are showing their ads. So DLG is general audience, it is considered safest, it's family friendly. Think of it like YouTube Kids. What is DLPG? It requires parental guidance. Kids with parental supervision, it has mild themes. DLT is meant for teens and above. It has some mature themes. Most standard placement. Many advertisers use DLT generally. DLMA means mature audience, meant for adult content, strong language, or suggestive themes. And DL question mark means which, like the content which has not been labeled yet. So unknown content block for brands is sensitive campaigns. Now, the block list or the sensitive categories majorly include tragedy and conflict, profanity and crude humor, death, injury and military, alcohol, astrology and occult. Generally, advertisers do not want to advertise their ads on content which includes such topics like tragedy, conflict, sexually suggestive, drugs, tobacco, gambling, religious content. So these are the sensitive categories. We can put them in a block list at advertiser level itself so that our ads are not shown here. A pro tip would be for a conservative brand, block DLMA or mature themes plus DL question mark, which is not labeled yet, content labels, and activate 5 to 8 sensitive categories. For performance campaign, you can be more lenient, test and review brand safety reports weekly. It means that we should be doing weekly performance reports to see our brand safety measures have not gone too restrictive, because it might reduce down our pacing as the number of impressions can go down because we are restricting a lot of content, right? But like most of the times advertisers want to block down the sensitive categories, so work as per your own media plan. Let's talk about viewability targeting in DV360 or active view. So active view is Google's viewability measurement technology built into DV360, a very important innovation in DV360 when an advertiser only pays for views which are actually viewable. So target by viewability percentage. We can set a minimum viewability threshold at line item level. DV360 only bids on impressions where historical viewability meets your target. For example, 70% or above. The example which I just showed you, that how viewable your ad is, then only you need to pay for that impression. So it's a very historical and major component of avoiding ad spend. You do not want to waste your money, right? So if your ad is 70% or more viewable, then only pay for an impression. No point of paying an impression for just 20% of ad which just shows the top label and maybe the name of brand is also not visible over there. So we next is we can optimize bids towards viewability. We can use bid strategy, maximize viewable impressions, or set a custom CPM goal. DV360 AI automatically favors high viewability inventory. So if you optimize towards viewability, there is a bid strategy in which using which like maximize viewable impressions. So majorly if you are running a brand awareness campaign, you can opt in for this strategy. So what DV360 AI does is it automatically optimizes using this particular strategy and favors only higher viewable impression people, like people who will actually see the ad. You can do measure and report viewability. You can pull down the reports for active view metrics in DV360. How, like what percentage of viewable impressions, average viewable time, active view of the CPM or viewable CPM. So we can do all that using the reports. How to do all that? So if you want to do targeting, go to line item level, then click on edit, add targeting and viewability. If you want to do the maximize viewable impression bidding, go to line item level, bid strategy, optimize for viewable impressions. And if you want to pull down the reports to see the active view, reports, standard, add active view columns. Industry benchmark, aim for more than or equal to 70% viewable impression rate for display, more than or equal to 85% for video, and for programmatic average spend is around 55 to 60% viewability. You need to beat it. How do we set up third party verification in DV360 like IAS, Double Verify, or Oracle? So you need to link your verification account, go to advertiser, resources, and brand safety. Connect your IAS or Double Verify account via platform link. First, you will open an account in IAS or Double Verify, and then you'll link your account. Apply pre-bid segments. Select safety and viewability segments from IAS or Double Verify. DV360 will avoid bidding on unsafe inventory before the auction. Add post-bid measurement tags. Append the ISDV monitoring pixel to your creative tag. In your creative tag itself, you can add these tags. This verifies where the ad actually served after the auction happens. So the tagging is of course important. We are suggesting that IAS or DV monitoring pixel should be added to your creative tag itself. So wherever your creative goes, wherever your creative is being seen, you can pull the reports for all those metrics. Review in dashboard. Log into ISDV dashboard to see brand safety incidents, viewability scores, and invalid traffic report. Important topic. And pre-bid segment reduce waste before the impression is bought. Post-bid measurement tells you what actually happened. We need both. We need pre-bid brand safety measures, and we need post-bid measurement of these reports to see, even after putting up so many measures of brand safety, where exactly we missed our chance. Because programmatic is a constant learning campaigns, and like we are always learning new things, we are always showing our ads to new people, new things are happening in news every day, right? So we need to pull down these reports every week to see where exactly our ad is being shown. Reporting on brand safety and viewability in DV360. This is just the major columns which can be used. You can take a screenshot of this particular page where we are showing brand safety report columns like impressions which are unsafe. These are all columns. You can directly select them in reports and put them, and then you will get data for how many unsafe impressions your ad was shown to. Okay, what was the active view percentage, unsafe percentage, that is percentage of served impressions on blocked categories. Even after blocking them, what was the percentage of active view there, what was the IVT rate or invalid traffic rate, what was how many brand safety violations happened. You can count of brand safety breaches which were logged. Reports gives us post measurement analytics and reports so that we can be more restrictive towards them. And what was the block rate, percentage of impression blocked pre-bid, like before even bidding, how many impressions got blocked because we set certain brand safety measures. Now come to the viewability report columns. What columns can we use to pull down these viewability reports? The very important one is percent viewable impression. What is the viewable impression percentage that we are seeing? So core viewability rate, we should always aim for 70% or above. What was the active view or cost per 1000 impressions? VCPM means viewable cost per 1000 impressions. How many impressions were viewable out of them? So average viewable time, what was the time for which our ad was viewable? How many seconds were there? And measurable impressions, impression where viewability could be tracked. And what was the measurable percentage, coverage of your viewability measurement. So the path to do all these reports is reports, standard report, dimensions, advertiser or campaign or creative, whichever level you are selecting the report at. And the metrics you need to add are add active view and brand safety columns, and then schedule it for weekly delivery. As I already said, this like these reporting should be done on weekly basis rather than monthly, because things keep on changing, new controversies keep on happening in news, so we need to be aware of all that. Best practices: set advertiser level default first of all, set everything at advertiser level, which is like basic for your brand itself. Okay, don't rely on campaign level alone. Advertiser defaults are your safety net for any campaign that launches without specific settings. Always use pre-bid and post-bid together. Pre-bid prevents the buy, post-bid verifies it. Relying on only one gives you set viewability targets by format. 70% and above for display, 85% and above for video. Don't apply one targeting across all formats because you will either over restrict or under protect your campaign. Then balance safety versus scale. We do not want to lower down our scale, but we equally want to keep the brand safety in place. So too restrictive means you miss inventory and CPM spike. And if you run a brand safety health check monthly, it tight block scale reach. You need to do that weekly basis. Review brand safety reports weekly, just discussed. And use PMPs for safest inventory. Private marketplace deals with premium publishers is gold standard for brand safety because you're already showing your ad on premium publishers. So these were the key takeaways from today's video that we just discussed in entire video. Let's give you a recap of what all we discussed. So the number one is brand safety is about avoiding harmful content. Brand suitability goes even further. It's about content that fits your brand. We discussed about brand safety versus brand suitability, an important topic to understand with a thin line in between. What is viewability does not mean impression served. Viewability means how viewable your ad was. So MRC standard define what counts. 50% pixel visible for 1 second for display and for 2 seconds for video. Minimum 50% of your ad should be actually visible to the user for one to be considered as an impression. So set your knowing these MRC standards. IAS and double verify are your verification partners. Use both pre-bid segments and post-bid measurement tags in DV360. DV360 gives you three levels of control: advertiser, campaign, and line item level. Set strong advertiser level controls because they are default setting for campaign and line item as well. Now, active view in DV360 lets you target by viewability percentage, bid towards viewable impression, and report on viewable cost per 1000 impressions. Review brand safety and viewability reports weekly. Incident spike around news events. Don't check on monthly basis, do it on weekly basis.
We are discussing intermediate optimization methods and how things work in DV360 in programmatic advertising. We have already discussed the basics in the basic series. This is video 2 of intermediate. So today we would be discussing audience strategy and data in DV360. We have talked about this in the basic series as well, but today we'll talk about a bit more detailed analysis of audience strategy and how data works in DV360. So this video will cover how to reach the right people at the right time using data. Okay, we'll cover first party data, Google audiences, remarketing list, and audience layering. So this is video 2. Let's get started. All right, what is audience targeting? Audience targeting, you can think of it like a supermarket loyalty card. The store knows what you buy and when you shop, what you might want next. So DV360 does the same thing but for showing ads online. So it targets who, what, and why. So who would cover real people browsing the internet, and what would cover their interest, searches, and past purchases, and why. In why we would cover, so your ad reaches people likely to get converted. Let's talk about four type of audiences in DV360. The four type of audiences are first party data, which is your own customer data; Google audiences, which is built by Google's data; custom audiences, which is intent and affinity that you build; and the fourth one would be third party data that you purchase from the audience data providers. We'll cover each of these in detail now. So the first party data is your own audience list. It contains website visitors, which you record using floodlight tags. It contains customer email list, that is your CRM data or the email list data. Then it contains app users. If you're running an application, then people who have already visited your application or downloaded your application, you can. And then if you are talking about e-commerce, people who have already bought from you before, or if you are like selling a service, people have already purchased one of the services, then you can target list of those particular people as well. So where you can find this in DV360, I have attached the screenshots how it looks in DV360 as well for your ease of understanding, because many people who already use DV360 often message me on LinkedIn asking, can you show it on the UI itself? So I've taken some screenshots, and this is in DV360 audience section. How it appears is like this. You see the audience name, the size of the audiences, and the status. Okay, the audience name, for example, is website visitors last 30 days. Then there is cart abandoners, and then there is CRM existing customers. This is first party data's screenshot. And then this 45,000, 12,300 and 28,500 is the size of audiences, how many members are there in each audience list. And the status, green means active, yellow means in review, and red means it is paused or not active. So first party audiences perform best because it's your own data. You already know these people. The second type of audiences is Google audiences. It is powered by Google's data entirely. It contains affinity audiences, people with long-term interest. For example, foodies, travel buffs, or health and fitness enthusiasts. So if you're already into fitness and health, most likely you will be targeted such products or services. In-market audiences means people who are actively researching or ready to buy a particular product. So let's say you're searching for a SUV car, you would be put in a in-market list for a SUV. Okay. Then comes life events, like major life moments like moving from one city to another, graduating, getting married. So you are put into a life event audiences once such life events happen in your life. Because let's say you are just graduated, now Google audiences or algorithm will move you into just graduated list, and people who are trying to sell their college course or online courses or graduation course, they would be targeting you because you have just graduated, right? So we can, like, advertisers can target on basis of life events as well. Then comes demographic. One can target on basis of age, gender, parental status, household income. We have discussed this in much in detail in the basic series as well. But I'll skip this. If you want a detailed analysis of how demographic audience targeting works, you can watch that video. I'll add it in the card above. So for example, you can target age 25 to 34, and you can target the gender if the ad or product is just meant for females. So you can find these audiences by going in DV360, then clicking on audiences, then clicking on browse, and then Google audiences. The third type of audience list is a custom audience list. It is built by you. So the first custom audience list is custom affinity audiences list. It is built audiences based on interests that we define to DV360. We can create it by entering keywords and interest. We can add it by URLs or relevant websites. DV360 builds the audiences. So we can input like certain URLs like ofIndia.com, then they should be put in this particular list. Or if people search for SUVs online, trucks online, or a particular hatchback car online, then they should be put in this particular custom affinity audience list, and we can target them separately. Comes custom intent list. Custom intent list means reach people who are actively searching for your product or service. For example, we can add the keywords buy running shoes online. So whoever searches for buy running shoes online are put into the custom intent list, or best smartwatch 2024. So we can create these audience lists by going into DV360, then audiences, new audiences, and then custom section. Then comes key tactic or remarketing list. We can re-engage with people who we know, right? When a user visits your website, the floodlight tag fires and records that particular user. That particular user is added to your audience list in DV360. Then they see your ads while browsing the internet. So remarketing lists are of three types majorly. It is URL based, people who have visited specific pages like checkout page. So we put them in a particular remarketing list that these people reach till the stage of checkout. Then event based, people who have completed an action. Let's say you're trying to buy a car, you're just researching for it. So you fill up a sign up form, then we put it in an event based list, and that particular car company will retarget their ads to you after knowing your information. And then comes the combined list, which means mix of multiple conditions, mix of people who visited your website and who also filled up the form. We can put up the conditions on our own way, whichever way we want. Remarketing converts 70% better on average than cold targeting. This is a screenshot of DV360's UI. That's how DV360 UI looks. The first option is campaigns, then insertion orders, then line items, and then comes audiences. So you have to click on audiences. We are at the campaign level right now. You can also find it at advertiser level. So by going into advertiser level, on the left navigation section, you will see audiences on the fourth part. Then you click on audiences, you will see all this data there. So it contains all list, then the first party list, Google, custom third party, whichever audience you are looking for, you can click on that particular list. For example, I have clicked on the first party while taking the screenshot. Now it shows the audience name of homepage visitors, checkout abandoners, or auto enthusiasts. These are all the audience list, which are covered in the first party section. And see, you can see this, the type is first party, and then these are Google audiences and then custom audiences. This is the number of members which are in the audience list, and this is the status of the audience list, let's say active or ready to go or paused. So how you apply these audiences to a line item? So you open your line item, go to campaign, insertion order, and then line item. Then you go to targeting tab, click on the targeting section inside the line item. You click on audiences and demographics. This is where all audiences targeting lives. Then you add your audiences, search and select, choose targeting or observation mode. Now while targeting, there are two major modes which are used in audience list targeting. One is targeting mode, in which you directly target these particular audience list or restrict, right? You can target, I want to target these audience lists or I want to exclude these audience lists. In observation mode, you show ads broadly but track performance for these audiences, right? So you should start with observation to learn and then switch to targeting mode. We'll cover this in detail in a separate video, what is targeting mode and observation mode. But for now, you can learn that you should start with observation mode and then later on switch to targeting mode. The next one would be strategy or audience layering, how you stack your signals, because we can do multiple stacking and then we can choose or not type of content narrowing on basis of how our marketing funnel is stacked up or how we want to target these audience list. So the first is like a funnel, the more layers you add, the more specific and valuable your audience gets. For example, somebody is in market for cars. Okay, this is a Google audience. It's a very broad list of Google audience members in which people who are in market, who are searching to buy a car. Then you can stack it up by saying, okay, this is what the audience list I want. And then you can add certain targetings like only age 25 to 44. So you add a demographic layer. I want to target people who are in this broader list of Google audiences who are ready to buy a car, but they should be of age 25 to 44. The next layer would be people who visited my website who are of this age of 25 to 44 and belong to the Google audience list who are ready to buy a car. So this makes a high intent buyer list. After that, you can also use and or not. How these and or not work are like you can target in market for car and age 25 to 44. So this becomes one particular targeting. Then you add a or option here. Either people who are in market for cars and of age 25 to 44, or I can target people who visited my website. So this is like and or targeting. Not means you can target not. Let's say we add not option in the age. Okay, so I'm targeting in market for cars, and this should also, like, the people who are in market for cars should have also visited my website but should not be of age 25 to 44. So that's what and or not means. And means narrower audiences, or means broader audiences, and not means exclude those audiences. How audience strategy best practices are. Okay, we should always start with the first party audience targeting because that's our own data, it converts better. Use CRM list and floodlight based audience first. Use observation before targeting. Get audience insights without restricting delivery. We can observe what those audience lists are, how they are performing, and then we can particularly target them. Because if we do targeting directly, then we won't get the performance data of, and we might restrict down because we have only selected that particular audience list. Whereas in observation mode, lookalike audiences and certain audiences which belong to that particular category are also shown your ads, right? So we can optimize once we see the data. We should use the observation method before doing the targeting. We can do layer audiences strategically. There is an onion sign because there is layer by layer, just like an onion. We can combine Google plus first party audiences to get a high intent list of a specific segment. We can refresh our list regularly. It's a very important point to consider. Keep on refreshing your list because audiences get stale. Sometimes we should update membership windows like 30 days, 90 days, or 180 days to stay relevant. People who have already shown these ads for 30 days, we should remove them from the list. You can select all that in the DV360 UI itself. We can exclude converters. Do not waste your budget on people who have already bought. Exclude them from your customer list, because we'll be wasting our money if somebody has already bought a SUV car from us and now we are again showing them the ad for a SUV car. So we should remove them once they have already become our customers. Then we should run A/B tests. We should do a test and compare, because A/B test audience segments in different line items, and we can compare CPA or cost per acquisition and what is return on our ad spend. So what we covered today was audience targeting and why it matters, the 4 type of major audiences in DV360, what is first party data and remarketing list, what is Google and custom audiences, how to apply these audiences in DV360 UI, And then we also talked about audience layering strategy. And today we will be talking about reporting in DV360. It's an important topic to understand because not just if you are already a programmatic advertiser or a digital marketer, but even if you are applying for jobs in programmatic field, people will ask you how do you do reportings and various questions around reporting. So we need to understand how reporting works. Let's get into the video right away. Alright, so reporting in DV360 from raw data to real decisions. We'll talk about custom reports, key metrics, scheduling, Looker Studio integration. We'll talk about today's agenda would be why reporting matters, standard versus custom reports, key metrics and dimensions. Then we'll talk about scheduling these reports, Looker Studio integration, and I'll give you some common mistakes and pro tips that people do while downloading these reports. Alright, the foundation. Why reporting matters in DV360. So running ads without checking reports is like driving blindfolded. You never want to do that. You might be moving, but you have no idea where you are going. Because the reports give you insights on how the data is performing, how your ads are performing and pacing. So the first thing is to see performance. Know what's working, be it impressions, clicks, conversions, all in one place. That's the use of reporting. Then you can optimize spend. Shift budget away from underperforming line items before money is wasted. Because we don't want to waste our money on the line items which have been underperforming. Then to prove value to the stakeholders. By showing the direct ROI from our programmatic campaigns, we can show this is the impact that we created, and that can be done using reporting only. Now, what are standard reports and what are custom reports? Standard reports are pre-built templates. It's like using Canva. You directly click on the template, be it a pacing template, be it a time of day template. So there are some created templates in DV360 reporting UI. You directly click on them and then you can download reports as per your own campaign line item, whichever level you're downloading these reports for. Then custom reports is where you manually choose every dimension and metric. In standard reports, it's accessible right from your campaign UI. Okay, it's great for quick daily, weekly checks. It has limited dimension and metric combos because it's automated report. It has limited options of dimensions and metrics. Although you can edit them, you can modify which metric or dimension you want. What are metrics and dimensions? I'm going to discuss it in further slides. So don't worry if you're not aware of what metrics and dimensions are. Then no scheduling or auto email delivery option is available in standard reports. The example for standard reports is Reach report, which generally people download just by clicking on Reach, adding their advertiser ID and downloading these reports. Then frequency reports and viewability reports are another example for standard reports. Now in custom reports, we have flexible date ranges and filters because we manually select what date range, what filters are we looking these reports for. We can schedule and email these reports automatically on our emails. We can get weekly, monthly reports for these particular custom reports. We can export them to CSV file, Excel file or Google Sheets. Ideal for deep analysis and client reports. Then it is powered by Looker Studio under the hood. Okay, Looker Studio is a tool using which you can use bars, charts, different kind of charts, and it makes your data looks beautiful. Anybody can access that and it gives you real-time reports. You don't even have to download reports for Looker Studio. How to integrate that, I'm going to tell you in the further slides. Now, how to build a custom report in DV360. These are the steps for the same. You can take a screenshot if you want to remember the steps. You can note it down if you have a pen and paper. I'll just say these out for you once. So first option is open reports. You go to DV360 reports, my reports and a new report. Then you choose the report type, select standard for most use cases. Options are Reach, Floodlight, YouTube, etc. Then you set date and filters, what date you want these reports to be pulled for. And then you can filter it out by advertiser, campaign or line item. You might be wanting these reports for the entire advertiser or just one campaign or just a few line items. So you can do all those filtrations. Then you need to add dimensions. Dimensions means how you slice up these reports. For example, you can add what are the main slices that I want this report for, be it device type, creative type, audience segment, day, etc. And then you add metrics. Now what metrics are? Metrics are what you measure. For example, impressions, clicks, VCR, CPA. So all these are known as metrics because we will be measuring these particular metrics for certain dimensions. And then finally you run and export, click on run and then download the CSV file or send it directly to the Google Sheets. Whichever way is easier for you. The key metrics you must be knowing. First one is impressions. Impressions is total times your ad was shown. clicks, number of times somebody clicked on the ad, CTR, click through rate, VCR, video completion rate. We have discussed this multiple times, but I am still reiterating once. For the ones who have just visited my page, this is like the third video in the intermediate series. If you want to understand these metrics in detail, we have talked about them in the basic series. You can go to the programmatic basic series. I'll add a card above, and then you can visit and see in detail what these matrices do. Then comes CPM, it means cost per mil or 1000 impressions. CPC is cost per click. CPA is cost per acquisition or a conversion. Acquisition means conversion. It's one and the same thing. ROAS or ROAS, which means return on ad spend. And the formula for that is revenue divided by ad cost. Then view through rate, conversions after seeing, not clicking your ad, after seeing your ad, people who converted. And then the last metric is reach, unique users who saw your ad. These were few matrices. Now let's discuss the differences between dimension versus metrics. What's the main difference? Okay, think of a report like a spreadsheet. Dimensions are the row labels, the who, what, where, and metrics are the numbers in columns, which tells you how much. Dimensions is how you slice, be it on the basis of date, day, week, month, or device type, be it a mobile, desktop, CTV. So you can download reports for these dimensions. For example, you can see which device type is performing or pacing best. So you will download a device type report. You will add matrices like impressions, CTR, VCR, whatever your goal is, and then you will see, okay, mobile is getting the maximum number of impression in the lowest cost, so mobile is acting better. So that's how you analyze these reports. So I'll tell you the main metrics and dimensions which we use generally being an analyst in programmatic. So the first one is date, day, week, month. That's a dimension most commonly used. We can add which date or which day parting is working best for our campaigns. Then we can do a report on the basis of what device type is working best, be it mobile, desktop, CTV, tablet. And then the creative, of course, you can see which ad was shown and which ad creative is working best for your particular ads. Audience segment, if retargeting is working better, or which retargeting ad audience is working better, or if affinity is working better in compared to in market, and which in market segment is working better. So we can do a audience segment report. Exchange report or supply source report, which exchange that I selected has the maximum number of impressions or whatever the KPI is. Then on the basis of browser, okay, you can see which browser and OS is working best for me, be it a Google Chrome, be it Firefox. Maybe some people have better results on Firefox than Google, so browser also. Then geography, we can download reports on basis of geography, which city is working best, which pin code is working best. And finally, line item or insertion order, we can see which line item works best for us, which insertion order works best for that particular campaign. And what matrices would you be using? It completely depends upon your KPI, but the major metrics which are available in these reports are impressions, clicks, conversions. These are the most important metrics. You should add them in every report that you're downloading, no matter what your KPI is. Then comes CTR, VCR, view through rate, CPM, cost per 1000 impression, cost per click, cost per acquisition, return on ad spend. Total revenue should be added in all reports because you need to see what was the total revenue, what was the spend that particular dimension had done. Okay, total revenue and media cost, viewable impression and percentage viewable, reach and frequency, active view measurable rate, post click and post view conversions. These are all the metrics that you can measure. Now, analysis of 5 report breakdowns every analyst must use. First is by creative. You should always download reports on basis of creative, which creative is performing best for you. See which ad format or design drives the best CTR and VCR, kill what doesn't work for you. Okay, second would be by device type. You should be knowing your creatives are working best on which device type, desktop or mobile or CTV, and your budget should follow where your audience are getting mostly converted. Then by audience segment, compare performance across audience segment to double down on high performing audience segments. Increase the budget there. By day or hour, okay, identify peak performance windows for your ads. Day parting starts with this particular report. You can add, I just want to show my ad from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, not on Monday, Saturday, Sunday, because that's the time my customers get converted the most. My ad is getting the most number of impressions on these particular days. It can work different for different advertisers. And finally, by line item level, drill down to see which targeting tactic or deal ID delivers the best ROAS. On the basis of line item, we can see if a line item has a particular deal connected to it, so that is working better, or a line item which has open exchange targeted, that is performing better. So we can download these reports on basis of line items. We can schedule the reports, we can set it and forget it. So stop downloading reports manually every Monday morning. DV360 lets you automate delivery to any email, including your client's email as well. So how to schedule a report? These are the steps. Build your custom report as usual. Slide 4 to 5. Click the clock icon and then click on schedule. Set frequency if you want these reports on daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis. Add the recipient email addresses, be it yours or clients. Then choose the format in which you want the report, be it Google Sheets link or a CSV link. And then save these report. DV360 automatically sends it at the time that you have set it. Now, pro tips are schedule client facing reports on Monday morning so data is ready for weekly reviews. If you download the client facing reports on Monday itself, then you are already aware of what you're going to present to the clients. Use Google Sheet format, it updates live and can feed a dashboard. It works better with Looker Studio. I have my own personal experience in this. And send a daily pacing report to yourself to catch budget issues early. If any of your insertion order or line item has stopped spending, or if there is any budget issue, if you would be getting these automated reports on daily basis, you can catch the budget issues early on and then you can fix them. Always include a last 7 day versus previous 7 days comparison in your reports. Okay, DV360 plus Looker Studio is equal to live dashboards. Looker Studio was earlier known as Data Studio. It connects directly to DV360. It lets you build beautiful live dashboards your clients can view anytime. So how to connect that? DV360 as a connector, Google's native DV360 connector. You create an account there. Then you create an account in Looker Studio where the charts, table, KPI cards are built. And using connector, your DV360 data gets into Looker Studio and a shared dashboard is created which clients can also view. It's a real-time dashboard which you can also see how performance is going or pacing is going for your live campaigns. Okay, understanding attribution in DV360 reports. I created a separate video on attribution models. You need to see that video. We have covered everything including last click, last impression, linear and data driven. If you want to read it down, you can take a screenshot because I'm going to move forward with this attribution model. I've discussed this in that particular video and I'm going to attach that video's link above in the card. If you are not aware of the attribution models, please watch that video once and then come back from this point in the reporting video to understand it further. Okay, common reporting mistakes that one should avoid. Only looking at impressions. This is me a few years ago. I only used to download reports with impressions, conversions and clicks. That is not a complete picture of your reports. Okay, impressions tell you reach, not results. Always pair it with CTR. What was the click-through rate of these impressions? VCR, what was the video completion rate if it's a video campaign? Or CPA, depending on your goal. Okay, ignoring view-through conversions. DV360 tracks conversions from people who saw your ad, not just clicked on your ad, who saw your ad. Excluding them undervalues display campaigns. View-through conversions matter. Wrong date comparison. Comparing 2 months with different lengths like Jan versus Feb skews your performance. Use same length windows. If it's a 30-day window, it should not be compared to a 31 or 28-day window. No dimension on report. Please, that should not be done. Metric alone is meaningless. Add at least one dimension. Be it device, creative, day to give context. What are you comparing actually? If you're just seeing impressions or clicks or conversions, that you can see on the UI also. Right? You need to add some dimension. Then forgetting attribution model. Different models produce different conversion numbers. Always state which model was used when sharing reports. Attribution model matters a lot. Now, analyst shortcuts that I'm going to share with you are always save your custom reports. Name them clearly like weekly performance device breakdown. Because when you download multiple reports, sometimes you can mix them up and you are not even aware why I actually downloaded this report. So the team can reuse them. Use compare date range. DV360 lets you compare current versus previous period in one report. Use it to show MOM or week on week trends or month on month trends. Filter out internal traffic. Okay, exclude your own IP or test campaigns before pulling reports to avoid inflating your metrics. Combine DV360 plus CM360 for full funnel view. DV360 shows delivery, CM360 shows conversion across channels. Together, the complete picture can be seen. Segment by floodlight activity. If you have multiple conversion goals, let's say sign up form, purchase, then break them out to see which ad drives which. Export to Google Sheets for live updates. Share a sheet link instead of static CSV. It refreshes automatically when data is updated. That's why I also generally prefer using Google Sheets better than Excel. DV360 reporting quick reference. Report type, standard report, custom report, floodlight report, YouTube report and reach and frequency report. These are the report types. Must have metrics. What should be the metrics that you cannot avoid? First is impression, click and click through rate. Always there these should be always there in your reports. Then if it's a video campaign, video completion rate should be there. If then for display, CPM, CPC, CPA depending on your goal. ROAS is a metric that you cannot avoid. What was the return on ad spend if client is looking for such a metric? Viewability percentage, you can see what was the percentage of ads which were viewable. and reach and frequency reports must have metrics. Best dimension to download the reports first, of course, on the basis of date, day, week, or month, on the basis of device type, on the basis of creatives, audience segment, line item, and then exchange also. Okay, so the key takeaways from today's video would be: standard reports are fast and powerful. Know when to use which one. Okay, dimension, slice your data, metrics, measure it. You need both dimension and metrics both, of course. Schedule reports to save time and keep clients informed automatically. Looker Studio connects directly to DV360 for live shareable dashboards. Attribution model choice changes your conversion number. Always be transparent about it. Optimization, an important topic that most of you were asking me to make a video on, as you're facing optimization issues on day-to-day basis. So I have made a slide for you guys. It says stop guessing, start optimizing, and how to tune your programmatic campaigns for pacing, performance, and results. We will be using Nike as our advertiser throughout this episode. Understand in a uniformity how to pace for spend and performance. So let's start with the basics. What is optimization? Okay. In programmatic terms, making your campaign spend the right amount at the right time is what pacing means. It's what optimization means. So reaching the right audience at the right cost, cutting what is not working and doubling down on what is working, and using the data, not just the gut feeling, to make decisions. If we take example of Nike, so let's say there is a marathon being run by Nike. A good coach doesn't send the runner off and hope for the best results, right? They train the runner. They make sure they check pacing every mile. They adjust the water breaks, and they change the strategy mid-race also sometimes. That's exactly what campaign optimization looks like. You might have to change the strategy mid-campaign. You have to plan the things accordingly in order to make sure you are reaching the performance or the KPI that you have set for this particular campaign, and you are able to spend the money that has been given to you. That's what pacing is. Pacing is, are you spending your budget evenly across the flight or not? And performance means, are your ads actually driving clicks, views, or conversions, whatever your KPI might be. So pacing, the first thing we will be discussing is pacing. Is your budget running at the right speed? Now if we take Nike scenario, let's say we have $1 million budget for 10 days. So would we be spending $1 million per day, or we will be burning it all on day one itself? So if we choose even pacing, the spend is spread equally every day. It's best for brand campaigns where consistency matters more than timing. That's one type of pacing. These pacing settings can be selected at insertion order level. So you can select even pacing, ahead pacing, and ASAP pacing. So in even pacing, your spend is spread evenly across each day of the flight, and it's ideal for awareness based campaigns. Then there is front loading. It means you spend more at the start of the flight, good when urgency is high. For example, Nike's big billion day sale launch. If there is a sale going on for certain few days, then you try to spend as much budget as possible, because you want to make sure that you're spending more within a given time frame, a small given time frame, and you get maximum number of impressions or conversions in that particular time itself. So that's front loading. You can also call it pacing ahead. It's a setting in DV360 insertion order level. Then comes ASAP pacing. It spends as fast as possible. It's a bit dangerous because you could blow your whole budget on day one itself. So it's a high risk thing, but it's good for the campaigns, short flight campaigns which runs only for 1 or 2 days. A platform tip would be in DV360 you set pacing under IO settings. Watch the pacing column in the IO dashboard daily. Okay, how it's pacing now. And how you can check pacing is, you see yesterday's budget and given budget. Let's say yesterday's budget is $40 and the amount that you need to spend is $80. Okay, everyday budget is $80 and yesterday you spent $40. So you're pacing at 50%. So yesterday's spend divided by required spend into 100 is equal to the pacing percentage. That's the easiest formula. Performance levers, how to optimize for performance. What can you actually tweak? Okay, think of these as Nike's coaching adjustment during the campaign race. Now, first let's talk about bid strategy. Nike is targeting sneaker buyers. If CTR is low, lower your bid. If you're winning too few auctions, then raise it. Switch from fixed bid to auto bid if CTR or CVR is stable. So that's a strategy you can follow in the bid if you are optimizing towards performance. So your click-through rate is low, okay? Less number of people are clicking your ad after giving an impression. So you lower down your bid. You make sure that you're bidding for the right people now. and you're not spending the money haphazardly, and you're not spending the money on people who are not actually giving you any conversions or clicks. So if you're winning too few auctions and then you realize, okay, I'm winning very few auctions, I'm not able to spend the money itself, then you can raise the bids. That's how you optimized using bid strategy. When you are optimizing for more performance, you lower down the bid. When you are optimizing for spend, you increase the bid. So you have to do this manual thing on your own and keep on checking it. Then comes frequency cap. So showing the same Nike Air Max ad 20 times, user can get annoyed, right? So set a frequency cap. For example, 3 times per user per day. Now I won't show my ad more than 3 times per day because it creates ad fatigue. Because high frequency plus low CTR is ad fatigue. So it's time to rotate. It's time to rotate the frequency. Now targeting refinement. Audience not converting, narrow down the audiences. Are only 18 to 24 years old clicking? Shift budget there. So you have to do these refinements on your own. See which lever is working more and move your budgets towards that particular lever. Try layering. Like if in market is working plus custom intent is working, then just create a line item and just target in market and custom intent. It gives you a sharper reach and more better performance. Then try to rotate the creatives. One of the things which most of the people are already doing, and a very important thing to do while optimizing for performance. Because let's say Nike's Just Do It video is not performing. Now swap in the product focus banner where the actual Air Max shoe is being shown. Swap it with that. Maybe that performs even better. So A/B test, lifestyle versus product shot versus offer led creative. You need to do these tests on your own and see which creative is performing better. Add more budget over that particular creative. Then comes site and placement exclusions. If a site sends lot of clicks but zero purchases, remove it. Why would you want a website or an application which has a lot of impressions but nobody is clicking it? Or let's say a lot of people are clicking it but nobody is buying. So we need to exclude those websites. Maybe they are not matching up with our product. Check your placement report for low quality traffic, apply URL exclusions or use curated deal IDs. Now this basically means you need to download certain reports and manage the traffic yourself by understanding what your KPIs are, what your advertiser actually wants. Okay, if your advertiser says, I want more number of clicks, I am more into CTR as my goal, good, you can keep the placements which are giving you more number of impressions and clicks. But if a site is giving you more number of impressions and less clicks, you can exclude that in such a goal. And you can apply URL exclusions, okay, at campaign level or advertiser level itself. You can exclude certain websites, put them in blacklist because they are not performing for you. And then you can use curated deal IDs. There are certain PMP or PG deals which give you premium publishers where your ad would be shown. So you can use those curated deals, or in a PG deal you can tell them these particular website don't work for me, so I'm not adding them. Like you do not say it manually, but there are settings while you are selecting the PG deal or speaking with the publisher. Next comes day parting. Another report you can download to see what is performing well and what's not. Let's again take example of Nike. Nike's audience is most active 6 to 9 p.m. Then you can turn off the ads at 3 a.m. You're wasting your spend because those people are not going to convert. You have already seen the data. So adjust bid multipliers by hour or day of the week. Bid multiplier means you can move your budget 2 times or 3 times or 5 times, whichever number you want as per the data on a particular hour. Reports that actually tell you what to fix. You can look at in DV360, TTD, Amazon DSP, and what to hunt for inside Nike's campaign. So the first report is pacing and delivery report. Is the budget burning too fast? You check that because it gives you report of spend and impressions over time. Are you under delivering late in the flight? For example, if day 6 still has 70% budget left, then you need to spike the bids slightly. Okay, you need to increase the bids so that you are able to spend the rest of budget in the six days that are left of the flight. 70% of budget hasn't been spent yet. Then comes site placement report where your ads actually showed up. It shows you which sites drove clicks but zero purchases, exclude them. If we take Nike's example, gaming site getting 40% of budget but zero conversions, kill it. No need of such gaming websites. Then audience performance report, which segments of audience are working best for you. So if we take Nike's example, running enthusiasts have 3 times better CVR than generic sports fan. So where we will put our money? We'll definitely put our money in running enthusiast ad for our Nike campaign. because audience segment which has lowest CPA, we need to shift our budget there because we are getting conversions on a cheaper price if we compare it to other audience segments. Then comes creative performance report. Which creative variant is winning? Pause underperformers. If we take Nike's example, product close-up banner has 2% click-through rate versus 0.54% rate for lifestyle shot. So we'll remove the lifestyle shot. If a creative which is close-up is working more, we'll move our budget over there. Example, taking Nike's campaign example, week 1 versus week 2, how will we optimize? In week 1, before optimization, the budget was 60% spent in first 3 days because we were using ASAP pacing. Okay? And CTR was 0.08%, industry average is 0.35%. Top audiences was sports fan segment. Creative, the lifestyle banner was running everywhere. Top website, gaming site consuming 35% our budget. And what was the result? Campaign ran out of budget by day 7 itself. That's what we do not want. How we fix this now? For week 2, what we did was we moved from ASAP pacing to even pacing so that we are spending the budget evenly across each day. Then the CTR moved to 0.42%, which is 5-time improvement. Top audiences. In week 2, we optimized and added in-market shoes and running enthusiasts. We added another creative to see if it's working better. We added product close-ups and offer banners after doing some A/B test. Top website, then gaming site was excluded because it was not giving us results. Sports blogs were prioritized because our product is sport based and our audience is sitting on sports website rather than gaming websites. Now what were the results? Full flight delivered 3 times more conversions. That's how optimization works, and it's a real case scenario. The optimization loop, your weekly routine. How should you optimize on weekly basis? Good optimizers don't wait for the campaign to end. They run this loop every 2 to 3 days. So it's good if you optimize 2 times a week, you generate these reports, you use Looker Studio to see the live data on weekly basis. It's great. I'll discuss how Looker Studio integration works in upcoming videos. First thing is monitor. Pull pacing and performance report. Check daily spend, CTR and delivery if it's working fine or not. Then diagnose. If you find any problem, if you see underpacing, low CTR, poor placements, identify the root cause and work accordingly. Then act. Pull the right lever. Where does the performance is lacking? Is it the audience? Is it the time of the day? Is it the creatives? So work accordingly, pull all the reports to see where you need to act. Then exclude those sites, refine your audiences. Then you need to repeat this cycle. Wait 48 hours after optimization and then check again. Not a one-time fix. A recommended cadence would be check pacing daily, run full optimization loop every 2 to 3 days. Don't over tweak, let changes bake for 48 hours before judging. Key takeaways from today's video is pacing is not just set and forget. You need to check it daily. An even paced campaign outlast a front loaded one. 6 levers, 1 problem, use bids, frequency, targeting, creatives, exclusion and day parting as your toolkit. Reports is your compass. They guide you where you need to go. You don't have to guess. Pacing, placement, audience and creative reports tell you exactly what's wrong with your campaign. And then you need to optimize in a loop. You need to monitor, diagnose, then act, and then repeat. Let changes settle for 48 hours. Do not rush to make another setting within 48 hours after making certain optimizations. And Nike rule of thumb, if the site cannot wear Nike shoes, it's probably you cannot sell them either. So exclude bad placements. We will be talking about pacing in DV360 Trade Desk, general programmatic pacing, how pacing works and how to go about it. So let's start with the video. Okay, budget pacing and flight management. What is even pacing? What is accelerated pacing? And how to allocate budget across line items. Okay, first question is what is pacing? So, pacing controls how your campaign budget is spent over the flight period, not just how much you spend, but when you spend it. Okay, what is flight period? Flight period is the date range your campaign is scheduled to run. Let's say 1st April to 22nd June. So that becomes a complete flight period. That is start to end date. And then comes the next question, what is daily budget? The daily budget is max amount that the DSP can spend in a single day for a particular line item. Pacing type. Pacing type is the rule that governs how budget is distributed across the flight. It can be evenly distributed, ASAP distributed, or ahead distributed. We'll discuss all that in upcoming slides. Even pacings. First thing first, spread budget evenly across every day of flight. That's what even pacing is all about. So DSP divides total budget by number of days in flight. That's the formula you gotta use. But if you select even pacing, it is automatically applied. Whatever your budget is, let's say it's $2,000 and the flight is spread across 20 days. So how much would be your daily budget? It would be 2,000 divided by 20, which comes out to be $10 each day. Okay. Spend a consistent daily amount, no rush, no waste. If a day underspends, the remainder can roll over to be fortified. Whatever your budget is not spent, it goes over to the next day. Most DSPs, DV360, Trade Desk use even pacing as default. So when you set up a campaign, it is by default set on even pacing. You can move it to ahead or ASAP pacing depending upon your campaign goals. What is even pacing best for? It is best for those campaigns which are always on brand awareness. It is good for long flights with stable budgets when you want to evenly spread across your budget for each day. It is good for campaigns where consistent reach matters rather than spending the budget in a short span of time. It is good when you want predictable and steady delivery because it's evenly getting paced. So, this is one example. Day 1 campaign spent $1,000, on day 2,000, day 3,000. So, it's evenly spending the entire budget. Let's say the budget is $7,000. So, in 7 days, it spent $1,000 on each day. Even spend, same spend every day. What is accelerated pacing? Accelerated pacing basically means spend as fast as possible. You need to hit impressions early in the flight. It is good for those particular campaigns which are short flight paced. Short, time sensitive campaigns like flash sales, events, a Black Friday sale is coming up, and it's just a 2 to 3 day campaign which you are running. You can opt for a accelerated pacing like ASAP pacing. When you deliver 100% of budget quickly, it is good for those campaigns. Good for competitive auctions where early bids win inventory. Okay, you know there is a competitive product in market and I want to bid more and earlier than my competitors. Then you can opt for ahead pacing or ASAP pacing. It's good for retargeting campaigns with small or finite audiences. So how it is done? Let's say you spent 3,000, more than $3,000 on the first day, then your budget became on the day 2 around $2,800, and on the day 3 you spent around $1,000. On day 4 you just spent around $100. So it's not evenly done, it's reducing over time because you spend as much budget as possible on day 1 itself. That's why it's accelerated pacing. So DSP spends budget as quickly as inventory is available. As soon as the DSP sees there is some available inventory as per the targeting set, it tries to spend the budget. No daily cap can exhaust full budget in day 1 or 2. So if you want to cap up your budget so that you do not spend the entire budget on day 1 or 2 and you want to spend it across 7 days, then you can put up some cap on the line items. It is useful when inventory is competitive and you want guaranteed delivery. You are 100% sure that I am ready to spend $3,000 in next 5 days, then you can opt for this particular pacing model which is ahead or ASAP. It has high risk of front loading, little spend left after later days. Okay, so front loading means in the front you load up all the budget. You are trying to spend your budget in the initial days itself. Even versus accelerated, what's the major difference? So spend pattern. If we compare spend pattern, same amount is spent in even pacing, and in accelerated pacing you spend as fast as possible. Budget risk is low in even pacing because it's steady and predictable. Whereas in accelerated pacing, the budget risk is high because it can get exhausted as early as possible. Best flight length is 7 plus days, more than 7 days for even pacing. And for accelerated pacing, short flights like 1 to 5 days. Use case is for branding and always on. This is for even pacing. And for accelerated pacing, events and flash sales like Black Friday sales, which are for short span of time. It's good for those. Reach and frequency. For even pacing, it's balanced throughout flight. Whereas in accelerated pacing, front heavy drops off. When the campaign is just starting up, your reach is high, your frequency is high, you're showing your ads more and more. But later on, as the budget gets reduced, it gets dropped off. Default. So even pacing is available as a default option in DV360, Trade Desk, Amazon DSP, whereas accelerated pacing is an optional or manually you have to override the even pacing to go with ahead or ASAP pacing. Reporting, it is easy to monitor daily delivery when you are downloading the reports. Whereas in accelerated pacing, you have to watch for early budget depletion because your budget can get depleted as soon as possible in the ASAP or ahead pacing. Flight dates and budget planning. So, how flight date settings directly impact your pacing behavior? So, first impact would be on total budget. If you set a total budget at insertion order or line item level in DV360, budgets can be fixed amount or unlimited. Always cap to avoid overspend. So if your budget is 2000, you can cap it at $20 per day for a 10-day flight on line item level. Daily budget cap. It's optional guardrail per day, useful when even pacing still spikes, forces a max daily ceiling regardless of pacing mode. So when you set that cap of $10 per day on a $2000 budget, even if you have opted for ahead pacing or ASAP pacing, still you can reduce down. You put up a guardrail because you are not spending the entire budget on single day itself. So that's the budget, that's the use of budget cap. That's how you plan your campaigns. Flight start and end date. DSP paces based on calendar days remaining, changing end date mid flight, recalculates daily targets. Be careful mid campaign. So when you change the flight dates in between the flight and you are on an automatic bid or budget allocation, then the algorithm automatically decides that now the budget and flight dates have been changed, so I have to recalculate the daily targets required to achieve my goal. So be very cautious of changing the flight dates or budgets in between the flight. Budget carryover. Some DSPs allow unspent daily budget to roll to next day in DV360. This is controlled per IO. Not all platforms support it. So in DV360, that's one benefit. If your daily budget was supposed to spend $20 on day one, but it only spent $18, then the next day, instead of spending $20 on day two, you would be spending $22. The $2 which was unspent on day one would be rolled over on day two. Budget allocation across line items. How to split budget intelligently across your campaign's line items. Fixed allocation. Most commonly used practice. Each ally gets a set budget, predictable and easy to manage, best for testing multiple tactics. And for example, LIA has $5,000, LIB has $3,000, and LIC has $2,000. So you fix up the budgets that I want to spend $5,000 on this particular line item, $3,000 on B, and 2,000 on C. You manually fix up the allocation. Second is performance based. It's an intermediate strategy. It's used to shift budget to best performing LIs. As per the downloaded reports, when you see LIB is performing better, then you move the budgets there. It's based on weekly or bi-weekly reallocations, which you manually do. It's based on the KPIs like CPA, CTR, ROAS goals. So if one of the LI is achieving more goals, you allocate more budget towards that particular line item. It requires monitoring and adjustment, as I just told you. Then comes IO level budget. It's a auto allocation. So when you set a budget at insertion order level, DSP splits across LIs automatically. So there is this option in line items in which you can select either you want to manually input the budget or you want to use the budget at insertion order level. So if you use the budget at insertion order level, the algorithm automatically splits the budget evenly across all the active line items. It's good for testing without manual work. It has less granular control over splits. So because it's automatic allocation, you cannot move up the budget or move down the budget as per performance. So that's one pro and con in this IO level budget allocation. Now, pacing signals to watch. Key metrics that tell you if pacing is healthy or broken. Okay. First is delivery rate. The percentage of daily budget actually spent. If it's below 80%, it's under pacing. If it's above 100%, you have a risk of overspending. So this is the first thing that all analysts or account managers do on daily basis. They check the pacing, and I have already told you in my previous video how to check pacing. So pacing is the amount that you spent yesterday divided by the required amount that you need to spend. Okay. And if it's less than 80%, then you are underpacing. You're not able to deliver the budget that is required to be spent. And if you're pacing more than 100%, then you are overpacing. You might over deliver, which means your budget will be consumed in the days, like in fewer days than the entire flight dates available. Then comes impression pace. Are impressions being served at the right rate for the time of day? Check R by R in DV360 reports. So you can download a day parting report, a time of day report to see what time of day you're getting the best number of impressions to apply those particular time of days on your line item so that you get best number of impressions within a reserved budget. Early budget depletion. So budgets used up by 2 p.m. Pacing is too aggressive. Add a daily cap or switch to even pacing. Line item competition. Multiple allies under one IO can compete for same budget pool. Monitor IO level delivery split. So when you opt in for automatic split, multiple line items are using your budget at insertion order level. So manually keep on checking if some of the allies are not able to spend that budget. You need to move it to manual allocation and then allocate your budget accordingly, because maybe your client or advertiser wants certain creatives to be shown more than the others, so you need to do that as per your own media plan and your advertisers needs. CPM fluctuation. Sudden CPM spikes burn budget fast. Pair pacing with CPM bid cap to protect delivery. CPM bid cap means you apply a bid cap that I am ready to pay max $5 CPM. This can be set at LI level, wherein or at IO level also, wherein you say that within my $5,000 budget, I am ready to pay max $5 for a 1,000 impressions. When your CPM spikes, let's say $7 or $8, you apply this cap so that you get a good number of impressions within a reserved budget. So CPM bid cap is a true saver for you. It's a great tool to be used when you are pacing or checking pacing and performance. Then win rate. Win rate is again a great metric to check. So low win rate plus underspend is too low bids. Okay, when your bids are really low, let's say you have set a bid of $1 for something which requires at least $3, so you get a lower win rate and you start to underspend. So even great pacing settings can't help you if you are not winning auctions. To increase your win rate, sometimes you have to adjust the bid accordingly. Keep a check on your win rate and then increase up your bids if your win rate is getting too low. Common pacing problems and their fixes. When your campaign is under pacing, line item spending too slowly, check bid competitiveness, raise your CPM bids or CPC bids, broaden your targeting so that more people can get to see your ads, or check inventory availability report that how many impressions are actually available for this particular line item. Budget depleted in 2 days, switch to even pacing. Most probably you must be using ASAP or ahead pacing. That's why your budget is getting depleted so fast. Add a daily budget cap that I am ready to pay max $100 per day. Review if bid is too aggressive versus inventory pool. Bid If bid is too aggressive, you have put a really great bid of, let's say, $10, whereas it requires just $2. Reduce it down, check your inventory availability reports, and then make the choice. Uneven spend across line items. Use IO level budget allocation. Okay, because if some line item is spending more than others, if you opt in for the automatic allocation at IO level, it will make sure that all the line items are pacing equally. Or manually redistribute based on weekly pacing reports, or you can download the reports manually to see which line item is pacing behind and then increase up the budgets there. Now, campaign stops delivering mid flight. Check if budget was exhausted, review if flight end date passed, check if line item was paused accidentally. These three are the major points I see a lot of people ask me. Okay, my campaign is not pacing at all. It's a zero spend issue. How to fix this? So, these three are the basics you check first. Check if your budget has already gotten exhausted, because probably if you were using ASAP or ahead pacing, your budget could get exhausted. Review if flight end date passed. Okay, maybe you set a flight end date which has already passed, so how will your campaign spend more budget now? Check that. And third, check if line item was accidentally paused. It's completely possible that sometimes you can pause up your line items. Pacing types in DV360 versus Trade Desk. So there is one pacing type which is not available in DV360, which is behind, but it is available in Trade Desk. So let's discuss all the available options. In DV360, we have even, ahead, and ASAP pacing. Even, as we discussed, it's called even at IO and line item level. It divides total budget equally across all days in the flight. It is default setting. It's the most predictable setting. In Trade Desk, it's called even at campaign and ad group level, because in the Trade Desk, the levels are different than DV360. However, the basic settings are same. The naming and the nomenclature changes a bit. So in even pacing at Trade Desk, it spreads budget uniformly day by day. Trade Desk baseline recommends, it's the recommended starting point. And in both DV360 and Trade Desk, even pacing is what by default comes in your campaigns when you set a campaign. Ahead is not named mode in DV360. You can simulate it by a setting slightly higher daily cap than the even daily rate to build a buffer early in the flight. I'll tell you ahead how ahead works. If your daily required budget is $100, it will spend $120. Generally, by thumb rule, it spends 20% more than the required spend. That's how ahead pacing works. What it gives you is a buffer time when your flight got late because of creative rejections or whatsoever reasons. Okay, you can choose ahead pacing so that you are able to spend the entire budget. It gives you a push in starting of the campaign. In Trade Desk, it's a dedicated pacing mode. TTD tries to spend faster than the even rate, same as DV360. It's useful when inventory is competitive and you want a delivery buffer. So similar as DV360 in Trade Desk also, when you have a buffer time which is less, when you have a small flight, you opt in for ahead pacing. Now behind, this is not natively available in DV360. It can be replicated by lowering the daily cap. Okay, if you want a behind pacing, then you can manually lower down your bids at line item level, because manually you cannot select the option which makes your pacing behind in DV360. It forces the platform to underspend early and leave budget for later days. Okay, you can, by choosing this strategy, you start slowly. You just want to spend $2, whereas your daily required is $10, because you know in later days when more inventory comes, when more people come, then you want to spend 12 or $15 instead of 10. So you opt in for behind, and in order to use behind pacing in DV360, you lower down your bids at line item level, because this option is not natively available to be selected in the pacing option. In Trade Desk, it is a dedicated mode because it purposely slows down spend early in the flight. It's useful when audiences are larger later in the week. Example, in weekend, it's a 7-day flight and you want the weekend should have more budget allocated. So this is one method you can opt in for. You can select behind pacing. Initially, it will start slow, and on later days, in the last flight dates, it will spend faster. ASAP pacing is called ASAP because it actually spends your budget as soon as possible. So ASAP can be set at IO and LI level in DV360. It spends as fast as possible, no daily smoothing. Budget can fully deplete in day 1 or 2. It is completely nonsense for most of advertisers. But if your campaign is a very short flight campaign of 1 or 2 days, let's say it's a flash sale, it's a Black Friday sale, it's great option for you. You can spend your entire budget within those 2 days. In Trade Desk also, it's called ASAP. Same behavior as DV360, spend at maximum rate. It's only used for short flights or guaranteed delivery. Pro tip, TTD has more granular named pacing models. DV360 keeps it a bit simpler, even or ASAP. But you can simulate ahead behind with setting daily caps at LI level. Key takeaways from today's video: what is even pacing? Consistent daily spend. What is accelerated pacing? When you want to spend fast, use for short bursts, time sensitive offers, or guaranteed delivery needs. Third, always set a daily budget cap when using accelerated pacing, otherwise, your budget can get depleted as soon as possible. Fourth, your budget allocation across line items should reflect performance and priority, not just equal splits. Very important point to note. And fifth, monitor pacing daily in first 3 days of flight, because that's when delivery patterns get established. We will be making a video on demand gen campaigns, a very important topic, because this recent demand gen update has completely transformed how we look at DV360 campaigns. It's not just a DV360 update, demand gen is also being used in Google Ads. And a lot of updates have come since demand gen has been launched. Earlier, it used to be discovery ads. So I'll get into the video right away. Okay, so today we are discussing demand gen campaigns in DV360. What is demand gen? As the name says, demand, when a demand is generated for a product, no matter even if you are interested in that product or not, when a demand is generated, that is demand gen campaign, to be precise. Okay. So what is demand gen? If an interviewer asks you, you can say demand gen is a Google campaign that shows visual ads, images plus video to people who are not yet searching for your product to create interest before they even know they want it. Okay. It runs on YouTube, Discover, and Gmail. It is AI powered. Google finds your audiences. It is visual first. It contains images and videos. And then it is upper to middle funnel, mainly used for awareness and consideration, but you can use it for conversions as well. So it's not just restricted to upper to middle funnel. You can use it for conversions as well. Now think of demand gen as a TV commercial. You are showing up before people go searching for your product. So that's what demand gen is all about. Okay, it was replaced by discovery ads in 2023. Earlier it was known as discovery ads, but discovery ads did not had YouTube. So that's the major difference between demand gen and discovery ads. With added video, YouTube shorts, and better AI targeting. The AI targeting option is added in 2026. That's the main difference which has come up in demand gen. Now, where do these demand gen ads appear? First, it is appeared on YouTube. YouTube's in-stream, shorts, and in-feed ads. All three major platforms are YouTube showing demand gen ads. Then you can discover it on Google Discover. What is Google Discover now? Google Discover is Android and Chrome's home feed. If you are using an Android phone, you must be aware whenever you swipe your phone towards the right, when you are on your home screen, you see some advertisements, some news articles. So that's what Google Discover is. Apart from that, when you go to your Chrome, sometimes when you scroll down or up, you see certain advertisements coming up, certain news articles coming up. So that is your Discover feed. That's where you can see the Google demand gen campaigns. And it's not necessary that you have searched for these products, you are interested in these products. Google's demand gen campaigns make sure that new audiences and new people are made aware of these products, not relevant to their interest or past searching history. So that's what Google Discover is all about. Then you can see demand gen ads on Gmail. In Gmail's promotion and social tabs, promotion and social, you can see these demand gen ads. The next up is YouTube home. Whenever you go to the home page and watch next feed, the ads which you see are most probably demand gen ads. Okay, so that's what demand gen is all about. It is one campaign, all four surfaces are simultaneously targeted. That's what demand gen is all about. Now, demand gen's platform availability. Where can we create these demand gen campaigns? So we can create it in Google DV360, of course. We can create it in Google Ads, because Google's DSP has full YouTube and Gmail access. So we can easily create these demand gen campaigns. Then Google Ads has Google self-serve, same inventory as DV360. We can obviously create our campaigns there. It is not yet available on Trade Desk, Amazon DSP, or Meta, because Meta has its own ecosystem, Amazon has its own ecosystem, and Trade Desk cannot access the Google owned inventory yet. Maybe there is a future prospect where Google introduces or makes trade desk like the demand gen campaigns available, but right now we can only create them in DV360 and Google Ads. So it's a major benefit of using these two platforms if you want to run demand gen campaigns. How demand gen works. Okay, the funnel, we will understand where in funnel can somebody create demand gen campaigns and how it works. So if you are in awareness stage, they don't know you yet. If you are an advertiser and your customers don't know that you exist, your brand exists, then you are in awareness stage right now. Demand gen introduces your brand, so it is basically meant for awareness stage only. But I'm not saying that it's just meant for awareness, because I saw a lot of videos on YouTube where people are advocating to make conversion based campaigns via demand gen, which is fine, which actually works also. But being in the ecosystem for almost a decade, talking with thousands of people on daily basis, I am quite sure that demand gen's main use is for these two stages of funnel: awareness and consideration. Okay, when you are in awareness or consideration stage, demand gen works magic, because in conversion stage you can opt in for better campaigns like retargeting campaigns and display campaigns and separate video campaigns. Although this also works, and it works like really good, because you can then specifically choose which audiences you are targeting. But if you want to do that only, then you can create a separate campaign for conversion basis, a retargeting campaign. So in my own opinion, the main two funnels where this demand gen works best is awareness and consideration. And awareness, as you know, where the customers do not know you yet, demand gen introduces your brand. In consideration stage, they are thinking about options, they're thinking to consider your brand. Then demand gen keeps you on top of your mind. Demand gen's campaigns will show your ad to people who are actually considering your brand or the product which is relevant to your brand. Let's say you are a running shoe company and the customer was already searching for some running shoes in a certain budget, and your brand complies with it. So most probably when they are searching on Google, or when they go to their discover feed, when they visit YouTube, your brand might pop up. So in consideration stage also, demand gen works magic. For conversion stage, when your customers are ready to buy, you can target them via search, via shopping ads, and it will take you to their demand gen campaign, and then they can probably get converted. So analogy would be like a TV commercial. You reach people before they start searching, and if somebody is not even aware that your brand exists, then demand gen is like magic for you, because demand gen creates demand, and that's why the name that's where the name comes from, generating demand. So that's what demand gen actually means. Understand how to set up a demand gen campaign, and I'm talking in terms of DV360. So when you go to DV360, you will go to the advertiser level in DV360. You log in, select the advertisers where you want to create these campaigns. You'll ensure that floodlight tags or the conversion tracking tags are configured properly and being used where they have to be configured. Then you'll create a new campaign. You'll name it clearly that this is brand underscore demand gen underscore quarter 3, or whatever your naming convention should be. Then you'll set dates and campaign budget that you want to allot to this demand gen campaign. You'll create a demand gen line item. That's where you select at line item level. You select that you want to select demand gen. So inside the campaign, you create a new line item, then you select demand gen as the type of line item, and most targeting settings are decided here itself. Then you set goal and bid strategy. You choose your goal, be it awareness, consideration, conversion. So you set these goals, and then you pick a bid, be it CPA, return on ad spend, maximize clicks, maximize conversions, whatever your bid strategy would be. and then you go to configure your audience targeting. You select what kind of audiences you want for your demand gen campaign. Is it in market audiences, is it custom intent, is it customer match, similar segment, or you want to add some demographic filters like age, income, etc. Or you can make segments, like you can select in market plus customer match, or you can select custom intent plus similar segments, or you can select all of them if you want a wide range of audiences and your main goal is awareness. You can do all that. So that's how we go about selecting our audiences. Then we set geography and language. Where exactly are we targeting? We select country, city, or the radius where we want to target our ads. Then we select the language where our target audience is, be it English or Hindi or French, depending upon how our campaign is being looked at and where we are targeting our campaign. Okay, so that's how we go. Then we add the creatives. So in creatives, this is a very important part. We have certain sections in demand gen. We can choose the headlines, descriptions, images, logo, YouTube video links. So if we are running a demand gen campaign, I suggest you use as much as possible, because in demand gen campaigns, the AI system automatically figures out which headline is working with which creative or which description the most, and it makes different combinations to test, like which combination is working best, and then shows your ad to certain people. So you can upload up to 5 headlines, and I suggest you use all 5 descriptions, use all 5. In video campaigns, you will see another option of long headlines. Use all long headlines. Okay, the 5, all 5 long headlines. Then there is a character limit of 90 characters. We'll discuss that further. The images, now use as much images as you have, because Google's AI system will automatically discover which image is working best with which headline or description and formulate a combination. So do all that. Make sure you upload as many assets, as many creatives as possible. Upload your logo, and if you are running a YouTube, so upload the YouTube video links in different formats, for shorts, for landscape format, and different let's say 4-second ad, and then one is a 20-second ad. So do all that. Okay, then we review and launch our campaign. We are gonna review the campaign, demand gen campaign. We'll preview ads across different placements, how they are looking. We'll check budget, dates, and audiences, and then we'll click on the submit button. Google reviews within 1 business day. Our ad is reviewed and then it goes live. So creative assets, let's discuss what creative assets we need to upload. First of all, headlines. And first, before that, we upload multiple versions. Google auto combines and tests them. As I already told you, the AI system is really smart. It auto combines the best performing assets and tests them, and the best combos get shown more. Your best combos, whichever Google creates based on what headlines, what videos, what description, images, logo works best, that combination is shown more than others. So you can upload up to 5 headlines, and it has to be maximum 40 characters each. We can use different angles: benefit, urgency, or question. For descriptions, we can upload up to 90 characters, and we can upload up to 5 descriptions. We can expand the headline, add features or call to action. Images, we can upload for 3 ratios, which can be this. You can make a note of these ratios. One is 1200 into 628, 1200 into 1200, 960 into 1200 pixel. This doc is not updated. We can update a lot of more formats like 970 cross 250, etc. So please, when you're uploading, before creating the demand gen campaigns, make sure to go and test what all images can you upload in the demand gen campaign. It also depends upon geography to geography. So if you're based in India, maybe the ratios allowed are different than in Argentina or Canada or America or UAE. So it depends upon region to region. Then we come to videos. For videos, we have to upload the YouTube links. We have to first of all upload the video on YouTube, and then that YouTube link would be pasted in the demand gen campaign. So 6-second bumper for awareness and 15 to 30-second for consideration. As I already told you, these can be the two type of videos which you upload, and I suggest create both of them. Then the logo has to be 1200 cross 1200 across globe. It's the recommended size. Clean background should be there, and it should be shown alongside the ad copy. Then comes what audience targeting can be done in the demand gen campaign. So first would be in market audiences, people who are actively researching or considering a purchase in your category. You can show your ad to them. For example, in market sportswear and athletic apparel. Then comes custom intent audiences. Okay, people who recently saw a specific keyword that your product is related to. For example, best running shoes under 3000. Then you can also target customer match list, upload your own email list, the CRM list, Google matches to Gmail accounts. It's great for re-engagement and upselling, and good for conversion based campaigns. Then similar segments or lookalikes. Google find new people who behave like your existing converter. So this is also good for conversion based campaigns. It's based on customer match for site visitors. Okay, then comes the affinity audiences. It is broad interest based segment, people passionate about a certain lifestyle or a topic. For example, people who are into sports and fitness, you can target them if your product is related to that sort of thing. Okay, then comes demographic targeting. You can filter by age, gender, parental status, household income. For example, you can target people under age of 25 to 34. They have to be female, they have to be parent. You can do all that. Then comes bidding and budget strategy. It is no different than any other campaign, but still let's discuss it. I've made an entire video on how your bidding and budget should be decided. If you haven't watched my video in the intermediate series about bidding, you need to watch that first. I'll add that in the tab above. Once you complete this video, you can go ahead and watch that video as well. Okay, so your bidding can be of maximize clicks. It is used when early testing, when you are trafficking volume. Google spends budget to get maximum clicks. So this is best for brand new campaigns. Then comes maximize conversions. It is used when full budget is on conversion and no CPA target. Google focuses on as many conversion as possible because we are trying to tell Google we want maximum conversions as possible, no CPA limit. So no specific CPA in mind, then you can choose for maximize conversions. And if you're a new campaign, that's how you get to understand what your ideal CPA should look like. Then target CPA, you already have some amount in your mind that I am ready to spend this much for a conversion. Then you can choose for target CPA as your bidding strategy, because when you know your cost per lead or sale, then you choose this strategy. Then target return on ad spend. It is used when e-commerce is with varying product values. Like you don't want to spend $10 on a $1 pen, right? And you don't want to spend, let's say, $15 on a $5 gift product that you are advertising for. So if you are a running product catalog or e-commerce, you should choose target return on ad spend. That way you can keep your budgets in place. So give campaign 2 to 3 weeks learning period before judging, and do not make frequent budget changes. It resets the AI because it goes into learning phase again. Now some optimization tips. So how should we optimize demand gen campaigns? Okay, first of all, we can do it on basis of creatives. If we will download a asset report and we'll find low rated assets, we'll replace them. Then we'll test bold or direct headlines. If the click-through rate is low for these headlines or descriptions, we'll replace them. Then video, which usually outperform images for upper funnel campaigns. So we'll focus more on videos then. Then on basis of audience insight, we can do some optimizations. We'll compare which segment drives conversions versus just clicks. Then we'll exclude existing customers who have already purchased our product to save our budgets from our customer match exclusion list. And if cost per acquisition is getting high on one segment, we'll exclude or reduce our bid on that particular segment. It can be a line item, it can be an audience type also. Then placements check. We'll do a placement check. We'll review what is working better, whether YouTube, Discover, or Gmail. We'll put our budgets more where it is performing better, of course. And then we'll do compare YouTube short. Like it says, YouTube shorts is lower CPCs. It's great for vertical video. If somebody is searching on phone, YouTube shorts is trending these days. If you're running a YouTube shorts ads, it's most probable that you'll get lower cost per clicks. So low conversion from Gmail, check landing page relevance. Okay, if you're getting low conversions from some ad being shown on Gmail, you need to check how your landing page relevance is. Is it relevant to the ads being shown or not? Maybe you're showing ad of a car with great mileage, and when somebody clicks on the landing page, it drives your brand sports car there, which does not have that much mileage. So that person had this image in mind while seeing the ad that I want a car of certain mileage, but this is a sports car meant for some luxury customer. So your relevancy matters a lot when showing the ad. So the landing page should be very much relevant to what ad you're showing. For conversion tracking, verify floodlight tags are firing correctly via Google Tag Manager. View through is not click through. View through rate is different. Click through rate is different. I have explained it very well. If you are not aware of it, I'll explain it again. View through rate means when somebody is viewing your video and the video is entirely watched, they click on the landing page, it's a different story. In a click-through rate, an impression is generated in a display ad and they click on your ad and then they visit your website. So they are not same things. View-through rate drives more like engaging customers and are more probable to buy your product. So they are not different. Track them both separately, because one will tell you story of your video ads, one will tell you story of your display ads. And then there is a sudden drop in conversions. You need to check the tag, not the campaign. First check the tags, if they are firing correctly, if they are placed correctly or not. Then let's take a difference between demand gen campaigns versus discovery campaigns versus YouTube campaigns. So in discovery ads have already been deprecated. Discovery ads are already discontinued from the year 2023. It used to appear on Discover, Gmail, YouTube Home. They were images only, and it is replaced, so no point of talking about them. We come to demand gen. Demand gen is almost discovery ads with YouTube's addition. So it is active currently. It's shown on YouTube, Discover, Gmail Shorts. It is images plus video. It is used for awareness and consideration. Then comes YouTube campaign. YouTube is active, of course. You can just separately create a YouTube campaign. It is meant for just YouTube, just video campaigns. It is video first and brand campaigns. Then comes display campaigns, active, of course. We have made a lot of videos on how to run display campaigns. Google Display Network, third-party websites everywhere on internet. 80% of internet consists of display ads. It has banner ads, HTML5 ads. It's for broad reach or external websites. Major differences. Okay. Now, how will interviewer ask you about demand gen, and what are the commonly asked questions in demand gen? So first question first, what is demand gen? It is visual ad campaign on YouTube, Discover, and Gmail. It creates awareness, interest before people search, and it uses Google's AI for targeting. In simple terms, when demand is generated, it's demand gen campaign. People are not interested in your particular product, but we are generating a demand for them. So that's what demand gen campaigns are. How is demand gen different from display campaigns? Display is for third-party website. Demand gen is for Google's own services like YouTube, Discover, Gmail. Demand gen is higher quality and AI driven because it can already read the data of our customers. What happened to discovery ad? Discovery ads got discontinued in 2023 and it got upgraded to demand gen, because demand gen also has this option of YouTube, because it has added video support, YouTube shorts, and a better AI system. So what creative assets does demand gen need? It needs 5 headline, 5 descriptions. It needs images in 3 different ratios. It needs logo, needs YouTube video links, Google mixes, and then test them. Then a question which can be asked is demand gen available on Trade Desk and Amazon DSP? Answer would be no, it is not, because it only uses Google's own inventory like YouTube, Discover, and Gmail. How do you optimize a campaign with high impression but low CTR? I'll check for asset report for low creative ratings. I'll replace them. I'll test bold headlines. I'll narrow broad audiences, and I'll verify images are product forward, not generic stock images. Okay, they are talking about my product in a very broad term. What is view through conversion? Why does it matter in demand gen? User sees an ad, it does not click, it later visits sites and converts. Important for demand gen, especially video, since many users are influenced without clicking the ad immediately. So as I already told you, in view through conversion, it's not relevant that a person who has watched the entire video immediately clicks on your landing page. Later on they can visit your website and then give you a conversion, because the impact is created while watching the video, whereas in a click through rate a person directly clicks when giving an impression. So that's a major difference. In view through rate, you can tell them that a person might visit my landing page later on, and using the correct floodlight firing tags, I'll figure out that they were the same users who were shown my ad. How would you explain creative combination testing to a client? In simple terms, you give Google the ingredients like headlines, images, and videos, and then Google is the chef. It makes combinations, tests them in real time, and serves the best one more. It's automated A/B testing at scale. It is automatically doing A/B testing for you. You don't even have to do it manually. Okay, let's come to the quick reference cheat sheet. Okay, what is it? Visual ads on YouTube, Discovery, and Gmail. We are talking about demand gen. Bid strategies, any bid strategy that we have already discussed. Funnel stage, mainly for awareness consideration, plus conversion can also be used. Learning period, minimum 2 weeks before any change is made. You can consider it as 3 to 4 business days, because if it's a short span campaign, you won't have time for 2 weeks to spend, right? Although it starts on the first day itself, to be honest. But to give you the better results, if you're a conversion based campaign, 2 weeks is minimum time. Okay, on Trade Desk Amazon, no, it is replaced by Google Discovery ads in 2023. Headlines we have already discussed up to 5, description up to 5, image sites we have discussed, videos, YouTube links, multiple allowed. Key metrics: CPM, reach frequency, audience type in market, custom intent, customer match, similar affinity, etc. Key metrics: CPA, ROAS, conversion is same as any other display or video campaign. DV360 versus ads, same product. DV360 more agency controls, so it is also used in Google ads, but DV360 has more controls because it is bigger platform. So that's a demand gen wrap. Now you know what demand gen is, how to set it up in DV360, the 6 audience types, the creative specs, and bidding strategies, and how to answer your interview questions. That's one of the most asked questions these days, because demand gen is totally in. Most of the advertisers are advertising through demand gen, so be aware of these questions. It's basically YouTube ads being made through DV360. So without wasting any time, I'm gonna get into the video right away. Today we will be making and discussing about YouTube ads via DV360. I'll explain every ad format being used in simple terms like skippable, bumper, non-skippable, shorts, masthead, pause ads. So when you create YouTube ads using DV360 for mass scale, because you want to showcase the awareness campaign mostly to people via videos, you create YouTube campaign. It's very impactful. Videos create great impact, I would say, more than images, because they last in people's mind, because it comes with some sort of music, some sort of audio, and the visuals. So YouTube adds a very important topic. Most of the companies switch into programmatic to use YouTube ads, because we can scale video ads at a large scale to entire cities, a lot of people together. So how DV360 runs YouTube ads? Think of DV360 as behind the scenes engine, because we are running these ads using DV360. So it buys and manages YouTube ad space. When an advertiser or a brand reaches out to you or your client, then you set up this YouTube campaign on DV360. Moreover, another point, the YouTube campaigns can only be set up on DV360, of course, because it's Google inventory. You cannot set them up at Trade Desk or Amazon DSP. So you set up a YouTube campaign at DV360, then a YouTube auction happens where we are bidding for ad slots, like we are competing with other people who have purchased similar ad slots for YouTube, and then finally whoever wins the bids, the viewer sees your ad and the goal is achieved. So what is the structure? Let's discuss the structure. So DV360 campaign structure for YouTube. So first of all, there is campaign. At campaign level, we have overall goal, awareness, consideration, and action. The main goal will be always set up at campaign level. Then comes the IO or insertion order level. At IO level, we allot the budgets. So it's a budget holder for YouTube and partner IOs. Okay. Then comes line item level or LI level. Here the ad formats are selected, like skippable, bumper, masthead. Now what these are ad formats are, I'm gonna discuss in further slides. And in YouTube we have another level, which is ad group level. Generally for display ads, the targeting gets over till line item level. But in YouTube we have another level called ad group level, where we set the actual targeting and the actual video creatives. So there is another layering in YouTube called ad group level, and then there are ads within the ad group level. In display, we generally have it till line item. In line item level only, we add the ad copies. So comment down below, what kind of campaigns have you used for YouTube, if you have run any YouTube ads, and if you have already used Google ads, do we have ad group level at Google ads or not? Let me know in the comments. Let's discuss the first type of ads via YouTube: in stream ads. So there are three types of in stream ads. One is skippable in stream ads, one is bumper ads, and one is non skippable ads. So these play before, during, or after a YouTube video. So skippable, as the name suggests, we can skip these ads after 5 seconds. You must have seen these ads on YouTube where we are getting this ad, but alongside we have a skip button, so that after viewing it for 4 seconds, if we are not interested, we can skip those ads. Okay. So it plays before, during, or after the video. That is skippable ad. Viewers can skip after 5 seconds. You only pay if they watch it for 30 seconds or engage with your video. So that's a great point. You only pay in skippable ads if the viewer has watched your ad for at least 30 seconds or has engaged. By engaged, I mean they have clicked on your website, they went to your website after seeing your ad. So then only you need to pay, otherwise, it's already creating awareness and free of cost. The bidding type we can select for these ads is CPV, that is cost per view, or CPM, which is cost per 1000 impressions. It is best for brand storytelling, it is best for product demos. Okay, these two are the major types which we use for skippable in stream ads. Length can be any length, but it should be under 3 minutes. That's the recommendation by YouTube. Okay, then comes bumper ads. Bumper ads are the ads which are run for 6 seconds. You blink and it's done. Okay, they cannot be skipped at all. You cannot skip the bumper ads. It's great for brand recall and reinforcement. The bidding type is target CPM or fixed CPM. You only can select, okay, this is the target cost per 1000 impressions I'm ready to pay, or the fixed cost per 1000 impressions. It is best for short, punchy messages, and we can use it alongside skippable for full funnel campaign. So we can run both skippable and the bumper ads together. It's good for the funnel. Then comes the last type of ad, which is non-skippable. As the name suggests, we cannot skip it. It runs for 15 seconds and we cannot skip it. We have to watch it. Just like bumper ads, we have to watch it. Even these particular ads are non-skippable and these ads are non-skippable. This runs for 6 seconds. This runs for 15 seconds. So 7 to 15 seconds viewer have to watch it. It can be up to 60 seconds via instant deals. If we choose a particular deal by Google representative, it can last up to 60 seconds. You must have seen certain ads for, let's say, IPL, because when IPL season is coming, there are some longer ads coming up on YouTube for IPL. And it depends upon person to person. It depends upon your interest and what you generally see. You will see that sort of ad only. So there are some non-skippable ad which also last up to 60 seconds. We have to create it via instant deals, which is provided to us by Google representative. Okay. These are like special sort of ad, these and mastered ads. So it is great for high impact messaging because it is non-skippable. The message obviously reaches out to the customers. The bidding can be target CPM or fixed CPM, just like the bumper ads. It also has target CPM or fixed CPM. It is best for product launches. It is good for awareness campaigns. Audience cannot escape it, so make it count what you are showing in your ad. The next type of YouTube ads are in feed and short ads. So these are known as discovery formats because your customer discover you via in feed and short ads. So in feed, as the name suggests, comes within the feed of YouTube. It comes in search results, it comes on watch page, it comes on YouTube homepage. Whenever you are scrolling on your mobile and you see some sponsored link on YouTube, it's similar to what ads you are, like what videos are uploaded. It looks almost similar. It just says sponsored on top. So that is in feed video ads. It looks something like this, how it is shown here. Your ad headline would be here and maximum 100 characters, and here the thumbnail would be there where you would be seeing the ad, and here it was be saying ad or sponsored. So that's how in feed video ad looks like. Okay, what are you charged? When viewer clicks the thumbnail or watches the ad for at least 10 seconds, then you pay. Bidding can be cost per view or cost per 1000 impressions. It is best for discovery, reaching people searching for particular topics. So we can select if this ad needs to come in feed of sportswear, if this ad needs to come in if somebody is searching for a particular topic, then only. So you can reach people searching for particular topics. You can reach your exact audience using in feed ads. Length can be any length. Headline has to be 100 character, description has to be 35 characters. You cannot obviously exceed them when you're creating these ads. It won't take more than 100 characters or 35 characters. It is great for building channel subscribers too because this comes in feed. So if you want to grow your own YouTube channel, you can use it. I'll try it on my own for my channel soon, and I'll let you how the results were. Although I haven't used the ads as of now, I'm growing organically. So this reminds me, why don't you also subscribe to my channel and help me reach out to more and more people? Because you know how YouTube algorithm works is, if one person subscribes to my channel, YouTube suggests similar audiences my videos, and then they can also see my videos. So if you do so, I'll be more motivated and make more and more videos. So next topic would be YouTube short ads. It's also a discovery format. We can see these ads between organic shorts across all devices. Viewers swipe up or down to skip instantly these ads. That's how YouTube short ads look like. When you swipe up, you can skip the ad. So it's just like shorts, but it's a sponsored shorts. We are charged on basis of impression, true view. It can be 10 seconds, engagement 5 seconds. The video format is generally vertical preferred. Minimum 5-second video should be there. and it is best for reaching mobile first short attention audiences. So if your audience are very short span, you can use these ads. I've seen a lot of Blinkit and Swiggy ads coming in shorts these days. Tell me why they are using this short ad formats. The answer is somewhere here, but let me know in the comments. Pro tip would be make it vertical, 9:16 ratio. It feels native. The next is masthead ads. Masthead is, you see this king emoji is also being shown because masthead actually creates a great impact. And then there are pause ads as well. These are premium formats and they create big impact for bigger audiences. It is available via instant deals only. So instant deals are some deals which are provided to you via Google representative. So masthead ads or YouTube homepage takeover. Masthead is the top page over YouTube. You must have seen some ads somewhere around, like at times of holidays or some game season going on. So certain companies who want to take over YouTube's top page can take these reserved deals. It's a reserved spot of YouTube, and you can, if you are a big advertiser, you can make contact with the Google representative and then create these mastered ads. That's how the mastered ad looks like. Your brand video auto plays here. It is generally muted. You can unmute it to hear what the ad says. Then below that we have headline, description, we have CTA button. It is customizable. It can be in different formats. Here can be description, here can be CTA button, and here can be headline. So this is all customizable. This masthead ad is top of YouTube homepage. That's the first thing that the people see. Okay, on desktop it has 30-second autoplay on muted form, and on mobile we see a full video when we open the YouTube app. We have a massive reach in shorter time span. It is perfect for product launches. Suppose you are launching a new product, you have a lot of money and you want to give a masthead ad so that it reaches out to all people at once. You can choose this particular format. It is charged on CPM basis. For 1000 impressions you are charged. It requires instant deal via Google representative. Video has to be minimum 10 seconds, 16:9 ratio, and you need to have a public or unlisted account because the video would be uploaded on YouTube and then it would run as ad. Then comes pause ads. It comes on smart TV or connected TV. So when a video is paused, a brand ad image appears here. It's sort of a display ad. It's a static image shown when viewer pauses on TV. When you are watching YouTube on TV and you pause a video, then a static image must be appearing. It is not confirmed that it is running in India right now, but it is running across Canada, America, UAE markets. So in certain areas, we must be seeing these ads in India. If you are in India and using YouTube via connected TV, Android TV, if you have seen this ad, let me know in the comments. It appears for 10 seconds after the pause happens. It's a semi-transparent overlay. It feels non-intrusive, like it is not a forced ad. It's semi-transparent. If you want to see it, if you click on it, then only it's visible to you entirely. Otherwise, the main logo and the headline description or the brand image is being shown. So it runs on basis of CPM bidding, of course. 1000 impressions will be charged. Only connected TV devices can see this ad. Image size has to be 1080 by 1080 pixels. In PNG, JPG format, maximum size 2 MB file. It is perfect for brand awareness during relaxed. Of course, nobody is being forced to see this ad. When you are relaxed, when you pause the ad, you see this ad. These are all the YouTube ad formats that we discussed today. Let's take a quick go through of what all we discussed. We had skippable ad. We can skip it after 5 seconds. Length, any length, but less than 3 minutes recommended. Bidding can be on cost per view or cost per 1000 impression. It is used for best for storytelling, where we run it in pre, mid, or post roll, like after video, before video, or within the video itself. Then comes bumper ad. We can skip it. No, it is non-skippable. So length has to be less than 6 seconds. We only run it on basis of target 1000 impressions because it is non-skippable format. The main use for bumper ad is brand recall value. Because it is non-skippable, people have to see it, so they'll recall your brand. Where can we see this ad? Pre, mid, or post roll. Same with non-skippable ad. We cannot skip it. The length has to be 7 to 15 seconds. The bidding has to be target CPM. It creates high impact because the length is greater than the bumper ads. Otherwise, bumper ads and non-skippable ads are almost similar ad formats. Just the difference is the length of it. Okay, and same pre, mid, and post roll. We can run these non-skippable ads. Then the in-feed ads, which we see user clicks, where a user skip these ad. No, if user clicks on it, then we are charged because they come within the feed itself. It doesn't appear up as a video directly. It can be of any length because it's a YouTube video coming within your feed as a ad. What is the bidding type? CPV, cost per view or cost per 1000 impressions. It is best used for discovering your campaign. It comes on search page or the home page of YouTube feed. Short ads, it comes within the shorts. You can swipe up or down. The length has to be more than 5 seconds or a 60-second loop. Cost per impression 1000 impression or cost per view, you can pay via that. The reach is mainly for mobile because it's short ads and it appears in short speed. Then comes masthead ad. We just discussed the masthead ad and pause ads. You can take a screenshot of this entire page. It summarizes what all we discussed today. The key tips would be mix skippable plus bumper for full funnel coverage. If you are running a full funnel campaign, use skippable ad formats, use bumper ad format, and mix your formats accordingly. Then masthead plus pause need to have a Google representative or an instant deal. We already discussed that. Shorts need to have vertical video only for best performance, because if the video format is like this, it's in landscape form, and you are running it in shorts, then it does not look good on phone. It has to be in this format across the phone so that it looks good on phone as well. Then in-feed ad is great for organic feeling discovery. All format need video uploaded to YouTube first. All these formats are YouTube ads and they will run when you upload those videos on YouTube, and then we'll run the ads of those YouTube ads itself. We are in the last episode of our intermediate series. Without wasting your time, I'll get into the video right away. So, today we will be talking about Campaign Manager 360, and Campaign Manager 360, what it is, how its hierarchy works, and why it powers your DV360 campaigns. Okay, so there is ad server involved, floodlight tracking involved, cross platform measurement involved. Let's talk about all of this now. What is CM360? So, formerly DoubleClick Campaign Manager is Google's central ad management and measurement platform. Google purchased this from DoubleClick company. When they purchased the DoubleClick Bid Manager, which is DV360 now, they also purchased DoubleClick Campaign Manager, through which we manage all the campaigns, be it in Google Ads, Facebook, DV360, wherever we are running our programmatic campaigns, we manage them from CM360. CM360 is a Google's ad server. It sits above DV360 in the stack. It's the system that hosts and serve your ad creatives. So if you want to work on the ad server side, not on the publisher side, not on the programmatic side of managing the campaigns, you can also opt in for a career in CM360. Because even if you're working as an analyst or as an account manager, you'll anyway have to manage tags, creatives, and your assets through CM360, reports through CM360. So this is a important video, and this will be the last video of intermediate series. I wanted to discuss this. We are not discussing CM360 that much in detail, but I'm discussing it to a length which should be understood for anyone working in the programmatic industry for a while now, or if they are just starting up. This much CM360 knowledge is required. I won't say you have to work on CM360 on day-to-day basis unless you choose to opt in on the ad server side. But even if you work on just programmatic DSPs as an analyst or as a trader, you still need to know how CM360 is aligned with DV360 right now. So it sits above DV360 in the stack. It's the system that hosts and serves your ad creatives. So that's where you store your ad creatives. It generates tracking tags. The tags which we use, which we place on our creatives, are generated through CM360. Okay, it measures impressions, clicks, and conversions. It deduplicates conversions across all channels. It reports cross platform performance in one place. Think of CM360 as the single source of truth for your campaign data. So, if whenever you are downloading reports, whenever you want to pull the data, you pull it through CM360. That's the truth of your programmatic campaigns. And it's in the GMP, or Google Marketing Platform. CM360 is the ad server, DSP is the buying side, SA360 is the search side, and GA4 is the analytics side. If we understand the hierarchy, it's almost similar to DV360. On the top, we have account level. We also call it network level in CM360. This is the top level entity. It is managed by the agency or the advertiser who is handling the CM360 account. Then comes the advertiser level, just like DV360. It has brands or clients. It contains all campaigns for that particular brand. Then we have campaign level, where we have specific marketing initiative with date range, which is defined for each campaign, and the goals defined for each campaigns. And finally, we have site and placement, which is publisher site is in the site and placement column, where we have specific ad slots where ad will appear. And the last one is ad and the creatives. This is the actual ad unit with creative assets assigned to it. So that's how CM360 hierarchy works when you create an account. I'll show you how CM360 UI looks like right now in upcoming slides. Pro tip would be floodlight configuration lives at advertiser level. It's shared across all campaigns for that brand. So whenever we are creating new floodlight tags for tracking, it's created at this advertiser level. And whatever campaigns live under this advertiser, all will share the same floodlight tags. That's how the UI looks like. The campaign manager 360 UI, very much similar to the DV360 UI. So this is the campaign level open right now. Natural search AOL, natural search ask.com. These are all the campaigns running, and that's the status. They all are active. Rotational creative is turned on. So that's how these settings are. We are at campaign level. Above this, here it's advertiser level. So that's how CM360 UI looks like. The key navigation areas. This is campaign level. Here you create and manage campaign flights, and these are the creatives. Okay, at creative level you upload and organize all ad assets. Then under these creatives, which is natural search AOL, natural search ask.com, are placements. You see this AOL, ask.com, Google, MSN, Yahoo, these are the placements. Here we generate ad tags for publishers. These are basically the publishers where ad will be shown. And then we can download the reports. Here you can see, if you click on report, you can download the reports, cross channel performance data, how the impressions were on MSN versus Yahoo versus Google. You can do all that. And then there is admin button. On admin button we can see floodlight, users, and account settings. So floodlight tags, it's the heartbeat of CM360, and to be honest, DV360 as well. Floodlight is CM360's conversion tracking system. It's equivalent of Meta Pixel. If you are used to Meta ads, you must be knowing there are pixels in Meta ads. Same way we have floodlight tags in programmatic. But for the entire Google marketing platform ecosystem, floodlights are used. So what floodlight tag tracks? It tracks page visits. Whenever a user visits your URL, it can track that. It can track transactions. Just a second, let me turn on the pen. It can track transactions like purchases. If somebody makes a purchase, you can track that information. It can track form submissions and sign ups. So whenever somebody signs up on your website, it can be tracked using floodlight tags. So you can also track custom events like what was the video played and how many downloads were there. So all this data can also be tracked using CM360 and floodlight tags basically. So cross device and cross channel conversions can also be tracked, whether they were in Google Ads versus Meta versus DV360. You can track all that just in CM360 itself. Floodlight DV360 connection. Okay, let's see how we connect DV360 to floodlights. So when we create floodlight activity in CM360, okay, so the floodlight activity or the floodlight tags are basically created in CM360 itself. Then we go to generate a pixel and tag snippet. We place the tag on our website. We whenever a tag is copied, we paste that on back end of our website. Then it fires when users take an action. Whenever an action is taken, like form submission, sign up, custom event, transaction, page visit, that tag gets fired. Okay, so we can track that information, what happened. And then DV360 reads floodlight data, it powers bidding and audience list, and then shows our ad. CM360 deduplicates conversions, one truth across all platforms. CM360 also records this information for our reporting purposes. So if we do not have floodlight, we have no conversion data in DV360. Floodlights are equally important as setting up a campaign in DV360. So always set up floodlight before launching campaigns. An important point to remember how CM360 works with DV360. So CM360, what is CM360? It's an ad server and a traffic manager. It hosts creative assets. All the creatives are hosted here. Okay. It manages floodlight pixels. All the floodlight pixels are managed here. It generates placement tags. Cross channel reporting can be done, whether it was on Google Ads, this impression came through Facebook, this impression came through Instagram. How did this impression come to us? We can track it all in one place in CM360. Attribution and deduplication, all the attribution models, whether it was last click, whether it was linear, whether it was whatever the attribution model was, how the customer landed to our website. Did it land directly to our website using the DV360 ad, or whether he saw a YouTube ad, then he saw an ad on Meta, then he saw an ad on Instagram, and then we got a conversion. So how will we track this journey? This journey is tracked through attribution models, and it is done in CM360 itself. Creatives are in DV360. Conversion data is in CM360. Placement tags are in DV360. Audience list are in CM360. So they work hand in hand. Now DSP, DV360 is a DSP. As you already know, we have been talking about that since basic series. It's a buying platform. So bids on programmatic inventory are on DV360. Audience targeting we do it on DV360. Use of floodlight for smart bidding. Floodlights are placed in CM360, but what will be the bid that we will be bidding on is placed in DV360 on the creatives. Pulls creatives from CM360 and then plays in DV360. So they go hand in hand. Delivers ads across exchanges. So if you are just a fresher, you must be thinking that I have to work on both of these platforms alongside. That's not the case in most of the agencies, because there is a separate team for CM360 which manages all the floodlight tags, creates them for you. But if you are a freelancer working in a small agency or a SMB, working on the client side, working on some businesses who is running ads for themselves, then probably you will be using CM360 to create tags yourself. Okay, that's how it works. You should be aware of how things work. Although there is not much of optimization done here, there is not much of things which you have to manage on day to day basis in CM360, but When you are creating the campaign, it plays a major role while creating floodlight tags and like generating placement tags. It generates the placement tags, but they are pasted here in DV360 only on the creatives. Okay, so its job is more of creation of tags. Then the tags get pasted in DV360. They are alongside there in CM360, so we can track it from both the platforms. So they go hand in hand. Okay. DV360 executes the buying, CM360 measures the result. Together, they complete GMP programmatic stack. So, you have to understand, in order to do a complete Google marketing platform thing, you have to understand both. Now let's compare placement tags. Okay, the glue between CM360 and publishers. What is a placement tag? A placement tag is a snippet of code generated by CM360. So if we want to track some sort of activity, a code is generated. It is known as placement tag. It is generated where? It is generated in CM360. It's unique per ad slot or per placement. So if we have one ad, then it is unique for each particular creative. It is shared with publisher or DV360. As I already told you, if your publisher is some Yahoo, Xander, something else, then you can create it using CM360 and place it there. Otherwise, you can place it on DV360 if that's the DSP that you are using. Then tells CM360 when and where an ad was served. So placement tag is the tag which tells on which placement this ad got served and when and where this ad was shown. How DV360 uses it? DV360 uses CM360 hosted creatives via tags. So the creatives that we upload on CM360, they are tracked using these tags only, and that's how DV3, because these tags are also pasted in DV360 on the creatives, so DV360 knows that that's how these creatives were being used. Now in DV360 it works like this. So here you upload, like let's say there is a Coca-Cola ad. So let's say this is a ad, this is a Coca-Cola bottle. Okay, don't mind my drawing, it's just a creative example. So this is the ad creative. Now you will upload it in uh, here in CM360. Okay, CM360. And then when your ad is being played, like it will create a tag for it, a placement tag. The creative lives here. This tag will use it and copy it in our DV360 platform. So that's how we see the creatives. It's a code which we see. If we click preview, then we can see the creative. Otherwise, it's just a code. We don't manually input our creatives directly in DV360 unless it is a YouTube or demand gen campaign. I have already discussed both of these in previous two videos. If you do not know what demand gen or YouTube campaigns are, watch that video first. And that's how creatives are used in DV360 using tags. So placement tags is equal to creative delivery instruction. Yeah, exactly. That's the word I was looking at. I was searching for creative delivery instruction is the placement tag. So here we just give the instructions. Creatives actually live in CM360. DV360 sends bid win. CM360 serves the ad. So the bidding and optimization is done in DV360 while the creative is actually served using CM360. Impression fires back to CM360 for reporting purposes. Makes sense. Tag types that we will be seeing. So first is a standard tag. It is iframe or JavaScript tag. They are basically display ads. If you want a separate video, I can make it. Not that much necessary because these days it's self-sufficient. These all platforms, if you choose a particular format, it creates creative in that particular if you choose a particular tag, the CM360 will create a tag in that particular format. If you choose standard iframe JavaScript tag as per your website needs, then it creates a tag like that. For in-stream videos, like pre, mid, post roll video, we have in-stream tags. For YouTube videos, in-stream tags. Then we have a click tracker for social and email URLs. Okay, like Gmail, Rediff. So for these, we have a click tracker on how our ads were found. Then we have a prefetch, advanced video serving type of tag. It is basically used in video ads. Then let's come to reporting and attribution in CM360. So one of CM360's biggest superpower is it sees all channels and removes duplicate conversions. If we are getting conversions again and again, or like we are getting duplicate conversions in our reporting, CM360 superpower is it can remove that. It does not mean it will give you data which is not real. It means sometimes TV360 or other reporting platforms can make mistake, but CM360 is an advanced platform which can remove these duplicate conversions. So the user journey tracked by CM360, how that works. First of all, let's say there is a display ad in TV360, and then there is a YouTube ad, there is a search ad, and then there is a conversion on websites. So that's how the journey was. This is an example. So CM360 gives credit to one conversion, your chosen model, not three separate conversions across platform. We are talking about the attribution. So generally what happens is if you have not chosen if you've chosen the last click model, I have already talked about attributions. I am just giving you an example right now, talking in just about it. So if you choose the last click model, then the entire credit of the conversion would be given to search ad 360 for the search ad that the user performed. Okay. So CM360, what it does is it gives one credit to display ad, one credit to YouTube ad, and one credit to search ad because it can track entire user journey. So as per our own chosen model, it can give the correct attribution and correct credit to the conversions. In last click, 100% credit given to the final click before conversion. So if this was the journey, first the user saw a display ad, then YouTube ad, then search ad, and then converted on the website. If the advertiser must have chosen last click, then the entire credit would have gone to the search ad. If he would have chosen the first click model, then entire credit would go to the display ad that the person saw first. If it was a linear model, then equal credit across all platforms. That's how CM360 generally does if we do not choose the model on our own. So it would give credit 1 point to YouTube ad and 1 point to search ad. So all three are given 1 point each. And then if we go by data driven model, then machine learning algorithm assigns credit based on actual path data, on actual dependency, like how much time did the user spent on YouTube ad versus search ad, and how many previous ads were seen by the user on display ad versus search ad. So such algorithmic calculations are done in data driven model attribution. I would suggest a data driven model attribution for advanced marketers because it gives accurate information on how and which ad is performing the best. Why every DB360 practitioner needs CM360? The point I was discussing earlier. Floodlight is smarter bidding. Of course, DB360 is the return on ad spend, target cost per acquisition, and custom bid algorithm run on Floodlight conversion data. So no CM360 is equal to no smart bidding. In order to automate your bidding, you need some data which can be provided using CM360. Creative hosting is done correctly using CM360. So DV360 relies on CM360 to host and serve rich media, HTML5, and video creative with proper click and impression tracking. Cross channel truth, the truth where the conversion came from, where the impression came from. See your search, display, video, and email results in one report itself. No more comparing data across five different dashboards. Like you do not have to manually go to Google Ads, Meta Ad, TV360, Search Ad 360. You can see all of that data in one place, which is CM360. That's why every programmatic person needs to have understanding of that. Then comes audience remarketing. Users who triggered a floodlight pixel can be added to audience list in DV360 for retargeting automatically. It generates automatic retargeting list for you. You do not have to manually go code, search for the list, and like create Excels. No rush, no need to do all that manual work. CM360 is the automated model to create audience remarketing. That's one of the major reasons when people use CM360. Brand safety and viewability. CM360 integrates greatly with IAS, double verify, and mode for third party verification across all placements. Very important topic. I've covered this in detail, and CM360 integration with these brand safety tools is immense. It's great. Deduplicated conversions, avoid double counting conversion across DV360, Search Ad 360, and Direct. If you're running on last click model, maybe SA360 would also show the ad, like in previous case we saw. This was the user journey. So let's say if you are doing it manually on each platform, then you'll see one conversion here, one conversion here, one conversion here. But the actual scenario was, the if you were going by last click model, this is where the user actually got converted. So deduplicated conversions can be avoided using CM360, because it has the entire journey of customer. That's all about today. These were the key takeaways from today's video. CM360 is Google's ad server. Sits about TV360. It measures everything. The hierarchy flow is network, advertiser, campaign, site placement, and then ad, where we have our ad copies. Floodlight is the tracking layer. No floodlight means no conversion in DV360. We won't see any conversion data, even if somebody is getting converted purchasing from our website. DV360 pulls creative from CM360 and sends conversion back to CM360. So they go hand in hand. Okay, CM360 and DV360 work hand in hand. CM360's biggest value: one deduplicated cross-channel conversion report. No duplication. One deduplicated cross-channel or across all channels. We can see one report. Next video would be in Hindi, because I have seen my analytics and many of the users are requesting me to make videos in Hindi. This was the last video of intermediate series. Let me know how did you like it and the topics you want me to discuss further. Thank you so much for watching it till the end. Have a great day ahead. Bye bye.